did ranchers, I'm just saying in general, so it's just like I'm all over the place on your time. Did ranchers, they ranch for other people or just themselves mostly?
It totally depends on the rancher, right? There's some ranchers that what they do is they lease land, and so like they'll roam their cattle, and then some of them they put them on public land. Like I was hunting in Nevada on public land with my friend Steve Manell. We were bow hunting mule deer. So we're in this area, and there's cows all over this area. And these cows are all privately owned, and so they pay a grazing fee, I guess. I don't know what the fee is. I don't know how that works. I don't even know if they have to pay a fee. I don't know how that works. The point is, they have the rights to let their animals graze in a specific area. And then when it comes time to harvest them, or whatever the fuck they do, they round them all up. They're all over the place. So there's those kind of ranchers. And there's ranchers that have a contained ranch. Like a lot of these out here in Texas. Or like the guys at White Oaks Pastures, where they have a fully contained, managed ecosystem. They have their cows out there, they won't roam around, they use the manure, for fertilizer, they recycle everything, it all goes back into nature, including the dead bodies of the animals, the things that get harvested, the organs, everything. So everything gets used.
So I think, I know, I always go, but you can't go back. When did it change, and why did it change?
Did it change with mud?
No, but I'm saying, like, say me and you, we're sitting there, you got your little tribe there, I have my tribe there, you go hunting, you come back, I'll make sure I'll get the steak, whatever, everyone's helping each other out, you hunt, you gather, and all that. When did... That's what always fascinates me.
Even that time.
And then
even romanticizing that time.
That time
was one of the most fucking brutal times. You ever watch that show? Yes. You ever watch that show, 1883?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. That's Taylor Sheridan's show.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God, they killed everybody. Everybody died. Yeah, up the ass. But those people that were trying to make their way across the country, that's the knife up the ass.
What's more brutal?
You should see the video.
This is what's more brutal?
Oh, they did that. They did that times 100.
We've been brutal
Forever. Human beings have brutal forever.
We just don't eat them. We don't shit it out.
We don't yet.
We don't go through the test. We don't eat those. But
yeah, there might be some sickness. If the meteor hits, and we go back again, because we've done it before, I guarantee we've done it before. I guarantee you, at least in parts of the world, societies crumble because of natural disasters and people resorting to barbarism. And I think that's the reason why, if you go further back in history, people were the most ruthless. You know, if people really did exist in a very sophisticated way, which is what I believe, that did exist somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and then before that. That's what I think. I think particularly in Africa. I think if you look at the structures that exist in Egypt, there's no doubt about it. And I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that they think there are, especially when you have geologists who are deep water fissures, like Robert Schoch does work on thousands of years of rainfall. That pushes it back way to the point where it's rain in that area, which is like 9,000 years ago. So now we're in this area, like, well, how old are these fucking things, man? Well, and I think if something happens and the world falls apart, I think only the monsters live. Only the monsters. Only the most psycho of psychos. Only the most evil dog-eat-dog people, because they're probably cannibalizing. At a certain point in time, I bet people are cannibalizing. At a certain point of starvation, a certain point, if there's like a nuclear winter, if like when those things impact and the fucking sky is covered with volcanic dust for 2 years, nothing grows, guns and nothing. I guarantee we are the ancestors of the Wu people. I think so. I would buy that. Dude, the Comanche did it. Well, the Comanche didn't do it as much as some of the other Indians did it, but they would eat each other. They would eat their enemies. They would kill their enemy, eat his heart. They would do wild shit right here, the Nez Perce. They would catch people and cook them and eat them in front of their friends. Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, they did wild shit. Yeah, and they did it for fun. They did it to torture people. They would torture. That's why Native Americans had no concept of surrender.
Like, surrender. They're going to torture you and kill you 100%. You're going to fight to the death. You can't surrender. Would you, I think about this too, like, would you, if you knew your entire existence was going to come to, if you felt like, you know what, these guys we've seen, they've crushed it everywhere. There's no winning this. We fight to die or we become better. What are we doing? And I said, I always think about that with certain societies, even ours. We've never ever, well, I can't say that, but have we come a time where you're willing to go, dude, we're not getting out of this one. We're not getting out of this one. So in the meantime, do we start taking out as doing as much as we can and how do you? I can see that.
What up, Arthur and Mike Zero and Bernardo Sales? How you guys? And Wills is here. Wills, did you end up finding that party dog? Oh yeah, we streamed it. I spoke with Yo-Yo earlier today. Did you have a good time in Denver? Did you meet James Kaminsky there? Hell yeah, Andy's here. James, how is Denver? Hell yeah.
I sat there and watched it and went,
Dog, how do you like having an ATH of 18 cents, baby? We're at 17 cents. Ridiculous. We have Wee Wee in the house? And Mark Zero? Go ahead. Wee Wee, how you living, baby? Wee Wee, if you can hear us, we'd love to hear your voice. Mark Zero, were you in Denver? Oh, you just bought yesterday, so you don't know who I am, do you? You don't know who I am? Yeah, no, but I'm a big fucking deal, baby. You ready for this, Mark? I have more data on YouTube than any other person in global history, meaning I have nearly 3 complete years of data from 5 different streams live on YouTube. It's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We're documenting the cryptocurrency story, in addition, and the story of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. Some of the interesting things about which we discuss on this stream that are not normally discussed in mainstream society are certainly cryptocurrencies, anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, cloaking technology, invisibility technology. We study advanced propulsion, nuclear power. We study geothermal energy. We study tidal power. We study mind uploading and digital immortality, aliens, ufology, different alien species, reverse engineering of alien technology, and just about everything else. Really, the history of ufology is really interesting to us as well. So going back, into antiquity, and then through Roswell, Bob Lazar, to the modern day. It's a beautiful thing that we do. Uh, we've been told we do it for world peace. We don't want people to have war anymore. If you're like, who the hell is we? It's just the royal we. I do this. But there are many people involved in this project. And so I don't want to leave them out as well because we are a community. I've been live streaming live in this Telegram for about 9 months. As was just said, took 3 days off, but I did put that on GoPro, and I have been live streaming every day, at least 23 hours of every day, 24 hours of every day for now 2.5 years. We're working on our closing in our third year. We're almost at 1,000 days, and that is more data than any person has ever uploaded to the internet. So with that, I told you I was a big fucking deal. And we have Kingfish. Kingfish, how you doing, baby? How you living? What's new with you, Kingfish? Kingfish, you slinging dick? Hell yeah. Oh, Kingfish is a new holder. Oh, wow. Well, you're in at the right time. I'm going to give you the same spiel that I just gave Mark Zero. Welcome. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I've been streaming my life in this Telegram for now 9 months. The coin's been around for like almost 10 months. We have essentially the greatest meme coin in the history of all cryptocurrencies. So you can always come in here and check in with me. I mean, ask anybody. I'm here. Like for instance, Will's was lost in Denver. He was in a city he was with which he was not familiar, and he asked me for an address, and I was able to find it for him. ChatGPT couldn't do it for him. Google couldn't do it for him as quickly as I could at that moment. I'm not saying that that's what I'm here for, but I am here to support people in the community in any way possible. And so if there's anything that I can ever do to help you, whether it's something like that, or you just need someone with him to speak, I'm here for you. And with that, we're happy that you're part of the community. Excellent. So if you're like, what in the hell are we listening to in the background, and why can't you fucking mute it? Oh, I can and am. So here's the thing that happens. I stream in this bad boy all day, every day. And it's hard to produce a lot of content because it's just like literally I can go in here and sing karaoke to myself, but everybody will get bored with that. And so I play podcasts. We're big Joe Rogan fans. We think that Joe Rogan has a lot of different topics that are really interesting. So I'll just stream that. I'll also just stream the radio. Sometimes you can always meet me if needed, but that means there's always content in here. There's always something going. I mean, it's just a random like Sunday night, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11 people in here at least. And just so you're aware, I'm live right now on 6 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 6 different Twitch streams. I'm live on 6 different Rumble streams. I'm live on 6 different TikTok live video or X live video streams. And I'm live on an additional 8 Instagrams. So like basically you can watch me in 360 degrees. Ask anybody in here. My whole life is online. Everything that I do is online. I don't have any secrets. You can ask me whatever you want. And generally, unless I have told someone else that I would not reveal it for whatever reason, but that would just be something that I was doing on respect to someone else. You can ask me whatever you want. My ATM password is 6308. My social security number is 308-96-4086. Ask me whatever you want. I'm an open book. Yes, sir. 949 279 2217. I don't charge by the minute. However, if you do know any slutties who want a little bit of 900 hotline bling action, tell them to ring me whenever you want. Again, my telephone number, especially for any slutties out there, is 949 279 2217. Right now, James Kaminsky is writing that on the side of a truck stop stall for a good time. Call Rabbi Rothschild, 949 279 2217. I did. Let me make sure I have that right. 949 279 2217. Yeah. Excellent. I, oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. So then you'll just get my voicemail, perhaps. I I would like to be subscribed to Cat Facts. Do you know what Cat Facts are? Yeah, it used to be like a way to prank people. You get someone's number, and you would subscribe them to Cat Facts, and they get like a cat fact every hour, just until it's pure annoyance of just random things about felines, and until they hit stop. But some people didn't know that you could hit stop, and so they would just get cat facts for like years on end. Eventually, cat facts became a paid service. So it's not that easy anymore to just be like, hey, I don't like this person. I'm going to subscribe them to cat facts. Those were the days, though. Oh, definitely. Definitely. People paid for that. I, when I was in seventh grade, this guy, and I liked the same girl, and uh, he was trying to sabotage me, and I was trying to sabotage him. And like one thing that he did to try to sabotage me, which didn't really work, but he brought a stink bomb into our school and tried to make it seem like I farted. But this stink bomb was so strong that it was just like no one person could have done this. This is like chemical warfare. And one thing that I did with him, he was really close with his brother. And at the time, we were in like seventh grade, and you have to understand, like, email was really new. And a seventh grader have an email address, like your parents didn't have email addresses, or they had just started getting email addresses around this time. So a seventh grader just generally didn't have one. But I remember this kid's older brother had one, and allegedly, I learned what an email bomb was. If you know what an email bomb is, and these are still used today, it's pretty effective. So what you do is you just take someone's email address and put it into a service that just bombs them with tons of spam, literally just loads of spam, like thousands of emails. And some of them eventually get through and eventually clog up your email. Anyway, I remember this kid, allegedly his brother was his brother got really bad. And the kid comes into school on Monday and he's like, "You guys are never gonna believe this. My brother's email somehow got either hacked or something happened because he's getting like 1,500 emails a day when before he only got 7 emails total ever." It's like it's unusable. Like, oh, I don't know what happened. So anyway, these are some ways back in the day, allegedly, cat facts and email bombs that you could, really annoy someone. Yeah, I would say so. It was a seedling, definitely. You could watch my timeline of like how I hack things. You want to know actually the best hack to this day, the best move of my life, and it's still quite advanced. Okay, so I was in like was in seventh grade again, but I might have started as early as sixth grade or started thinking about it. But I learned what a scanner was. My dad had gotten a scanner for work, and we had it at home. And most people didn't have scanners back in these days. This was like kind of a unique piece of equipment to have at your house. But he didn't know how to use it. And so he told me if I and he had his his friend come over who's a computer guru, and his computer guru friend couldn't figure it out. And he told me if I figured out how to do it, he would buy me a video game at Best Buy, and that was a big deal. And so I think I figured it out in 5 minutes. And how did I figure it out? I got really fortunate. It was like the first button that I pressed, and I was able to learn how to scan something. So I got familiar with how to scan something, and I realized in seventh grade, as my grades weren't as good as they needed to be, and I needed a parental signature on my tests. I don't know if this is still a thing for students, but back in the day it was. And um, essentially, what I ended up doing was I scanned my mom's signature into the computer. And then I had, whenever I would have a test on which I did not do well, I would take the front page of the test and run it through the printer with my mom's signature on it because I had scanned the signature into the computer. And this was like 25 years ago. I mean, it was a long time ago to be doing this. And then because the printer wasn't exactly perfect, I would just go over it with like a marker. And it was so good that by the end of the semester, my parents, like, normally they were like wondering, like, at some point, our kid's going to come home with like not a good grade, but everything came home really pretty good. And then like, at the end, they started showing my mom her signatures on these like bad tests. She's like, I didn't sign this, but boy, does this look like my signature, to the point where it could have fooled her, though she knew she hadn't signed it because she would have remembered me getting, probably not the best grades at some point. Anyway, I thought that was always a very creative way to do. I mean, that more gets into fraud, but I was in seventh grade, so I think the statute of limitations is passed at this point, and I've never done that for anything like, you know, how would I say it? To like, the only thing I've ever done anything like that is to get out of having to show my parents some bad grades. So, yeah, I've been kind of living a wild side for many years, James Kaminsky. I'm really, every day that I live. Have you seen Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks? Absolutely. So that's the story of Frank Abagnale, and like, I go through my life in a very similar way in a lot of different ways. I mean, you even see some of the things with which I've gone through. Not necessarily have to name all of them, but about my Twitter bots, and about like all this project and all this other stuff, and it's been captured on video. I'm not saying the same story by any means. It's a much different story, but it has a lot of similarities to it. And I've been told this a lot. People tell me it's like a modern day Catch Me If You Can. And they also say it's like a Truman Show. Those are the two one. I hear Truman Show a lot though. But I do also hear Catch Me If You Can with some of the things I do, especially when it comes to technology. Have you seen the movie Ex Machina? Is it good? It's like, I don't know. Joe Rogan keeps talking about it, and it sounds interesting. I'm gonna have to check it out. Isn't there like a really beautiful bot in it or something? Okay, that I just want to make sure it's the same one. I just want to make sure it's the same one. Yeah. Um, that's good. Yeah, so we'll have to check it out. Dude, okay, James, you'll know. You know what March Madness brackets are, right? Yeah, we're gonna do a huge one for this community. So the way that we do it is I mean, I don't know. If somebody wants to do it formally for money and stuff, that's cool. I just don't have the kind of money to do that. So we're gonna do a free one if anybody wants to do it on ESPN, their March Madness. So Selection Sunday's in 2 weeks. which means we'll have like 2 days or whatever to make our picks. We'll do men's and women's. I'm a huge women's basketball fan. I know you are too. I mean, you've been to a game this year, which makes you a huge women's basketball fan because, as you know, it's it's kind of one of those hidden gems out there, especially when you got some really good players like Caitlin Clark and some other people this year. Um, so we'll have like a free version of the community um, March Madness bracket, which I think will be really fun, and we'll be able to track it.
Oh yeah, go Huskies.
Absolutely. So I did this once with a house in which I was living. We did a March Madness bracket. Just I think we all threw in like $20 or something, and I was able to call the complete Final Four. There were like four teams in it, and the four teams were like Wisconsin, Michigan State, let's say Kentucky and Duke. Those four, something like that. And it just turned out that another kid with whom I was living uh, had picked like two of the Final Four, and it turned out that we were facing each other, or let's see here. He picked like Wisconsin to win the national championship, and I picked Duke to win the national championship, or Kentucky, or something like that. And even though I had picked the complete perfect Final Four, that top team counts so much as a champion that if let's say I picked the complete Final Four and the complete Final Two, but lost the champion, which is what I would have done, because I had a roommate who would pick like two of the Final Four, and he would have picked the winner. He would have beaten me. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, this one year I did really, really well and still almost lost. Um, and that can definitely happen. But in this, I think it'll be really fun because we'll have people internationally who won't know anything about March Madness, and I'll bug them about it. I'll be like, come on, fill one out. Like, okay, I filled one out, whatever. But then we'll get some people, I think, who, I mean, you'll fill one out just to see how you do against the other people in the community, right?
Hear what this year, Rabbi.
Men's or women's? It's a great question. So UConn, they're looking tough. Purdue's looking tough too, though. And so is Houston. I think those three teams. Now, if you're asking me how, like, I have watched literally zero college basketball this year, and that's somewhat par for the course. Uh, since college, I haven't really watched college basketball. However, um, I would say that the teams that are your perennial powers are just not this year. It's kind of one of those down of the years where it's not like North Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, that kind of year. So I think you may see a team like Houston or Purdue or um, Connecticut. Honestly, if I had to say, like, Connecticut won last year, I don't know why they shouldn't repeat. They're looking really tough. Like we even said, they lost to Creighton like last month, but they're dominating teams. So when I say I don't watch I don't watch a lot of the games, but I do see the finals for a lot of them. Um, so I would say if I had to pick a Final Four, even though I don't know what the Final Four, where the regions are, but I think probably the four number one seeds. I could totally be wrong on this. But I should look, but I would say UConn, Houston, Purdue. So you have UConn in the East, Purdue in the Midwest, Houston in the South, and the West might be like Kansas or something like that, maybe. Um, I don't know how Kansas is doing this year, but I thought they weren't too bad. Meaning, I'm gonna look at the top 25 basketball. Now, women's is the interesting one, and the one about which I almost want to discuss more because it is okay. So we've got So it doesn't look. Oh, yeah, Kansas is seventh. So I can see okay, North Carolina Duke are like 9-10. I can see Kansas making a run in the Big 12. If Kansas wins the Big 12 tournament, which they probably will, then well, actually no, Houston might. Okay, so if it goes Kansas and Houston in the Big 12 uh, championship, I could see. I don't know if they're actually. I don't know if they're going to let two Big 12 teams in. So it'll probably be Houston, Purdue, UConn, and probably Tennessee or like the SEC champion, maybe Arizona, or maybe I don't know. They've got Marquette in here. I just don't see Marquette being that strong. I don't see. Well, here's something. I think Alabama basketball will be very good in the future. It'll be bad in football. Auburn football will be really good, but I don't think Alabama football will win another national championship this century. I know that sounds crazy, but their basketball team will be good. Auburn's football team will be good, but their basketball team will be or their basketball team's good, but their football team will be really good. Um, and it's like, well, why? They have some big alumni who have gone there, like Bo Jackson, Charles Barkley. They're just Cam Newton. They just got a. I mean, not to say that Alabama isn't just loaded with talent, and I could just be naming people for like days of who my Alabama's had. However, people are kind of done with that my Alabama thing and the whole Nick Saban thing. They've had it. It's done. It's the same thing that happened with Bear Bryant. So back to college basketball. My top four: Houston, Purdue, UConn. I just don't believe in Tennessee or Marquette or Arizona. I still like Kansas, honestly. Um, but it'll probably be Tennessee. They'll pick somebody again. Okay, women's college basketball. That's the big one. And usually it's not, but it's interesting to me. James, who do you have as your top four in men's college basketball? Okay, so what is Nebraska ranked?
I
They're not.
don't know. Honestly, I would thought they would have.
Wait. No. No, I was asking in men's basketball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Who are your top four in men's?
I just like Nebraska, bro.
Okay, I understand. Dude, that's actually not just, I don't understand. I love that answer more than any other. I just like Nebraska. That's tight. It's easy to know. Okay, top 25 women's basketball rankings. So without, look, I'm going to just say this right now. I don't know why LSU isn't number one and just blowing teams out. They suck this year. They're the national champions, and they only got better. They only got that Van Dunn hot chick, and they're like, I don't know, they're like 20, they're like 2011 or something. They don't have that good of a record. Like, they're not that, they should have been really good. Okay, so my top four in women's college basketball. Okay, South Carolina is 27-0. So I don't know who's stopping them. Ohio State is 2. I think they beat uh hold on. So Ohio State's 2 at 24-3. Texas is 3 at 26-3. Stanford is 4 at 24-4. Virginia Tech is 5 at 23-4. Iowa is 6 at 24-4. Okay, LSU is 24-4 as well. Oh, I'm wrong. They're 24-4. I thought they had like 11 losses. No, they don't. They have only 4 losses. But they're, I thought they were better. Okay, but they're the defending national champions. So in women's basketball, give me as a top 4 South Carolina, probably Ohio State, Texas, Stanford, and I see South Carolina winning probably. You don't have your perennial powers in here. Let's see here. Where's UConn? Nowhere. Holy shit. Where is UConn? I mean, you know UConn is always in here. I'm sorry. They are in here. They are number 10. All right. So if I were filling out my brackets, though, I would make I would seriously have LSU making a deep run. In fact, I would. LSU's my. You heard it here. I think LSU's going to win back to back for Mulkey. I could be wrong, but I don't know. They've got a good team. Did you watch the women's national championship? What did you say, Bam?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, James. All right, so Omaha has a regional. Did you know that? Omaha. So, okay, let's talk about this. Hold on. Let me make sure I got this correct. Yeah, yeah. This is upcoming. All right. So, for Omaha, it looks like Kansas is going to be there, and like Iowa State. Okay. Creighton is projected as a 4 seed. Nebraska averaging a 9 seed. ESPN has Creighton projected as a 6 seed in the women's tournament. The Huskers would face number 9 Mississippi State in Stanford. So it doesn't look like they'd play near you. Maybe. I mean, you never know with that one. Um, but it does look like, okay, and I mean this, James. And even if I didn't know you, this might be like I like to have like a little storyline, and the big storyline is this: Nebraska making the tournament and winning at least one game in the tournament. Though I could see them going to Sweet 16. I could absolutely see them going to Sweet 16. You heard it here first, kids. Nebraska Sweet 16. I mean, can you imagine the state would go nuts if they were in the Sweet 16? Can you imagine if Creighton and uh, Nebraska were in the Sweet 16? I mean, that's when it gets real. You're right. You know, that's a beautiful word that you said. It would unify the state like nothing else. And you're right, because, like, no matter how good Creighton is in football, that state will always bleed red, no matter what. However, in basketball, they do have a lot of people who like them in comparison to Nebraska basketball. But Nebraska basketball come out of the woodwork, so to speak, because the whole state still bleeds red. So it'd be a nice little mashup there, especially if they play the Omaha Regional. Definitely. And you know the NCAA likes that kind of stuff. Look, they are hungry for new life, and especially in the Big Ten basketball world, to get some new blood in there. Particularly, I mean, look, Michigan State's great, Michigan's great, Ohio State's great, but it's the same stuff every year. Minnesota always sucks. Penn State always sucks. Rutgers always sucks. Nebraska, the worst. Finally, they could start improving, and the way that you do that is in the NCAA tournament. It's also the way that people find out about no-name schools. Like truthfully, I could tell you this right now as an administrator at a university. I mean, I've been an administrator at a university, and as one, I mean, my university didn't need any assistance with like press, but if you were a small school that did, the best way to do it would be to, I mean, I'm telling you right now, it would be to put some money into your athletic department. And the first thing that you have to do as a school is eventually, get yourself up to Division 1 if you can. But if you're able to, in basketball, get to the NIT, the National Invitational Tournament, and then if you can, which is in New York City, I believe, and then if you can, eventually get to the NCAA tournament. If you can do that, it legitimizes. Not only does it legitimize your athletic department, it legitimizes your alumni base's degrees. Like for instance, there are schools that I would never name right now. Florida Coastal, but they made it to the national championship like a few years ago, or San Diego State. They made it to the national championship last year. I mean, there are just some like fluky teams out there that it's like, like here's one that I would never know this school. Uh, it's what is it? It's University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So not University of Maryland. I know that school. That's like where like not Roy Williams, but that one Williams coach for all those years. Anyway, it's like not the Terrapins, like Baltimore County. They're the ones who upset. Um, they were like the first team to ever upset a number one. Like Virginia, they upset Virginia in the NC. They were the first number one seed to upset a 16 seed. What I'm trying to say is like there are some really small schools out there that most people out there could never name, but once they get associated with you, then it's like, oh, then it's a somewhat a legitimate school, or I see it, in comparison to my school, my bigger school, or whatever you may consider it, and then eventually it gets into like a football school, and then they start getting into bowl games, and that's when you really become a legitimate. I'm not saying a legitimate school. You can definitely be a legitimate school and not have athletic prowess. But if you're just like a random school and you want to like, improve your overall alumni base over a generation or two, the way to do it is in the NCAA tournament, the NIT, and then the NCAA tournament, because it makes so many people aware. Because they're seeing, I really think it's because not only do they hear your school all the time, they see it and it legitimizes it. Then it's like, oh, they played in a major tournament. That's like a big deal. They're like, I don't know. There are all kinds of random schools out there I would never know normally, like Fairleigh Dickinson and like, I don't know, University of Massachusetts at Amherst. These teams routinely, like Quinnipiac, sometimes plays. They're good in hockey too, but like these random schools, normally you just wouldn't follow, but for the fact that they're sometimes get hot around March, and then you start to follow them, and then they become like Cinderella stories. Like Butler, I think 2 years in a row, Butler was in like the Final Four. It's like a really small school in Indianapolis. You get like schools like you know like Coastal Carolina, or not Coastal Carolina, Florida Coastal going to the national championship, and San Diego State. I mean, these are not Duke, North Carolinas. These are just like random schools doing that. So I always think those are really great stories, and I like to follow them. As you can tell, I like March Madness. Anybody else here, a March Madness fan? Absolutely, those are the best. Yeah. So we'll be setting that up. And if you're like, well, how do you set it up? I think what we do is um, all I have to do is go into ESPN and just say start like it already has like the whole March Madness of everyone, but I think you can create a league, and then we just tell everybody, we just name it like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, send out a link to everyone. Hey, you register on ESPN. If you want to get, like if people want to do one for money, you certainly can, but that's not what this one's for. It's for just bragging rights or whatever. And I'm sure we'll get a good half dozen or dozen people to do it, just depending. Here's the thing, I don't know what it is. It's like if you're really into sports, you're not into cryptocurrency. And if you're really into cryptocurrency, you're not into sports. Very few people are into both. I don't know. I know why it is because both take up a lot of your time. So it's like I don't have enough time to do both, but we'll find that segment of people out there who like sports and cryptocurrency.
I feel like there should be an overlap.
It should be huge, and there is. It's just I don't feel as if they know it. Like for instance, we could be in a room like this, but none of us know that we're all really big sports fans. Maybe we are, maybe we aren't. Who knows? We know we're big into cryptocurrency, and then the same thing. You could be in a sports room and know that you're all big fans of your team, but not know that all those people are into cryptocurrencies as well. It's only once someone says something about it, they do. That's it. That's exactly right. They're competitive, and they like risk and betting, and you're 100% right. But then you would think that they would share that then that a lot of sports fans would also be cryptocurrency, but they're not. I think that it should be more common. But that's an excellent point. There's the betting aspect of it. And I just think too that probably we found a cryptocurrency that has nothing sporting related. It's like completely, I would say, very nerd chic. I don't know how else to describe it. Like mean, like I don't know, Harry Potter. That's very nerdy or geeky or whatever. Not in a bad way. It's just um, it's it's niche. Obama. That's not nerd. That's cool to half the people. To other half of people, it's not cool. But it isn't necessarily like sporting. I guess he has like the White Sox or whatever, but that's not really sporting. Uh, Sonic, that isn't sporting. That's gaming. Uh, 10, that's nothing. Enu's a dog. So there's nothing like sporting about this. When there are some sporting, I don't know if they're super connected, but they're like at least NFTs that have those kind of connections. But I am still determined to find a few little niches in this group, and that's the sporting group.
We do have to go to sports.
That's true. And you know what?
That's got to be first bridge.
Yeah. And that's an excellent point. I'm looking at sports like major sports, but we do have the martial arts aspect of it, which frankly, one day will probably overtake team sports. And the soccer team's true. That's true. Um, we have quite a few different sports, like I mean, like kind of random, but karate or mixed martial arts, and then football or soccer.
Bro, I'm so bricked up about the pipe action.
Hell yeah! What's going on, John? How you living, baby? We've been waiting for you,
Bro,
bro. We've been waiting for you.
rig up this 50 million market cap. Let's fucking go.
LFG, baby, LFG. John, how long have you been in the coin?
I've been in the coin for about I watched it toss like 200x. Want to kill myself, and then
Do you come into the voice chat often?
I've never been ever in my life.
I live in it. We've been streaming in here. Hell yeah. We've been streaming in here live for about 9 months now, and we don't plan on stopping. We're live on 6 different YouTube streams, 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, and 8 different Instagram streams, and 6 different Twitter streams. Yeah, dog. I have more data on YouTube and on the internet than any person in global history. I have over 2.5 years worth of data uploaded from 6 different angles on the internet. It's the most amount of data in global history. It's the biggest event in global history.
Wait, what's the biggest event for what is it?
This is, and here's why. Data is considered Earth's Data's Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king in the 1990s. If that's true, I am king. I have more content than any person in global history. I have 3.5 years worth of data on YouTube alone. I also have it on Instagram. I also have it on Twitter. I also have it on Twitch, etc., etc. I discuss things on here that aren't normally discussed in society, like cryptocurrency, like life extension technology, like digital immortality, like mind uploading technology, some really interesting things. Additionally, it's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's quite an exciting project. And when people start to find out that they can connect to someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, they'll realize that that is the biggest event in global history. Hell yeah, LFG. Thank you, baby.
Wait, so what are you trying to get this from?
I want as much data. Well, truthfully, I'm an archivist or a modern day diarist. So maybe generations ago, I would have been someone who would write a diary of what would happen in their daily life. But I have the modern day technology. That's true. So there are vloggers, but they only do 1 or 2 hours at max. I do it 24 hours. Hi, Ago. How you doing, Ago? To what do we owe this pleasure? Oh, absolutely. Yes. Not only that, I have a huge amount of data backups as well. Just one moment. I'm going to just show you what I have within 20 feet of me when it comes to data backups. This is incredible.
So I don't get it.
Okay. This is just what I could grab, and I have more. But each one of these is 5 terabytes. So that's 5 terabytes. That's 10 terabytes. That's 15 terabytes. And I have another.
You know what's on those terabytes?
Yeah, it's just my life. And then each one of these, some of these are 1 terabyte each, and these are all SD cards. So basically, I have months of my life traveling. Uh, I have cross country trip in this. I have me traveling as far south as the Mexican border, as far north as like basically San Francisco, and quite an interesting journey that we've been able to document over the course of the last 2.5 years. So yeah, you can connect with me whenever you want. I'm always live in here.
Wow. All right. If you're lucky, you're
What would you like? Absolutely. Do you want to know what stocks to buy? Do you want to know what stocks to buy? Okay. Do you want to know what stocks to buy?
Yeah, let me know, bro.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you everything on which the idea of essentially Skynet is built. So Skynet is going to be built using the following corporations, uh, their software hardware. Um, okay, so you've got Siemens is a German company. That's what's going to power Skynet. So so you want to buy like it's going to be powered by nuclear power. So you want to buy Siemens stock. Then you want to buy Samsung stock because it's Skynet is going to be built on with Samsung equipment. It's going to run on Microsoft software. Its cloud-based system is going to be based on Amazon, built on Amazon, and it will also have software that uses Salesforce. Those five companies, right now, if you were to buy their stock, those are five winners for the next 100 to 1,000 years. Well, Skynet is essentially what we're all moving toward, which is complete technological singularity. And so essentially, it's the merger between AI and humankind, essentially cybernetics, and the network that guides us to that complete technological singularity is known as Skynet. But the way that you and I will probably recognize it more is those Boston Robotics robots and those Boston Dynamics robots and like drones. That's how we'll recognize Skynet. It's already here, like Terminator. Yeah. Did I say it's bullish? I'm just telling you on what it's based, and so how you can make money on it. Yeah. So the way that you make money on it is you invest in those five stocks. Oh, well, and that too. But if you know about that company, it was purchased by Hyundai. So if you really want to buy, like, invest in Boston Dynamics, then buy Hyundai stock. Yes, absolutely. And you should see what the Tesla robots do. Tesla's another excellent stock for the next century. You have to understand that the major stocks for the next century are going to be robotic stocks and mining stocks. Robotics and mining will be huge. And so companies today that manufacture automobiles like Honda and Toyota, perhaps in a decade, will no longer produce any consumer vehicles because it will not be as economical, as profitable for them as it will be to create robots for corporations. Yeah, so watch out for companies like Mitsubishi and Suzuki, Honda, Toyota, Yokohama, all of China, Japanese robotics companies for the next century. Well, you know that Japanese have essentially had a foothold in robotics since at least the 1980s. Oh yeah, definitely. Especially Honda. Honda had like I would say a primitive robot that they would display during the 1990s. But if you even remember, like from movies, in the movie Rocky 3, I believe it is, Rocky has a robot that lives in his house and basically like entertains his family and does some other things basically. And you have the Jetsons in the 1960s where they had the robot. I think her name was Rosie, who lived in the house with them. There are many examples of this. So to think that a family in the future would have a robot living amongst them is not too strange. You just use the Electra right now? Oh, yeah, exactly. But we're moving towards that. I mean, that's the start. So, basically, we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, which is fine. That's basically where a computer is as smart as a human. But where it really gets scary is ASI. So we're at artificial general intelligence, AGI, right now. Artificial super intelligence, ASI, is where it gets scary, where you have one machine that has the computing power equivalent to 1,000 times more of the combined mass of human computation of all our brains, 8 billion brains combined at once. Basically, one computer is 1,000 times more powerful than all human brains and computers connected at once. That's what we're moving towards, to the point where it's able to repair itself, where it's able to analyze systems and immediately find faults and fix them. It's incredible. Well, I'm letting you know that you're invested with the right coin, and we're here to guide you through it. And there's no need to be scared. I've already told you 5 excellent stocks in which, if you ever wanted to invest, they're going to be winners for the next 100, if not 1,000 years. And the way that you ensure that you protect yourself against this ever-growing technocracy is through divesting yourself in cryptocurrencies. And a great one is Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. But buy whatever one you want. We're not going to tell you what to buy.
Why do you like Harry Potter, Obama? I like it because it's so fucking short.
Agreed. I honestly like it because of the community. If you want to know how I got into it, I would go on Twitter Spaces and play. I would host trivia, and I would go in different cryptocurrencies and listen to what they have to say. If you know these cryptocurrency spaces, they don't have a lot about which to talk after the first like 10 minutes. So there's a lot of dead air, and so I would go in there and play trivia with them and kind of judge how smart the cryptocurrencies were, their communities, by the answers that they would give. And a lot of the people in cryptocurrency in Web3, they're smart. But I noticed that when I would play around these Sprotos, or these Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic people, they seem to be really fun, intelligent people as well. Well, the it happened that I was in a Twitter space, and some of the people within this community thought what I was saying was intelligent, and they invited me in, and we started playing trivia, and I could tell that this group was smarter than the other cryptocurrencies with which I had played. I didn't know if it was because of a certain group member there or a few group members, but we played trivia quite regularly, and I realized that this was a very intelligent group of people. Not only that, but it was just wild. Basically, the name of the coin was a meme. It was a joke, and yet it was worth millions of dollars on a joke. And I thought, you know what? That's the way I think the world is going. We're moving towards this clown world faster and faster. And as we move faster and faster towards the clown world, what would make sense? That people would embrace a cryptocurrency that is a joke. And we're the biggest joke out there. But guess what? When we were looking at this ticker this time last week, it was worth 3 cents. And now it's worth 18 cents. It's 6x this week. The proof is in the pudding. So in answer to your question, I like this coin for the same reasons you do. The community is wild. Word. Are you in Telegrams often? Absolutely. And how many of them have a Telegram VC going all the time? None of them. Yeah, exactly. No, this one, you've got people in here all the time. I mean, right now, it's we have people who around the world. I'm not gonna dox anyone, but like I can tell you, we've got people on different continents right now, throughout the world, burning the midnight oil, and it's really exciting. So, and not only that, but our whole story is captured live on YouTube. No other cryptocurrency has that. Where literally we are able to tell the story of our every single moment of our cryptocurrency because it's all recorded on YouTube. Time capsule. That's absolutely right. In fact, I had previously said when I do my little elevator pitch, I say this is a time capsule for the world. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between, including this cryptocurrency really start to take off. That's a lot. That's a lot. Good for you, John. That's a lot of money. That's serious money.
Bro, I'm heaping in, bro. I bet I'm like going Wall Street. Fuck.
At what price did you get in?
I got it at 5. I've been wanting this shit for a long time.
Dog, you got in at 5 cents, and so you've turned your 6 grand into like 18 grand by now, 20 grand. John, good for you, dog. Dude, give me some knuckles on that, man. Nice job. So over the course of 1 week, you tripled your money. Nice. John is happy.
I ain't selling, bro. I ain't selling. I think this shit can really market out.
Dog, I don't know what made. That's absolutely right. I don't know what made you buy when you did, but boy, did you buy at the right time.
Oh, dude, I've been watching this shit. This is pumped to like 150 million market cap.
You should have come into the Telegram.
I know. I joined the Telegram group, but I never noticed it was a Chris chat on time.
What really makes this cool is you look at any of the telegrams of which you're a member, and very few of them always have that little microphone going, that little purple thing that shows, or that green thing, I should say, that shows that we always have something going.
That's why I clicked onto it. I'm like, what? What are they talking about?
Exactly. Everyone says that. They're like, oh, this is the only one that looked alive. Like there were people in here. And then they come in, they're like, oh my God, there's video in here and there's a bunch of people in here. This is great. John, I've got to tell you, you have some of the best timing in the world.
Bro, I've been watching at least like I bought a bunch of usually you just walk to
Do you have a photo?
No, I don't have a photo.
You know, they're like 0.5 each.
I like that.
Well, truthfully, John, I'm going to tell you this. If you want to go all in, like both feet in, you get yourself a Sproto. And I'll tell you what, are you on Twitter Spaces? Are you on Twitter Spaces? Twitter Spaces. Well, here's the thing. If you have one of these Sprotos and you ever tweet anything, all the Sprotos will retweet what you have. So it adds value to your account. Exactly. Like if it's like, oh, a Sproto person did this, like I'll tell you this, I don't even have a Sproto and I retweet it because it's a Sproto. And it's like, Rabbi, why don't you have a Sproto? Long story, I don't have a lot of money, but if I did, well, here's the cool thing about them. They're all unique. So they're every. Oh yeah. ATH babies. Man the queen. Man the queen. This is we rely on you for this type of information. Oh, it's okay. Well, anyway, John, if do you have any questions? We got James back. James is back.
I'm back.
Hell yeah.
Hey, James, come in.
What up, James Kaminsky? How you living, baby?
Pretty good.
Excellent. James Kaminsky, what's your favorite food?
Steak.
Hell yeah, that's an excellent choice. Good for you. You like a good Omaha steak?
I do.
Big time.
Absolutely.
Big time. Wee wee. How you living, baby? Passport Bitcoin. Living like a peasant.
Now, what about you guys? What foods do you like?
I love me some steak. I love me some pizza. I also love I also love
What happened
cannoli.
to Adam Foley?
I also love cannolis. Dude,
He got sad about Ducky, right?
Well, no, not that, but I think it was just kind of like a slow build up, and I know he also stated that he needed to work on his own his own point and stuff, and getting into his back to doing this shit, being here and stuff, and I get that makes sense.
do you really want to know what happened?
We can't all one time at a time. He also said he was going through a phase where like he was under girls so much and it was taking over, and he said that now he's out of that phase of like worrying about girls. Now he's back on crypto, paying attention, which is good because I told Rabbi last week that he was going to fail when he came to the emails. Gonna get this way.
Do you want to know why?
Also, he fucking canceled the El Salvador trip that we're gonna go on.
He canceled it.
You know what I mean? I know, so I already bought my fucking ticket, which pissed me off.
You already bought a
I'm
ticket?
still gonna go. I already bought a ticket, yeah, but I'm still gonna go.
Man, the Queen, you're crazy, man. I love you.
But I'm kind of upset because I'm supposed to be there, but I'm not gonna cancel the ticket.
Dude, why did he? Okay, so, okay, that kind of shit
He
bothers.
canceled going to El Salvador, but then he's still going to Puerto Rico with that email.
Hold on. That kind of shit bothers me like no other. And he was the biggest fronter, and I told him this to his face, so I have no problem telling it to him behind his back. He was the biggest fronter. He would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to New Orleans. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go do that," and then he wouldn't do it. And it was like, dude, that's not cool to say. To be like, "Hey," to some person, "I'm gonna go."
Yeah, he's like the guy having a great idea for party, but
Exactly. So he says to me, okay, so what I ended up doing was I was streaming in a bunch of different Discords, and he he says to me, "Hey, would you stream in my Discord?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll stream in your Discord. I just want you to know that, like, when I do it, sometimes it overheats my devices, so I can only do it for a certain amount of time." But he was like, "Oh, well, I'll get some people in there." So he got a couple people in there, and I streamed in there for like 1 or 2 full days, and then nobody else came in there. So I end up like streaming in a couple other people's streams. He comes in and asks me why I'm not streaming in his Discord. I told him it overheats some of my devices, but also there's just nobody in there. He asks me this the next day. I told him, "Dude, it overheats my devices." So he says, "All right, well, I'll buy you a device." And I'm like, "Okay, if you want to buy me a device, go for it." And he's like, "All right, well, I'll buy you a brand new iPhone, you 17 and like the 7.5 screen." I'm like, "Dude, that's not how you do this. Trust me. You buy me, if you're gonna buy it, buy the cheapest fucking track phone that you can buy. It'll cost $25, and then I will literally stream in your Discord all the time. And I'll do exactly what I do for Harry Potter." I told him that. "I will do exactly what I do for Harry Potter for your coin. Just tell me the little basic things, and if I get any tough question, I'll just send them to you." He's like, "All right, great, blah, 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 blah." All right. So next day comes, he goes, "Why aren't you streaming in my Discord?" I'm like, "Dude, I told you I streamed that a few days ago, but also it overheats the devices." The final day comes. He says, And it's like, are you not understanding why I'm not streaming your Discord? He said, dude, why aren't you streaming in my Discord? And I just let him have it. I said, because you are too cheap to buy me a device when you said that you would. And I told you that the devices that I have overheat. I've said this now every single day, and this is at least the third time that I've told you this. And he was like, oh, don't worry. You never have to stream. You never have to worry about streaming uh, in my Telegram again. And I said to him, look, I'm telling you, if you are serious about something like going to Mardi Gras or buying a house in Oklahoma or traveling to, El Salvador, if you're serious about any of this stuff, well, then do it. But what I don't want to hear is you saying, I'm going to buy you a device, I'm going to buy you a device, I'm going to buy you a device, and then coming to me, multiple days in a row, then saying, why aren't you streaming in there? When I've told you, I will absolutely stream in your Discord all the time. If you want me to do it with my own devices, you have to understand those. Sometimes they overheat, and that's just how it is. Anyway, that day he was really quiet. Ducky came in. She was saying whatever, and he then what Mallet Queen is saying is accurate. Then he came in and said, "Oh, well." Then he came in the next day or 2 days later or 3 days later, something like that. He came in. Well, I should say he left the Harry Potter Abomasonic 10 Inu group, and then he came back and joined. And I liked when he came back and joined. Anyway, he then came in and told us. I know this sounds like a really long story, but Manlet Queen, he tells us, "Hey, I just wanted everybody to know that I was going through a lot." He talked about all this personal stuff, and he was like, all this stuff in my life was happening, and just in reality, like all these people sent like this girl I like a bunch of like stuff, and I didn't know he was talking about me. I thought he was talking about this other person who was in this group where we were. Basically, someone was in this Telegram and saying that somebody had sent something inappropriately or something in like a private message or something or made up a lie about him. Anyway, there was some kind of rumor that went on, and it turned out he was not happy that I sent my Instagram to a girl in there. However, I told her literally 3 times, look, I'm going to tell you what's on this Instagram. You have to tell me you want me to send it. She's like, yeah, send it. I'm like, all right, but I'm not sending it like it can offend a bunch of people. So here you go. She said, send it. Anyway, well, it offended him. So he came in and he was like, well, I've been doing through all of this stuff, blah, 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 blah. I told him, look, let's let bygones be bygones. I didn't know you were mad at me. If you're mad at me, fine, but there's no reason to be. And then he was back for a couple of days, and then he told Mammoth Queen that he was going through some personal stuff and he was going to take some time off. And here we are. We haven't seen him since. Manlet Queen, is that pretty accurate? It's not 100% accurate. Let me say right now, it's not 100% accurate.
No, it's accurate. I mean, I was there.
You were there, though. That's the best I could do to summarize it.
When you gave her the
Exactly. It's the best I could.
said, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, I was with you that day. And it's just crazy because like for instance, unfortunately, I'll send you one day when I was talking to him. I was in the grocery store. I wasn't home. I was looking at my computer, and he's like, all right, bro, I got $2,000. Like, because he just got paid. I got $2,000. What should I buy? We talked a little bit about what he should buy and stuff. I told him, I was like, you do want to do me a favor, just buying me this NFT, which it was like $250 NFT. And I said, when I get home, I'll need the money. And he's like, oh, I would do that, but that's how friendships are ruined. Like, he started asking me everything stuff. And I kind of upset me because I told him I came back. I got home. To me, it wasn't a big deal. But to him, I guess. But yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I have to say,
a lot of stuff. I was giving him some
he would
Not that I want anything in return. It's just like the man's demeanor, like I don't know, just everything.
there's like a phrase I've heard. I forget what there's like a I saw it in a television show or something, but it's called like a just like a butterfly. Someone who just like kind of flies in your life and then flies away. And it's just like or like a moth. They just fly in and fly out. And that's kind of what he did. And well, I can tell you this. I didn't need another or like if he really wanted me to stream in there. Oh, here's what I did. I felt bad because I was like, well, I do have a lot of accounts. Like maybe I could figure out how to use my Chromebooks, how to stream, so I could stream in his because I didn't want to make him mad, and I also didn't want him to just leave. So the next day, I figured out how to stream in there. So he came back like I don't know 5 days ago or something, and I was like, hey, we're glad to have you back. Um, I figured out how to stream on devices that don't overheat. The Chromebooks don't overheat on Telegram like my phone does. I mean, James, I think you and I had the discussion that Telegram makes your phone overheat, or maybe it wasn't you and I who had that discussion, but oh, it was okay. There you go. So you know how Telegram can make a device overheat. Now that's on a nice device. Imagine it on like just like the worst phones. But he kept. Here's what I couldn't stand, and I just can't stand this about people in general when you say you're going to do something and you don't do it. It's a lack of accountability. And man, it's a perfect example of like the El Salvador trip or him not wanting to help you. Look, it's not like I came out to him and I was like, oh, will you please buy me a phone? Fuck no, I don't want that. It's more work for me to have to stream in there. I want to help you. But when you're the one who's saying, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do this for you. Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Like, I don't need that kind of shit. I'm going to call you on your bullshit. And yeah, so it was kind of, I think, a combination of things, but I definitely know um, that he took some offense at some things that I did. But look, it's a dog eat dog world. What do you want me to do?
I'm the same way. He's told me that like if I shield him because I haven't had a lot of money, so he's like if I shield him good plays and when they blow up, I'll give you some money like your insurance for my bro. He never did that. But like I said, not that I care. It's not. It's just like the idea that you're saying he'll do something that he just hasn't done it.
Right.
And personally, I'll shield coins and things to everybody every single day. I don't need to. I want to see people succeed. But if he said that, but also I'm gonna hold that to something. He's just saying that.
He was in here, I want to say 3 days ago. I heard him in the morning. Here's what threw me off. I don't want to say threw me off, but got my spidey senses going. He's like, hey, can I have your number? I was like, sure. So I give him my number. And he would call me, but he would call me from like a blocked number. I was like, oh, okay. So this is how it's going to be. You're just going to call me from a blocked number all the time. And you think that this is like a reciprocal friendship. This isn't going to last. Like I could already tell if you're that secretive about your life that you don't give out your like that was the thing he told me. He's like, yeah, I don't like giving out my number, especially with girls and stuff, because they like want to stalk me and things like that. It's like, no, they don't. Most girls don't want to do that. Like, like if anything, it's pretty easy to block someone. It's but anyway, it's usually people who are have something to hide. Usually, are kind of like that. I would say. Anyway, he would call me, and he would I like he thought it was funny, which is fine, and it was. I gave him my number. He would call me whenever he wants, so he would call me when I would be asleep. And so I turned on the little setting on the iPhone that just said like silence any phone calls that come from blocked numbers or that come from like hidden numbers or whatever. And then when I turned that on, he's like, oh well, no, it's no fun. I'm like, dude, you can still call me whenever you want. You just have to use a normal number. He's like, yeah, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm like, dude, I can already tell you are the flakiest motherfucker I think I've ever met. You've already told me 7 trips you're going to take. Not one of them has taken place. You've already been with, like 7 different girls in like 30 hours, and all of them hate you. Like, And literally, you don't know what prostitution is. Literally, like this is modern day prostitution. Is yeah, I just like to tell a girl that I want to buy her some stuff and spoil her. That's like literally. I mean, you, there are okay. That's fine. It's different. Like it's just easier to just be like, how much is in an hour? And like bing bang boom. I don't need your Amazon wish list. I don't need to know what you want for dinner. It's just like it's done and it's guaranteed essentially at that point. And there's none of this like there are no feelings involved. If you want to see the person the next day, you hey, it's gonna cost you, but it would have cost you anyway. So it's not, I mean, anyway. When I would see that, and the other thing too, he'd be like, I don't mean to bash guy because I do like him, but I would say all this shit right to his fucking face. Um, I don't know, man. Like he probably went through like 6 different girls while we knew about him, and yet he had the nerve to be like, "Oh, I'm so in love with this other one." Like, dog, that girl is like,
Yeah, no, that's what I was telling you. Like, I was saying, like, he's not going to make it in the crypto world. Like, he's not going to successfully make anything happen this year in crypto. So, like, all he does is have sex with women. Like, because 9 out of 10 times, he's always in a car with some girl or doing something, running around and dropping one off, picking one up, another one. It's like, that's all cool. Like, we all have, like, an ex-wife, but it's like, yours is so, you're using your life so much that, like, you're losing track of, like, your fucking point. You're losing track of just finance.
yeah.
And
Well, here's the thing. He was he was living that life, but he didn't have the money to be able to live it. And I mean, he and I made a similar amount, and so I know what it's like to live with that amount. It's not like you can have 2 girls a day every single day for 14 days or whatever your paycheck schedule is and still be able to save any money. You can do it. You can have 2 different girls every single day, basically, but you're not saving any money at that point. And I mean, I know he probably didn't have rent to pay and stuff, but he had like other expenses. And here's the one that really got me. He would come into the stream. He and I talked a lot. He would come in the stream with his problems. His biggest problem was he had some girl who sat on his computer and like broke it. So he needed a new computer. So he's like, God, I need this new computer. If I just had a new computer, I would be able to do all this stuff and I had this card to put in it and I could be able to work anywhere in the world. So I was like, okay, we'll buy the computer. He's like, no, you don't understand. The computer's $1,800. I'm like, okay, didn't you just get paid $2,000? Yeah, but you don't understand. I don't like to be one of those people who just like doesn't have a lot of money in their bank account. I'm like, dude, whether you are or aren't, do you need this? Yes or no? He's like, well, yeah, no, I really do need it, but it's just like I don't want to be that low on money. I'm like, dude, you just like told me 14 different girls with whom you allegedly were, which is fine, but didn't you think to yourself, dog, I need a new computer? It just wasn't thinking. And then I just like went off on him one day. I just said, dude, if you're gonna come, he kept coming to me with this computer. Trust me, and I think everybody knows in here, I'll even play along with you if you want to tell me about your problem enough times. But after 3 or 4 times, especially when I know you're not listening to you're just talking to me, you're not listening to my response, I'm gonna lay into you. And he comes in like the second or third day in a row, third or fourth day in a row, I'm going to say, of me hearing. And he's just like, man, I need this new computer so badly. I'm like, okay, why don't you just buy it? He's like, it's just not that easy. I'm like, dude, we've had this conversation now 3 days in a row. You just need to buy it or you need to stop talking about it. But I'm going to tell you this right now. My advice is you buy this computer, but I don't want to hear about this problem anymore. I am not someone you can just come to and keep repeating the same thing to me, and you think I'm going to give you a different answer. I'm not going to come here and tell you go buy something on some girl's Amazon wish list when you need the thing from Amazon and that's your computer. And he's like, why are you being so mean? I'm like, dude, I'm just making you aware that I'm not like a magic 8 ball that you can rub and I'm going to give you different answers. I generally maintain pretty consistent beliefs or opinions when I make one, unless new evidence comes out or things do change my mind. But he's just like, well, you just don't understand. Like, yeah, I do. You need a new computer, and you don't want to only have like $200 left in your bank account. The three other people in this room, Sir Linkius. How about you? We've been in a long conversation. You're good. How you living, Sir Linkius? What's new, baby?
Pretty good. I'm on my first like day or two for coming down.
Oh, that's
Just
nice.
brain cells every 10 minutes watching this stuff.
Cool. I stream my life in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you can always watch me live whenever you want.
Thank you. I'd love to learn more about the different boards. Are you guys doing space Telegram?
Huh?
Someone said we have the first like space lawsuits for Telegram.
I don't think that's true.
Steve, that might fall under the copyrighted Harry Potter and or Sonic.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think, yeah, that's good for you.
Hey, besides that, I bought my first bag of Bitcoin, and I also bought the racing jacket.
Oh, wow. You're in big time. Good job, Sir Linkius.
Thank you, bro.
Congrats, dude.
And the problem was, I bought the jacket price at a bag of Bitcoin. I thought the jacket was so tough that even if it went to zero, the jacket alone was just so good.
Dude, I was just going to say, the jacket is going to go up in value. That's going to be a collector's item.
What I do have to understand, though, is I still need a stroke, though, I guess.
Yes, you do.
I have the racing membership, but I don't have the stroke.
Yes, you do. And they are in high demand right now. Did you know we reached an all-time high today?
For ticker Bitcoin? Or
Yeah,
Sproto?
ticker Bitcoin.
Oh, wow, that's about that. You know what happened?
So Sprotos are hot commodities. So I think they just said the floor on a Sproto was like 0.55 ETH. So get one while you can.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely try to do some. But yeah, I kind of just put the load on.
I understand. Dude, I understand. No, nobody's rushing you. I want you to know that if I were you and could only go with I had the choice to buy a bag of Harry Potter, a Sproto, or that racing jacket, I would have done what you did. I would have got my bag and the racing jacket. Because the bag and the racing jacket are kind of limited. You can get a Sproto and, maybe it'll go up. And it will go up, but I mean, maybe you'll have to buy it at a higher price. But you'll be able to wear the jacket with pride. It's a really cool jacket. Like you just said, you liked the jacket so much that you wanted that more than anything. So I think you made a good decision.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate it, Rabbi.
Absolutely.
I'm so excited to buy it.
Definitely.
And also the promo was the 3.01. I was like, all right, I'm going to buy it before it gets over. So, do you know after those 7 days was left, they'll never release the jacket ever again?
That's what I've heard, or at least that version of it. It's like a limited run.
Wow, I wonder if that means the membership included.
Oh yeah, there's an NFT in it, right?
I think you get a racing membership.
And there's there's a unique NFT in it as well. I know. I don't know all the aspects of it. What up, Four Leaf? We see you down there. Come on up and speak if you have time. So, Sir Linkius, just to give you a little bit of background, I stream my life on the internet 24/7. I've been doing so almost for 3 years now. You are live right now on 6 different YouTube streams, 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, 6 different Twitter streams, and 8 different Instagram streams. I have more data on YouTube than any person in global history. I have more YouTube time than any person in global history. Literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'm uploading my life to YouTube.
You were the coolest motherfucker I ever come across.
Sir Lankius, I love you so much. I'm gonna make you such a rich man someday.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking rich. The picture's literally Bitcoin.
It is, absolutely. So if you ever need anything, you can always come to this VC, and I'm willing to help you with whatever you need. We had some people in here who were lost the other day in Denver, at East Denver, and we were able to get them the address they needed. If you just want someone with whom to speak, if you want financial advice, if you want life advice, if you want dating advice, relationship advice, emotional advice, you just want someone to listen to you, I'm always here, baby.
I don't really think you understand how grateful I am that that's a human being on this earth.
Well,
Not
you're
many
so
people would ever
sweet.
give that time and love.
You're so
Hey, if I
sweet.
can ask, how did you find me?
Absolutely. This is a wonderful question. So I like to host trivia on Twitter Spaces, and I would go into different cryptocurrency spaces, and whenever there was a lull in the discussion, I would ask if anyone was interested in playing trivia, and a lot of times the cryptocurrencies were, and I would understand kind of how smart the cryptocurrencies were by the answers that people would give. Well, I started uh, meeting some of the people within ticker Bitcoin, and they thought I was an interesting individual, and they thought I was intelligent, and they invited me into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email telegram. And in addition, I started playing trivia with the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu cryptocurrency, and I really mean this. They were smarter than the other cryptocurrencies. Now, that doesn't mean that as a whole that they're smarter, but I can tell you, at least when it came to trivia, the answers were more accurate, and I can tell you that I would play some of these questions were similar in difficulty, and so I could really tell there was something special about this group. Additionally, I thought it was really interesting that ticker, the entire coin itself was based on a meme, but basically a combination of memes, which made it a joke, which I thought might make it very lucrative in the future as well. And um, about 9 months ago, I was invited into Telegram, and the people knew that I streamed my life, and they thought it was really interesting. In fact, now that I recall, when I was in the I was in a group one night. It was like a crypto Web3 after dark, and some of the people heard that I had so much data online, and they're like, "Oh, we need you." Somebody from Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, it's like, "We need you in our Telegram. Will you please join?" And I did, and I've been streaming in here ever since. That was 9 months ago. And as I said, in addition to being on two different Telegrams right now, you're live on six different YouTubes in 360 degrees. You're live on six different Twitches, six different Twitters, six different Rumbles, and eight different Instagrams.
You just turned your head and there was a yarmulke on it for the rabbi.
You got it, baby.
That was actually a really cool story. I've actually found similarities in how I found my favorite cryptos. I thought the chain link example, while posting like pretty ridiculous things, some of the people behind the chain link community are really smart and forward thinking individuals. So that's pretty interesting that you picked up on picture what happened to smart individuals.
Absolutely. And I could prove it because I had the results of their trivia, and I could just tell that the people in here were very well rounded. Definitely. So you'll see. Go ahead.
No,
You'll see there are different aspects to this community. So we have the VC that's always going, and then like we have a do you know what Twitter Spaces are?
of course no, it's what he said.
Excellent.
My
So
Twitter's still meant to be trying to look it up. I'm trying to show it, but that's what he's talking.
excellent. That's your Twitter.
Yeah, Sterling.
Excellent. Just like this, right?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's
Um,
amazing.
Perfect. Well, I'm actually currently simultaneously hosting a Twitter space. And so, in addition to being live on six different Twitter video streams, we're live on a Twitter space that I'm hosting. Now, if you're like, how are you able to host a Twitter space and all this other stuff at once? There isn't anyone currently in the Twitter space. There was someone in it just a few moments ago. And it's like, well, why do you have a Twitter space going if nobody's there? Randomly, people come into that Twitter space and hear what's going on. And I can tell them, hey, join our Telegram. You can see what's going on. And then they meet people. So it's a really good way to basically funnel people into our Telegram is just by always having a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new Twitter space going. And then also, anyone in the community, whoever wants to talk in a Twitter space, has an open Twitter space. They don't have to go in and be like, hey, does anyone want to start a Twitter space with me? No, they just join it. It's already going.
I hope some of the Bitcoin devs have you on payroll.
I wish they did. But no, they don't. I just do it because I really like them. I've done some things in addition to having more data online than any person in global history. I created over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I created one of the world's most powerful Twitter bot to spam all of Twitter to my YouTube. Unfortunately, as of 2 days ago, all 2,000, more than 2,100 of them have gotten banned, which isn't too big of a deal because a lot of them have been banned as well. But it got me out. If you type in Bible Rabbi into Twitter or Rabbi Rothschild into Twitter, it's just people in all different languages talking about me and about my stream and about how many accounts I have. So it's really an interesting thing what we've got going. I mean, if I do something, I do it better than any person. In fact, the way that I started this stream, I like to golf, and I was at Tiger Woods Golf Course in Orange County, California, and I was after work I would hit golf balls, and I realized that some of the things that I really want to watch my drive, and I started recording my drive with the cameras on my phone, and I realized I would make some jokes as I was golfing, and the jokes that I was making, I thought were pretty funny, and I thought my future family might one day take interest in this, and so I started recording, and I realized one day that you know what, if I'm going to do this, maybe I want to do it better than any person, and I just one day stopped uh, didn't I kept recording, but then I also came home and bought 6 different Chromebooks and realized that if I'm going to be a streamer, I want to be the world's best streamer. I don't want to be one of these people who just streams and everything is edited and they live in this nice little Candyland world. I want everything to be raw footage, and I wanted people to live alongside me and we grow up together and you be able to connect with me whenever you want. But people will just have to understand life is dirty and I'm going to capture it, and you're going to live life alongside me.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna live right. You just see me pop up and just put it. This is probably one of the best online side projects that I was found.
Absolutely.
So grateful for you, Rabbi.
Oh, definitely. Sri Lankians all day, every day. I'm so glad that we met. And let me just say, your timing is amazing getting this. Cobra, how you doing, baby? I haven't seen Cobra in here in so long. Cobra, talk to us. How you doing, baby? Cobra's a big deal. Cobra's an admin and OG. Sir Linkius. Sir Linkius is new to our community. We're just introducing him to everyone. Cobra's an OG. So whenever I can't get anything done, I go to someone like Cobra who has admin rights and they get it done for me. Oh, that's okay. We don't need anything. But welcome, Cobra. We're glad to have you here. Dude, what do you think of this coin? I did. I had to abandon ship on the other one. This one, hopefully, more consistent internet and some other benefits. What do you think of that coin? Yeah. It's at what? An all-time high today? You can't beat that. Yeah, that's pretty bullish. I'm all about that. So absolutely. So we got Cobra in here. We got Sir Linkius. Of course, we got James. We got Man the Queen, who's in here. Passport. He's always quiet. And we got Nazar. Nazar, get your sweet ass up here. We'd love to talk to you. Nazar, come on up. We'd love to speak to you. We'd love to hear about your friends, your family, your hopes, your dreams. We would love to know what you would do if you had all the money in the world. We'd love to know what your favorite animal is. We want to know your deepest, darkest secrets, Nazar. So come on up when you can. If you're busy, we understand. You're doing things that Nazar needs to do. We get it. Man, oh, absolutely. We're so glad that you're here, Cobra. Thank you for saying what's up. Anytime. You're welcome. Take care, baby. Man, Queen, how you doing? Man, Queen. Oh, cool. So, Sir Linkus, you should understand. Man McQueen is really cute. What he ends up doing sometimes is falling asleep on the camera, or I shouldn't say on cam. I fall asleep on cam. So, like, literally, if you're like, you mean to tell me you sleep for what, 8 hours on YouTube every single day? Yeah, on 5 different streams. I have more sleep footage out there than anyone. But I think this is very valuable footage for humankind to be able to study human circadian rhythms and their behavioral patterns and their life cycle events, everything that happens to a human, and we have it on camera. Well, sometimes Man Queen falls asleep with the open mic, and we get to hear him snore right into the microphone. So that's kind of fun. Do you? Oh, it's so sweet. Sometimes you hum. In fact, Vamp sometimes listens to you hum. It's a beautiful thing. So, Linkus, what are your thoughts on UFOs?
I used to actually have a little bit of interest in it. Probably a couple of years ago when Bob was on.
Hell yeah, Bob Lazar, man. On Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Definitely, with Jeremy Corbyn. Corbell.
Created and coined and
Absolutely.
his vision.
Absolutely.
I believe his vision. I think there was probably government research at the time.
I'm
But
gonna
yeah,
do
to
it.
this day, actually, I believe because I think the accounts of the mankind history are very accurate. Like we have people in the U.S. military and Navy that had visions of it in the water. I believe them. And also, I heard, I took a box. There was also this, I think it was New Zealand, Australia, or South Africa. It was these school children.
Oh, yeah, this is South Africa. I think technically Zimbabwe.
Yeah, maybe Zimbabwe, one of those countries.
Yeah.
They all were kind of thing. So, like off that thing like that, they believe for sure there's UFOs stuff out there.
Right.
I think the aliens have technology where they can come in and out of some sort of force field. And maybe there's some times where they got caught, but or maybe they want to. I think there's UFOs out there. And that's pretty interesting to me that a handful of people within the government have access to that information.
That's correct. So we're very how do I want to say, like, I do my best to fact check everything as best I can. Sometimes we let some things through, but we do our best. So whenever there's like something that we can't think of, I do my best to Google it. You ask anybody in here. I love to Google, I love ChatGPT. So the incident we're referencing is known as the Ariel School UFO incident. On 16th September 1994, there was a UFO sighting outside Rura, Zimbabwe. 62 pupils at the Ariel School aged between 6 and 12 said that they saw one or more silver craft descend from the sky and land on a field near their school. Some of the children claimed that one or more creatures dressed all in black then approached and telepathically communicated to them a message with an environmental theme, frightening them and causing them to cry. Basically, uh, this story, for anyone listening who's not familiar with it, is one of the more well documented events that's happened in ufology over the course of the last 30 years or so. And one really, I think, interesting thing is they had a 30th anniversary um, reunion just recently. I think it happened either late last year, early this year. And very interestingly, of the like people who attended, I think like maybe I could be wrong on how many people attended, but let's say 30 people attended. They all maintained the exact same stories. Everything maintained the same. Not one person came out and was like, "Oh no, this is fake." Blah 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 blah. I just think that was really interesting. That like it's really hard to for two people to keep the same story over 30 years, let alone 30 or 60, the amount of people who attended this. Hey, we have In Sweatpants We Trust here. I just want everybody to know that. Welcome In Sweatpants We Trust. How you living, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? What's good in the hood? In Sweatpants We Trust. I'm wearing sweatpants right now, and I trust them. In Sweatpants We Trust. Do you want to hear me queef? Check this one out, kids. Poosh, perhaps. Who knows? That could have been a queef. You never know. Anyway, we got Vimu here. Vimu. Vimu's a big deal. Vimu, are you the guy? Oh, man. Vimu needs to come back. All right, Man McQueen, how you living, baby? You're about to fall asleep, aren't you? Yeah. Anyway, so we got Sir Linkius and we got Nazar. Nazar, how you doing, baby? Anyway, so Sir Linkius, some things that we watch on here or to which we listen are Joe Rogan. We like Joe Rogan. And any other kind of podcast. We got Jay who just joined. Welcome, Jay. Hope you live in a dream. And JP. What up, JP? How you doing, baby? Hell yeah. JP, you kick ass and take names. You know that? Hell yeah, you do. You sound like a pimp. I hope you're just slinging dick all over the neighborhood. Absolutely. Well, JP, we got some new friends here. We got Sir Linkius. It's Sir Linkius' second day on this bad boy, and Sir Linkius knows what's up. We got Man McQueen. Man McQueen just jerking himself raw. We got In Sweatpants We Trust. Loving that name. We got Nazar. We haven't heard from Nazar yet. Of course, we got James, Gold Cornhuskers, Kaminsky, and we got Passport. JP, what's new with you? Dog, we're in this Telegram 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Currently, you are currently live on 6 different YouTubes, 6 different Twitches, 6 different Rumbles, 6 different Twitters. You're live on a Twitter space, you're live on 2 Telegrams, and you're live on 8 different Instagrams.
That's crazy. Is there a lot of people watching?
Yeah, combined. I have more data online than any individual in global history, which means that I may be a very wealthy person someday. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. And if you take what Bill Gates stated in the 1990s, that content is king, well, I have more content than any person ever. I've been literally on camera more and had that footage archived more than any person in global history. And because I have more content than any person, I may one day be king. And if that's true, I will make you a very rich person. I mean, you already see what's happening with this coin. 1 week ago, we were worth 1/6 what we are now. And it's just going up from here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I actually haven't invested, and I really just want.
No, that's fine. Get it now while you can. You should understand. Well, do with it whatever you want. But of any meme coin, look at any coin. Any coin. Look at Pepe. Look at any of them. None of them have 24-hour. None of them have any. Okay, and how often do they have a VC? Exactly. So what does that mean? They're not that open, and they don't have that good of a community. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Great communities are open, have open VCs, have open discussions. We watched the Super Bowl in here. We're gonna watch the Oscars. I was just talking. Do you know what March Madness is with like men's and women's basketball? We're gonna fill those out. We also sponsor a soccer team. There are soccer teams in Nigeria. We sponsor their uniforms. We've built wells in Nigeria, Africa. We do a lot of good things for the world.
Yeah, I've been just looking for like I'm not gonna lie. I'm just
Aren't we all? Absolutely. Well, I can tell you this. If you were here last week, you'd be 6 times as wealthy with as much cryptocurrency you have. So if you buy now, you never know. You might be 6 times as wealthy next week. I can't guarantee that, but I could tell you that if you would have had one ticker Bitcoin last week, it would be worth 6 ticker Bitcoin today. We got estimates.
honestly, I'm doing about it for a little bit. You say brand, but I just had to invest in it yet. Today I just
You see, it's fire.
I saw the guy who bought Bitcoin.
Yeah, more like
Is that his name? One of those?
that's his avatar.
$10, right?
Is what?
$10, right?
Yes.
That's $10.
So not only do we have, go ahead.
Fine until it hit $10.
It's going to go higher than that. We want this thing to be worth $100,000. We want this to be the world global reserve currency someday, and we think it will be. And we're banking on not only the power of the meme coin, but I know there are some people in here who know the power of data and know that once people find out that the entire journey of this coin has been archived live for the world to watch, they're going to want to be a part of this as well. And eventually it will be the global reserve currency. So when we say $10, no one here, I mean, go ahead and sell if you want it $10. But once this thing hits $10, that's when you're looking at it hitting $1,000. James, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Basically, if we're riding this thing and we were talking about it being worth literally 3 cents last Sunday, and it's worth like 18 cents, it hits an all-time high today. When we're having a discussion that this thing is worth $10, like there are people in here who are buying yachts. Like they're very wealthy, very, very wealthy people at that point.
I really $10.
So if you put in $10 this time last week, it'd be worth $60 today. Everyone has. Well, it happens to the best of us. Look, here's what I can tell you. Oh, I was just gonna say, look at any meme coin right now. Does it have a VC going? No. What's its community look like? Is it a strong community? Did they just have a major fight against a major influencer? We're a well-known community. We're arguably the best-known meme coin. Arguably, people are gonna say, "Well, there's Pepe and there's Shiba and all that other stuff." That's fine, but we are the most meme of we're the meme we're the like meme hero. We're the combination of all the memes essentially, which makes our coin extremely bullish. But in addition to that, our entire story is documented with data. There are some coins that are going to come here and say, our coin is so great because of X, Y, and Z. Our coin is great. If you want me to rank them, the reasons why, number one, and I'm biased on this, but our whole story is documented. That makes us very, very valuable as a coin. Number two is the meme factor. It's very memorable. Everybody knows it. It's very relatable. And three, the community. We always have VCs going. We always have Twitter spaces going. I mean, literally, if you want to go to a Twitter space right now, we have one going. I have a Twitter space going. We could talk in a Twitter space if you want, but I just prefer that you're able to see me when I speak as well. And so we use this form. But if you wanted to talk in a Twitter space, I wouldn't even have to hit any buttons. You could just join it. Literally, we have this thing going 24 hours a day, and no other coin can say that. I'm actually shocked that it's taken people so long to find out about us, but now, as you see, they are, and they're like, wow. I mean, honestly, like JP, you're like the fifth person in the last hour to be like, hey, this is my first time in here. What's going on? Like, Sir Linkius just said it like 20 minutes ago. We've had a bunch of people in here who said that. It's very common. It's really cool. So yeah,
Hey, Rabbi,
go ahead.
try to find permanent Twitter private follow.
You're trying to find a YouTube to permanently subscribe for what? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll send it to you in a DM. Just a moment. And you can see all my. Everything is uploaded. Yeah, on 6 different angles. I'm gonna send them to you. Yeah, it's in 6 different. So you can watch it in 360 degrees. Just for a moment, I'll send it to you. You'll see this and you'll be like, holy shit, I've never seen so much content. And I'll say, I know, that's why I do it. All right. And this is.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Do you leave it on?
Absolutely. Yeah, that data is really important to me. I want to be able, for humankind to be able to study my sleep cycles, my circadian rhythms, but also right when I awake, I like to be able to watch myself awake if I ever have a dream, because I'm able to recall the dream immediately to the camera, and then I remember the dreams much better. Yes, it does. All right. So I'm pulling this up right now, and I'm going to send the link in a moment. It's just taking a second to load. But yeah, I've been doing this now almost 3 years. That's more data than any person has in global history. It's about 300,000 hours. To give you an idea, Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined don't have 10,000 hours. So I literally have 30 times more footage on YouTube than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. It's an incredible amount of footage. Okay. Just one moment. Apologies, you're absolutely right. I was just saying that I'm sending you the links right now so you can watch me and you can see, oh my God, you can hear yourself live on YouTube. And I do my best to make people aware that they're being streamed if they're someone who's new, especially. But you can see, like, oh my God, Rabbi has cameras everywhere. And it's true. I want to be able to. Sorry, I keep muting myself. So I sent you guys links. JP and Sir Linkius. Check out the links I just sent, and you'll be able to hear yourself on YouTube. Can you guys see?
Yeah, I'm looking through the YouTube right now, actually.
Okay, and you should see it. Excellent. Yeah, there should be 5 live on YouTube. Hold on. let me make sure I sent the right link because I could have just sent you. Let me make sure I sent the right link. Just for a moment. The link that I sent you, yeah, it looks like the first 5 that I sent you are live. Wait, hold on. No, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. I misspoke. Apologies. Excellent point. The way that I format it does not format the same way for you. So just one moment. Let me. Okay, it should work now. Apologies on that. Thank you for the clarification. I'm glad you said something. So, the link now that I should send should have my live streams prioritized at the top. So why don't you, Sir Linkius, try that one, and JP, try this one, and it should work. Can you see it now? Yeah, it's crazy. Like very few people. Excellent. Very few people have one stream going ever on YouTube, let alone multiple streams going for like hours, let alone for days, let alone for weeks, let alone for years on end. It's more data than any person has, and you're able to watch my life going back for years. It's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You will be able to see yourself. Pardon me? So that link that I sent you will always pull up whatever live streams that I have going. So basically, I restart the streams every 12 hours. And the reason why I do that is just because that's the maximum amount of time that a normal YouTube account can post a video. If you go longer than that, it won't let you post or won't make it visible to other people. So basically every 12 hours, I just have to make sure to restart the videos. But these same streams that you're seeing live on YouTube are also simultaneously being streamed on 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, 6 different Twitter accounts, and 8 different Instagrams. So 6 of them are coming from the videos that you're seeing on Instagram, and then another 2. I've got another 2 cameras that are separate, just uploading to Instagram. And the cool thing about the other 2, and the cool thing I've got about the other 2 cameras on Instagram is I've created a little robot, basically an auto clicker, so that I don't even have to touch those devices. Every day, 24 hours a day, I built this thing on Instagram that automatically posts for me. So it just automatically is always posting on multiple accounts. Yeah, I would. I mean, right now I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got like over a dozen devices on right now, streaming in one way or another. So that's devices. Now, when it comes to like each device is streaming like 6 different platforms. So that's like almost 100 different platforms that you're hitting at simultaneously. But yeah, I'm always about streaming. So if I had more devices, I would definitely use them. In fact, I do have a bunch of different devices. It's just it depends on what device you're referencing. Like if you were like, well, what if we gave you really slow devices? Well, now obviously, if the devices don't work efficiently, I don't want those. But if they're just like standard track phones, yeah, I absolutely would use them. I stream using track phones currently, and they work really well. And here's a key: I don't know if anybody has their own Telegram. But if you have your own cryptocurrency or Telegram, if you want, tell me what it is, and I'll stream in there for you and do the same thing for your cryptocurrency that I'm doing for this one. So basically, if somebody comes into your Telegram and be like, hey, who are you? Like, oh, you don't know about this cryptocurrency? Yada, yada, yada. This is when it was started. Here's a little about the developers, et cetera, et cetera. But, like if you guys know, and I'm sure you do, nobody else is going to give you this kind of service, nor the cryptocurrency, and explain to you everything that you need to know, be your friend and everything. I mean, if they're out there, let me know. I'd love to be a part of them. But what you found here is really unique.
Yeah, I honestly never seen anything like it before.
It's wild. So whenever you guys
How
want,
many people do you think speak to a day?
that's a great question. Probably anywhere between. It depends. Anywhere between 100 and 1,000.
That's more than you would talk to in a regular day.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. People probably talk to less than 50 people, and some people talk to less than 10 people in a given day. So for me to be able to get out my message to perhaps thousands of people, and then in addition, they're able to see what I'm doing. It's really, it's really special.
Now, like, if you had to like go somewhere, bring the cameras with you.
Absolutely, yeah. I plan on doing this the rest of my life, and I want to travel the world, and I want to have GoPros that are uploading to the internet all the time, so that people would be able to always see what I'm doing. Like basically have a police body cam that I would wear 24/7, so that you'd be able to live out my life from a POV standpoint, from a point of view standpoint. You'd basically be able to live my life virtually if you wanted.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, but that's the kind of life we're moving towards very quickly, especially with Apple Vision Pro and Oculus Prime and all the other things.
What would like so you'd be able to do that like on a plane or public? Like would they make you stop like on you go to travel on a plane?
So that's a great question. Once you're at that point and people know about me, I will fly privately and we'll have Wi-Fi on a plane. And all you would have to do is connect to the Wi-Fi and just live stream from there.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, basically wherever I could stream, I would want to. And then I'd want to have backups. I mean, as you see, I have multiple cameras going all the time. I like to have redundant streams. Why? Because sometimes apps crash, sometimes cameras fail, things go wrong. And so it's nice to have backups. And as you can tell, I've learned a lot. That's why I have so many different backups going, so that absolutely everything is archived to the best of my ability, from the best of not just my ability, but I feel the best any human in existence could do, with the same options. I mean, I'd love to be able to say I have the money and I can just pay a crew to tape me all the time or to record me all the time. I can't. I have to do it as a single person on my own. And I feel that I've been able to do it now almost 3 years better than any single individual could have done previously.
Now like do you ever give yourself any private
Um,
time?
yeah, so great question. I go to the bathroom on camera and I shower on camera. When do I get private times? Like occasionally, like I walk behind the cameras. Like, I used to change. I used to like be totally nude on camera, but I lost some YouTube accounts by doing that. You're not allowed to be totally nude on camera, even if you're doing it for like artistic purposes. You're still so not supposed to be. So I had to learn that early, that you're not allowed to do that. So anything that I do, I just like basically like if I have to change, I'll do so in a towel. But like normally I would just drop the towel and change. But I realize I'm on camera. And while I don't have an issue with it, yeah, exactly, 100%. I'm very. It's like people can watch me from like a voyeuristic standpoint. I'm like an animal in a zoo. I don't really care.
want to be on camera or something? Learn them, or is it just vibe?
I make anyone aware. Like I had somebody come visit me, actually 2 weeks ago, exactly. Somebody came and visited me at my house in Irvine, and they brought pizza, and I told like they knew about me from streaming. They were a fan of mine, and they thought they knew what I'm doing. They know what I'm doing is cool, and they wanted to meet me, and so they came and brought pizza, and they know I stream, so I made them aware. Do you want to be on the stream? So they're like, yeah. So they're on the stream, and gave them a tour of everything. And then, we had pizza in the park, and even that was streamed. We streamed every moment of our interaction. Um, so I would say that that uh, there are some more private moments. I would say, but they're not necessarily purposeful. I try if I know it's going like here's one. I opened a bank account live on camera. Okay, well not everyone will walk into a bank while streaming, and a bank normally won't let you like video them. They don't let you do that, even though they're videoing you. And I feel you have a very good argument. If they're videoing you, why can't you video them? Nevertheless, they so I opened a bank account earlier last month. And when I opened it up, I had to put my phone in my pocket because I didn't want the people to know that I was videoing them. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay.
So basically, like I would have loved to just sit there. Like I told, like I tell people this. My ATM pin is 6308. My social security number is 308-964086. I don't have any fears. Basically, I'm an open book. And so if you're like, well, is anything in your life private? Yeah, but not because I want it to be. It's like literally they would have thrown me out of the bank account and out of the bank, and I would not have been able to open a bank account. But instead, I just had my camera in my pocket, and then you could hear everything that was going on. And then right when I got done with the transaction of opening and after my first transaction, having opened the bank account, I was still streaming. So the whole stream is on camera. It's just you can't always see what I'm doing. So I would have liked that part to be not as private.
He just doesn't approve.
What'd you say?
I'm from New York.
New York rules, man. The Empire State. Do I have a what?
You ever practice?
Do I practice my religions on the stream? Absolutely. I've got my tefillin right here. So when I awake in the morning, you will see me don my tefillin. I have my religious texts here. I've got my daily hymnals, and then I also have my Talmud, my Chumash, my Torah, my Tanakh, and my I have a Jewish Encyclopedia Judaica as well. So yeah, we recite absolutely. So and then on Fridays we'll light Shabbat candles, and I say blessings over food, and like we'll celebrate Purim later this month. So we'll celebrate Pesach next month. So yeah, all the religious holidays we hit, and we do our best to be a light to the world as a Jew as possible while being on camera. Oh yeah, baby.
How many people do you say like the same people come back and talk to you?
How many people come in here and talk to me daily?
Like the same people. Like, you ever worry that like you'll get so big that you couldn't have like close relationships with people watching?
I'll be excited for that because I know the people who got me here, and also it's been recorded. So even if I forgot, people will be like, "Oh, well, on this date, it was the first date we met, and I followed you all of these days." So like, "Oh my God, you've been following me for 2.5 years. I didn't even realize that." So that doesn't worry me too much. I'm excited for the day that I start to lose track of people, because that tells me then, wow, this is getting so big now that I don't even know where it's going. And now we're going to let it blow up and go viral and do all the other fun things that happen when you get famous. And we're going to let that path go. But I think the thing that's unique about this stream, uh, in difference to, as opposed to what happens to other people will say, oh, I knew you when you were just a little guy. Well, that's fine. A lot of people don't remember that. I will, because it's on stream.
Was it hard to start when you started this? Was it hard to like doing it and like everything like anxious or anything like people watching you like that?
No, I would say, like, when I was in college, I would walk around my dorm naked, not because like I was an exhibitionist. It was just like the hallway was at the end of the hall, or the bathroom was at the end of the hall, and I lived with all guys, and I didn't really care. And we were all kind of jocular, and we just didn't care. So I didn't really have an issue with nudity. And then when it came to the camera issue, um, I was already on camera for my job. I'm a certified project management professional. So I was already on camera working from home remotely for a Fortune 500 for like 8 to 10 hours a day. So I'm already on camera. So I thought to myself, well, if I'm already on camera for the corporate world 8 to 10 hours a day, why not just expand it for the rest of my world? It doesn't bother me at all. I just have to make sure the camera's going. And so long as it is, I'm solid. So I just started doing that about 2.5 years ago.
So do you like work on stream too? Like I guess yeah. Well, yeah.
So I spent the first year working for a Fortune 500 as a certified project management professional. And then I've been living on savings for the last year. I had a 6-figure contract with that. So it's allowed me to live a pretty good life for the last year. And then I've been contemplating getting another position if I need, just to be able to support myself. But my position is in high demand. So I don't have an issue. I think I'll probably be able to garner somewhere between 120 and $165,000, just depending on the position. How much is that an hour? It's like $65 an hour. I'm a certified project management professional. So what is that? Basically, I manage projects for Fortune 500 companies or large companies. Specifically, a lot of times companies realize I'm a very good Scrum Master. If you know what a Scrum Master is, if you don't know what a Scrum Master is, it's essentially the leader of a tech project that we, I'm the organizer, and I essentially get updates from every member of a software team and take notes on what they have accomplished, and then update the remainder of the team using different types of project management software. Basically, you do that for a bunch of projects over the course of a given day, and you have deadlines for your projects, and but it's quite a rewarding uh, career. You're able to work remotely, and I mean, if I do it on here again, I mean, you'll see I'm in a suit and tie every single day, and leading teams. The last projects I was leading teams in Asia, I was leading teams in Europe, I was leading teams in South America, and actually I had a specific focus actually on Canada as well. So you're working with people from all over the world. It's very exciting. Prior to that position, prior to being a certified project management professional, I was just a standard project manager. But I worked for a startup, and I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I've actually launched the world's most successful car wash app on the App Store and Google Play. And Then prior to that, I was in university administration, so I have some managerial experience.
Can I ask, so, like, when you're in these, when you have to be in these meetings and stuff,
Uh-huh.
like, do you ever have to, like, tell the people that you're working with?
That I'm streaming? No.
Like, yeah, or
No,
you just
they never found out. And what I would do, I was quite funny about it. I'd be like talking to them, and then I would mute myself and make fun of the people. I'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe Karen's asking me this question again. Karen, you know the answer. It's where we always store that file." And then I'll unmute myself, like, "Oh sure, Karen, I'll show you where it is." You know what I mean? It's very funny.
but so like, almost like somebody could, like, learn how to do that job.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I did it so that somebody could. In fact, if you want, I'm gonna do the same thing starting tomorrow from the ground up. I'm gonna get a job working for Microsoft this way. So if you want to learn how to get a job for Microsoft, I'm gonna do it starting tomorrow. And if you're like, well, how do you do that, Rabbi? It starts with LinkedIn. I mean, unfortunately, I'm an educated individual and I have some good experience, but I have to update my LinkedIn, and then I apply to positions, and then I also have robots that I have created that automatically apply for jobs for me, and I literally will get 100 job offers by the end of the week, like, or at least opportunities to interview. It's incredible.
I need to do that. I've been on the part-time job.
No. So here's the thing.
I just so
It,
it
de-
takes forever to.
it depends what kind of job you want, and we'd have to go through your background a little bit to know if you're even if LinkedIn's the right place for you to apply. And here's what I mean. Like, do you have a finance or a tech background?
Not at all.
Okay, that's fine. You can get one, and you can do it for cheap, and you can do it without a college degree. So, for instance, like, I'm a certified project management professional, and yes, I do have a college degree, but you don't need a college degree to be a certified project management professional. So it's like, well, Rabbi, wait, you mean I get to make what you make, $120,000 a year to $165,000 a year or more, and I can do that without a college degree? Yeah. Well, how do I do it? You do it through experience, but you know, it's about, and you have to pass an exam, and they vet your background, so you can't just lie about your experience. But if you really put down, if you're honest, project management is a lot of different aspects of society, and you should understand that it's a really fortunate aspect of it is you can do construction project management, you can do real project management like real engineering, or you can do software engineering, and that's the really lucrative part. But if I wanted to, starting tomorrow, if I wanted to, I could go work for a construction company as a project manager as well, and my certification works. So if you're like, okay, well, Rabbi, how do I do this? um I mean, really, stick around here, and I will tell you each step. So if you're like, okay, what's the first step? The first step is to learn about the project management professional exam. So you go to pmi.org. That's projectmanagementinstitute.org. Pmi.org, and you could start learning about it. And you first find out, like, okay, how much is it to take the test? When I took it, it was like $250 or something like that. You're like, but it's the best $250 that you can spend, because it's the thing that gives you your credential. It means that you don't have to go to college, basically, and a bunch of other stuff. So if you really want to know how to do it, I'll walk you through all the steps. I'm going to be doing it myself again tomorrow, because I I've just kind of challenged myself. Before, I was working for Kimberly Clark, which is a great Fortune 500. They're the world's largest, like, paper manufacturer, like Kleenex and like paper towels and some other things. But I want to work for, and I work for their software. It's a healthcare corporation, really, is what it is. But I want to work for one of like 5 different companies: Facebook, aka Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, Netflix, um, or like Google, basically. It's Alphabet. Basically, I want to work for one of your big ones, and I know how to do it, and I know how to do it, particularly with Microsoft. And so it's like, well, how do you know? All right, so I can tell you right now. I go to my computer. In fact, I will. just to show you the power of this certification. So if I go and I look at my email, I am on uh, okay, so why did they get me banned? Oh no, they were successful on a bunch of accounts. Oh, because I literally annoyed the shit out of them to the point where I drove them crazy and they had to band together against me. I get it. I literally would follow them with 100 different accounts a day. I wouldn't tweet them. I would not DM them. But they just got sick of so many notifications coming in from me every single few minutes of me coming in. They band together, which I understand. Um, I do, but I just a moment. Um, I mean, I'll tell you this. I've never had a formal computer course, and I've never had a formal business course. So all the stuff that I've been able to do through organizations. And so, like, well, how did I get involved in technology? I was hired at this startup to be a to be a managing director, to basically be the CEO, but not to be the person who would design the app. But the app needed a lot of work, so I had to be the person to design it and to get it launched. And within 6 months, we launched an app on the App Store and Google Play. And then we marketed it in Los Angeles on every billboard, every radio. I was in commercials. We were on television. We were in movies, um, everywhere. You name it, we did it. We were sponsors of the Lakers. Big deal.
How much money? Oh, I probably.
No, you can ask. You can ask that. So for like I don't have any. I didn't sign any NDAs. So for like a year long contract where they will say the name of your business on ESPN radio during a Lakers game on the radio. Um, they'll say your company name and more than that. They'll say like this, this timeout is sponsored by JP's Corporation. JP's Corporation, where we do the best for you. Go to jp.com for more information, whatever your little thing would be. Um, so yeah, I can just tell you a lot of project manager opportunities, and I haven't even tried in like years. I mean, 3 years I haven't tried for a job, and I just look at my email and it's just like all these recruiters, all these headhunters. Basically, what I did when I got my job 3 years ago is I just kept myself on all the headhunter lists, and they just send me emails every single day. So I was never too worried about. I mean, I still have to get the job, you know, but I feel confident in that. If there are 10 jobs there, I can get 5 of them, and maybe more. I think I can get all 10 of them, to be honest with you, depending on the circumstances. But like I have excellent project management skills in both technology, healthcare. I offer some really unique aspects to them. So we'll see. But you were saying, I have an IT background. I really don't. I was an international relations major. Uh, I have more law background than I have a technical background. I did have the fortune of getting some managerial positions when I was younger in my 20s, which allowed me to gain larger roles at positions in California in my 30s, and then from there get certifications in my later 30s, and be able to get some really nice contracts. So if you want to know how to do it, I'll walk you through all the steps. The first step would be to learn about the Project Management Institute. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't want to be a project manager, that's fine. You don't have to be. I just named one of them. There are a lot of certifications out there that you can do. And if you don't know what any of them are, we can talk about them. There's Salesforce, there's Scrum Master, there's Agile, all kinds of different certifications you can get. I mean, literally, there are like hundreds. And if you get one of these certifications, a lot of times the place doesn't care if you went to college or not, so long as you can do the work. And you're going to save yourself 6 figures of debt by getting some of these certifications. So if you want to know what they are, we can work through them. I have gotten some other certifications as well that are helpful, but in no way are necessary. So I've got some certifications in Salesforce and big data and Microsoft and some other things, but nobody required me to get any of those.
That's interesting because I'm really trying to right now I'm looking for something to do.
Word, Mockingbird. Then you're in the right. Do you have a job right now?
I'm
You're self-employed, correct?
yes.
Okay, so then you're able to sustain yourself and find another job at the same time, correct?
Sorry, what did you say?
You're able to provide for yourself, but you're looking for a better income, correct?
Yeah, I'm more money.
Yeah, no, we're not talking a little more. You're going to make a whole shit ton more money, okay? And now it may take you, truthfully, JP, it may take you a year because you're going to have to study for a test. But at the end, I can tell you you're going to make 6 figures. I can tell you there are other certifications you can get that you don't have to study for a year. You have to study for like a month. And we can talk about those. Salesforce right now. If you get a Salesforce certification, the going rate of it 3 years ago was $120,000. And it's not that hard of a test to take. You just need to take the test and pass it. And if you're like, where do I take these tests? There are companies online that offer the test on behalf of the exam. They proctor them for you. So literally, they'll watch you when you're taking the test. They'll watch you on camera to make sure you're doing everything correctly and there aren't any notes and nobody else is there to help you. But if you're able to pass the test, you get your certification. Then you start applying for jobs. And I mean it. You won't. You if you have a Salesforce certification, you will not make less than $120,000 a year. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I dare you to try to find a job that pays under $120,000 if you have a Salesforce certification. And I'm not talking about senior engineers or anything like that. I'm talking your basic level advisor in Salesforce makes $120,000 a year, and there are a lot of positions for that. So, if you're like, all right, well, Rabbi, I don't want to jump into Project Management Institute. Isn't there something like a baby step I could take? Yeah. So I would say a really good one is called the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner certification, and it's available on Amazon. Amazon is going to be one of the futures of cloud computing, so you should know it pretty well. And they offer a lot of certifications for very cheap, and they look really good on your resume. So like right now, your resume probably doesn't have anything on it. And you're like, well, man, how do I become like a superstar IT person? Well, you need to start getting these little certifications little by little. They look really. Oh, JP, you have a background in cybersecurity?
Oh, no.
What did you say?
Sorry.
Oh, that's Sir Linkius? Oh,
I don't
gotcha.
have
I gotcha. I got it. But Sir Lankius, you hear what I'm saying? It's correct, right? Yeah. Oh yeah. So I found a really good one to take to introduce you to the Amazon Web Services system. It's called the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner One. They have like a level one, level two. Take those, and it'll give you a really good idea of how Amazon Web Services runs. Now, if you're like, well, what does that do for me? It teaches you how servers run, basically, and how all of this shit, like all the government um, data, is now backed up on Amazon Web Services and how they store it. And it's really interesting. Like, what happens? Like, this is a question you'll go through in the test. What happens if a catastrophic event, such as a meteor impact, strikes the Earth and shuts down some of Amazon Web Services servers? Where's the best place that you could back up the servers? And basically, like it'll give you a bunch of choices, but the answers are on different continents is the best answer. Basically, if there's going to be it's a really interesting question, I think. Like, hey, if there's going to be an asteroid impact with the Earth and you need to save this data, where are you going to save it? Are you going to save it where the servers are really close together? Or are you going to save it where one server is on one continent and another server is on another continent, so that if one of those servers gets destroyed, there's probably a less uh, there's a lesser chance that it would impact the other server because it's on the other side of the world. There are questions like that on it. I mean, that's one of the more kind of fun questions I remember. The other questions on it are just like really specific about the Amazon web system. Uh, like what? Like I don't know. Like some of their nomenclature that they have in there, some of the words that they use are very Amazon specific. You'll learn when you start to take these tests that like each company, and there are only so many of them. There are like 10. There's Oracle, Cisco, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, um, then
do you think
that's it.
PM the name of that job and then just um, look back on it?
Okay, normally I would say no. I'm giving you this information. It's on you to write it down, but I'll write it for you. I'm gonna type it in right now. So it's called Amazon. You're good. You're good. You're good. Web services, but it's a good lesson for you that if you ever have anybody giving you advice, it's on you to write that down. Don't expect them to do it. And I know you're not. Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner certification, and it's very inexpensive. I think it's like pract- oh, that one. Okay, I can do that one too. Whatever it is. Okay, sorry. So I'm writing it to you. Project management uh, institute, and I'm gonna write the thing down. PMI.org, and um, let's see what else. Oh, just the name of it is Certified Project Management Professional. Certified Project. And I'm sending this to JP, correct? Excellent. Excellent. You got it. So what I sent you are the names: Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner Certification, the Project Management Institute, that's PMI.org, and Certified Project Management Professional. So That's what I'm a certified project management professional through PMI.org. So PMI.org, the Project Management Institute, they're the people who give out that certification. And then the other certification that I have, or one of my other certifications, is an Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner. So those are those. And yeah, I would say as well that if you spent like the way that I was able to pass the Project Management Institute exam was I did not take a lot of time to study for it all at once. I literally I would I was working at the same time, and whenever I would go to the bathroom, which was like I would say at work, I would go to the bathroom maybe like 4 times every 2 hours or something at work. After I was done going to the bathroom and washing my hands, there were these like flashcards that I would do, and I would do like 25 flashcards, and I could do them really quickly. It would take me like a minute. So every bathroom break that I had at work, I would add like a minute to it. Very minor. Nobody cared. I was the boss, so it's not like anybody was going to say anything to me. And um, so I was able to study these, and over the course of a year, I was really prepared to take it. And I would say, there's that kind of way to study if you have that kind of time. If you need to cram for it, then cram for it. I mean, I understand that aspect of it too. Because when I had to take the test, I had to take it and I had to cram at the very end for some parts of it that I um, didn't like. So let me explain this. I don't know exactly if they've made this formal change yet, but on the project management test, they at one point tested a lot of math. And then the version that I took didn't have any math on it. And basically, that's a good thing to know. Basically, they want you to know how to do the math because that's an expectation of your position, but it's not a math test. So um, you should just know there are like there are things that you learn are going to be on the test and things that aren't. Now, I would love to be able to tell you like, oh, this is what's on the test. It's actually against the Project Management Institute's code of conduct for me to be able to say this is exactly what's on the test, or even this is how a question is phrased. I can't even remember how a question is phrased at this point, but I can tell you this: once you start, if this is a route you really want to take, there's some prep materials that you can use, and there's one set of prep materials that's better than all the others, and that's the one that I recommend. And why is it better than all the others? They have a what do they call it? A test simulator. They have a test simulator that goes through this huge amount of questions and just quizzes you. So basically, by the end of your preparation, you are ready to go. Um, and then you just take the test, and that's it. So I would say, JP, if I were you, go to that stuff that I sent you, PMI.org, it's the big one. And if you ever need anything else, certainly let me know about it. But like, you're not gonna get all this in one day. So check it out and be like, okay, Rabbi, it's something in which I'm interested. Okay, then what do we do? We got to look at your experience. And we have to see if we can get any project management experience out of it. If we can, great. You have a little bit of experience. If you can't, that's all right. You can literally manage projects and not get paid for it and still get experience doing it. How? You could build houses for Habitat for Humanity. That's how volunteer work, but it's certainly project management. It's construction project management. There's all kinds of ways that you can, you know, manage projects and get credit for it. And then what you have to do is have they like go through your background, and um, then you have to put someone on there as like a resource or a reference. And then if they have any doubts about your background, they'll call that reference, and they might inquire more. But usually, if you answer truthfully and everything, they'll pass you on to be able to take the test. You take the test. The test is like 3 hours or something, two hours maybe. It's proctored. You can do it in person at a proctored location, or you can do it online in a proctored location with your laptop, and then you pass it, and you're good to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Absolutely. If you need anything else, I'm here. Um, and I'm always here. Meaning, like, it's an expectation. JP, you're not going to get all this on the first run. You're going to come back tomorrow and say, okay, I read it. What do I do with this? What do I do with this? What is this? What is this? But if you're able to support yourself right now with whatever job you're doing, and you want to make six figures, the way that you can very easily do this is to get yourself a certification or a few of them. And here's the thing: what you really want to do is what Sir Linkius is doing, and that's cybersecurity. Once you get into cybersecurity and you have really specific cybersecurity credentials and certifications, then you're looking at $400,000-$800,000 a year, because then you're into like system admin, and you become a real big fish. And the way to do it is exactly where Sir Linkius is. The top part of all computers are cybersecurity experts. See, probably because it's so hard to get your first job in cybersecurity, and no one wants to take a risk on you. Um, I would tell you that your that's true too. Well, exactly. With just a bachelor's degree, without the certifications, you're useless to a company. You need to um, you need to specify your trade and be able to focus on where your expertise lies. You're right, cybersecurity is so broad. But yeah, if you get some certifications, that's the way to go. Sir Linky will be making more than all of us. Well, I'll make more than you, perhaps because of data, but and cybersecurity, perhaps. But if I do make more than you, it will be through probably data and or cybersecurity field. But I'm making you aware. You probably couldn't have gotten a better one. Go ahead. 38. Got a lot of time, my friend.
How long have you been investing in crypto for?
Like 10 years.
Oh wow! So you've seen people.
Absolutely. Yeah, I bought my first Bitcoin when it was under $1,000.
have a friend, well, he's my brother. He had Bitcoin long, long time ago, and he sold it to buy a car.
I can
He
see.
had like 1,000, 1,200 or something, some ridiculous amount where it would be like saved today. He sold it to bought like a $2,000 car or something like
Yeesh.
that.
Yeah, I can see that.
I love that story about the guy who bought the Bitcoin.
Ditto, my friend. It's a beautiful story.
Yeah, I just got into crypto around pandemic
Oh, very cool.
from 2020-ish.
Yeah, a lot of people did, I think.
Esperanto?
What did you say? Do I want a Sproto? No, I don't own one. I don't really get into politics too much.
What are your thoughts on bull
I'm probably more bearish on it than most people. I really see us going into a major global depression over the course of the next 10 years. Well, here's the thing though. I think there will be a bull run in the cryptocurrency market because there'll be an escape from fiat currency. So I could see it being very lucrative for those involved in cryptocurrency. But I'm saying from a global economy standpoint, I think the future looks dire.
Yeah, I kind of feel like American downhill. I feel like I just feel like something is gonna happen.
Well, I think you're probably perhaps accurate with that, maybe.
I feel like things are only gonna get worse.
Do you guys like Joe Rogan?
Oh, I love Joe Rogan. I was just watching him and Cat Williams.
Oh, dude, we watched that last night. So before you guys came in, we were listening to Joe Rogan. So if you don't mind, we're gonna continue. Uh, we are we work our way through all the Joe Rogans. So we've started with like episode 1 and worked our way all the way through. All right, just one moment. Let me pull this up.
What's your favorite Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan episode 1000 with Joey Diaz and Tom Segura. It's amazing. Aside from that, my favorite Joe Rogans are Joe Rogan episode, I don't know the episode number, with Bob Lazar and George Knapp. I
Oh, I
also,
love that. Love that.
I also, um, I mean, honestly, there are very few I don't like, and even the ones I don't like, it's like I can tell he doesn't like them either. They're not really interesting or whatever, and that's few and far between. I like anything he has regarding UFOs. I like anything he has regarding history. I love his like Dan Carlin interviews. I love what Meat Eater interviews. I love his health interviews. Um, there's like not anything that he does that I don't really. I guess like if you were to say that, what does he do that I don't really? I mean, but I do. I've gotten into it. Is his UFC stuff? Like before, I'd be like, well, he talks about fighting too much, but I've gotten into that. Like, so I get it.
How
Maybe
long have you been on like
believe it or not, since his first episode on Justin TV, it aired December 24th, 2009. So that's when it first aired, and it first was uploaded to YouTube December 26th, 2009. So it was between December 24th and December 26th, 2009. So I mean, like literally, I'm his first listener. Well, maybe one of a few handful of people.
it's just interesting because like I had a friend growing up, his older brothers, like when I was probably like 9, they were listening to Joe Rogan, like Joey Diaz and all
Hmm.
of them. So it's like interesting to see how popular like he is now compared to. I just look at them and I'm like, damn it, you guys were really on to the shit before everyone else.
Right. No, you're right about that.
What do you think about Alex Jones?
Um, I believe one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Depending on how you look at him, he is either an enemy of the state or a patriot freedom.
Yeah. Now, like with the like the UFO stuff, do you lean more toward like it actually being like
Oh
extraterrestrial,
yeah, I'm hook, line, and sinker on that. It's extraterrestrial and then reverse engineered by government, and then uh, that reverse engineered technology seeps into the military industrial complex and the medical industrial complex, and then eventually becomes your iPhone and your computer.
What are your thoughts on transdimensional intelligence more than actual extraterrestrial other planets?
Yeah, it's a great question. You asked really good questions, JP. Okay, so my thoughts on that are, we have to first define what interdimensional means. Like, okay, what's one dimension? One dimension, according to physics, is a dot, like a point, just a point. Two dimensions are a line. Three dimensions is a plane. Four dimensions is a plane with time. Five dimensions is a plane with time but with motion, perhaps. Six dimensions, it just keeps going from there. Okay, so what do I mean by interdimensionality? Usually, what people mean by that is like, okay, they can be in like one world, part of the world, or part of the universe, and then in another part of the universe instantaneously. Okay, well, let's talk about how are they able to do that, and what do we consider interdimensionality? Like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. We're chilling here on Earth, and that's cool. Let's say these guys are on their planet in like Zeta Reticuli, and all of a sudden they want to come here to Earth. Okay, are they able to do that by just getting in their ship and like hitting a bunch of buttons in it, and then that ship just like blinks from like wherever they are all the way to where we are through like a wormhole? If that's true, and they're able to basically bridge the gap between like many light years instantaneously, I think that there's an argument to be made that that's interdimensional uh, travel. Now, I also think there's interdimensional communication. When you get into like DMT, people talk about the entities that you see, and a few other things. Whether those are the same interdimensional, like those interdimensional beings that you see on DMT, are the same as like aliens, or like I don't think they're the same. I think that perhaps they may be related, but I'm talking real aliens, like different species on another planet coming to this planet interdimensionally can happen using, I mean, just from what Bob Lazar says, element 115, un Pentium, and UFO, and use the um, particle accelerator, basically these uh, parts of a UFO, if you arrange them in the correct manner, they can create like a force field in front of the UFO, but it also can create um, a black hole, and or a wormhole more accurately. Basically, a rip or a tear in the plane of universal existence, so that they can travel faster than the speed of light. And that's how people think that they travel faster than the speed of light, is through wormhole manipulation using advanced gravity propulsion, specifically powered by element 115 unum Pentium. So long story short, and long answer to your excellent question, I think that interdimensional aliens are certainly a possibility. What we define as an interdimensional being is up for debate, but I do think that they exist in multiple ways. I think there's the kind that are in your head for when you have DMT trips. And then I think there's the kind that abduct you. I think that those are both perhaps different types of aliens. And
yeah, because like I always like wondered if like DMT or any of those psychedelic or whatever, whether it's like just your mind having a crazy dream or if it's actually something else. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
I was wondering
I know what you're saying.
that could just be what happens in instance where if there's actually something else you're interacting with. Holy shit. I have a credit card bill. Just pay off.
Alrighty, friends, we're gonna continue listening to this Joe Rogan. This is episode. Also, you were saying, what's your favorite Joe Rogan? I like any Joe Rogan with Joey Diaz is on. I think Joey Diaz is hilarious. And Anybody else are like, yeah, your big comedians out there, Bill Burr and those kind of guys. They're funny as fuck. Andy Schultz.
Right. Oh, wait. Right. Hey, you're right. Oh my God, it's a stunt. Watch, right? Right there. Right in that lever. Yeah, well, how's he moving so fast? I know that one arm starts pointing at it. Yeah, you're right. Where, so is there someone behind him with a cable attached to him? Oh, that's crazy. That's true. Is there a harness on that monkey? You see a harness or anything? Boy, it does look like something. That right there. Yeah, boy, it does seem like something. His neck goes this way. Did you see that somewhere? Or did you just see that right now? I vaguely remember seeing something about it, but like I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, look at. How's it moving? Where's it getting the leverage to move that way? Look how fast it looks. It's getting dragged. Yes. Otherwise, how would it have the leverage to move that fast? Look at the light. You can see. Yes, you can see it. Oh my God, it is. It's a cable. I fell for that too. But maybe that's how monkeys steal babies. Maybe they use monkeys to steal kids. Oh, that's even scarier, dude. Wow. Maybe they train monkeys to steal kids. Maybe that's what it is. And we just watched it. Wow. Now the guys, well, yeah, bro, they're showing everyone how to do it. This is how we do it here. So that's totally possible. I'm going to show you how you do it. You should do it. Well, can we agree that people steal kids? Oh, yeah. Okay. So if that's true. I think it almost happened. If people are so evil they would steal kids, which is real, then you don't think they would train monkeys to help them? What, are you crazy? Of course they would. That's terrifying. Not only do kids going by a monkey, and then what's this one? I was looking for proof and I found a different video of what was the thing. Yeah, a monkey stealing the babies. See, these people ran away. They ran away from the kid. Oh, that's real right there. Why did they run away? They ran away from that baby? That's so crazy. And then the mom came by. The mom got the baby back. Oh my God, he didn't want to let go of the baby. Wait, clip that with his kids. Oh my God, that's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Wait, now watch it. It's all these little kids. Still that boy. Run around. Run back, fella. Save that fucking baby. Ew. Don't show me that again. All right, so, but isn't that society? What do you think? How do you think you do if a monkey starts stealing a baby? Oh, dude, I'd go for him. I'd start kicking hard. I know he'd come after me, though, but I'd be in it too late. He might tear my ass apart, but now, if there's a chip, I don't know. No, you can't ever. If there's a chip, I do a lot of this. You have no chance against this. And then I'd lie. But I wonder how much chance you have against a monkey. I'd lie and say, hey, man, I tried to help. Like, I was looking at that monkey, I'm like, what am I strategy? Go play that. Yeah, let me see that again. I think I'd go straight. If I had to try to kick it at the monkey that's on the stairs, I think I'm hard at that monkey. I think I'm going to let that monkey do it. Yeah, I see. Kick it really hard in the head. Yeah, I'm gonna shake it right. I'm gonna shake that. Good, right? His head. Or his gut. I'm gonna power kick that. But I'm gonna be ready for that thing to bite my head. Like that's not a little thing. That 35-pound animal or whatever the fuck it is, that's insane power. And it's fearless. It's fearless. So you gotta right there. You gotta smash that. Fearless. You gotta smash that monkey. You gotta really put the boots down. And he also knows you don't have the power to fight. Like, well, what you gotta do really is grab him. You grab him by his back legs if you can, or his tail. You grab him. Well, first of all, you kick him as hard as you can. But if you do get a scramble with him, you try to pile drive him into the ground. That's what you try to do. You try to smash him into the ground as hard as you can. Like that might be your only way out. It's gonna be hard to do because it's gonna recognize what you're doing. It's probably gonna be able to twist and turn and stop a lot of the force. But if you can figure out a way to slam that monkey into the ground over and over again repeatedly, I think you can break it eventually. I think he'd be biting the fuck out of you. That's a tough task. I'd go for the tail, biting the fuck out of you. You'd be jumping for your face. Like you gotta beat the shit out of that monkey. What about the tail? The tail, the thing is gonna turn around and bite you. It's gonna grab you. That's the way they can move it. They move so much better than us. So you have to accept that this little thing is probably as strong as you. Obviously, I'm cocky right now. I'm confident. I'm a 12. I think those 35-pound monkeys are as strong as you. I'll double hand them. How strong is what is that? A rhesus monkey? What kind of monkey is that? I think I'd get fucked up. I think I might be able to kill it.
But I think I'm getting fucked up along the way. I'm getting clawed at. It's clawing at my eyes. It's trying to bite my face.
I don't think it would get to your face. That monkey, I don't think it would get to Joe Rogan's face. To be honest with
You could be shocked at how fast and how strong a monkey is. If you don't fucking move accordingly, and you don't stop it while it's happening, if you allow it to get a grip on you, you might be really fucked. You might get your jugular. There's a video of this guy, this old man, and he's sitting there on the ground, and this monkey climbs on him, and he's like sort of accepting that this monkey's on him, and this monkey decides to scalp him. So this monkey just clamps down on his head and peels an enormous slice of skin off this guy's head. What size monkey is this? A small monkey. A monkey like that one we just saw, exactly like that monkey. So what I'm trying to say is, I think you're in your head. Yes. You see this guy playing up this guy. So this is the same kind of monkey, right? Okay. This guy's sitting there and watching this monkey. Oh shit. Oh. Just bit him and took a giant chunk of his head off. So that's what I'm saying. This is what you deal with. Oh, damn. Yeah. You are not dealing with. Wait. Yeah. That's it. That's his head, bro. Just bit into his head and took an enormous chunk of his scalp off. Yeah. You saw it. This is the thing. I think we need to reassess where you are with this monkey. Watch this. It just bites him. Dude, if you do that to your face, you grab your nose. You wouldn't be able to get it off your nose. Why is his head fucking nose? Why is his head bleeding? His head's not bleeding because that's what happens. It bleeds out of the part where there's skin left. Jim Brewer. There's no skin. You're looking at skull. You're looking at skull. So Jim, all the things that bleed are now gone. That's the stuff that bleeds, skin. So all the skin that is bleeding is the skin that's around it. And it's bleeding into the fucking cracks where his scalp's going to his head. That's real as fuck. All right. That's that monkey might fuck you up. I think you have to really reassess what you think a monkey is. You can't see the monkey, but it's a little person. That's a way more ferocious, powerful thing. You're looking at it proportionately. Because we think we're pretty big compared to that monkey, so we're stronger, but we're not. We're just bigger.
All right, so when I go for this fight for $40 million, you're gonna be my trainer.
I'm not training them with doing it. You get killed, so you're gonna get killed. You need ears and you need to get on steroids immediately. What is the monkey type that bite that guy's head off? I think that's the same kind of monkey. This corner! We gotta get you on the full USADA protocol. Whatever USADA says you can't take, we're gonna put you on it. I'm gonna have we're gonna do the monkey that Guinness or Belfort in his prime. All traps. Look, he's jacked. And here comes the monkey. Still might be killed by that monkey. We might have to train you for a monkey coming on a leash. No, monkey's free. The monkey's what? You're gonna train for a decade? Yeah, I would have to train you for a decade. A full decade. We have to just to give you a chance to live. Really? Yeah, I think so. I think you're dealing with a totally different thing. I think you think of it like it's like a little person, but it's not. It's not. It's way stronger. It's way stronger than a person. I would way rather fight a 150-pound man than a 35-pound monkey. But if I crush it, like if you took my 50 pounds less man than me, I like my odds way more than I like my odds against a fucking monkey. Look at that. Those are serious fangs. Dude, it's strong. You don't understand how strong it is. You think it's little, so it can't be as strong as you. But it's as strong as you. And man stoned to death by monkeys in India. They threw rocks at him. They hit him on the head, chest, and legs. They beat him to death with rocks. I'm a good pitcher, Joe. I bet you are. Look, if you got a weapon, I like you. If you got something you can really fucking crack it to a baseball bat, I like you. But the thing is, man, if you don't, and that thing bites you, say fucked. Alright. You got shorts on? Good luck, son. It's gonna rip a giant chunk of your thigh out. Well, these old rules will have to hit shot. There's no rules with chips, bro. There's no rules. I'm saying, like, what am I allowed to wear? If I'm shorts, or am I allowed to wear light armor, dress like helmet? Am I allowed to wear a dress like a knight? Is that fair? Fuck fair. Are you on team person or team monkey? What's fair? I want you have to be crazy to fight a monkey in a fair fight. No, you're right. So what kind of weapon can a monkey's gonna cheat? There's no fair. This isn't gonna be a dirty fight. It's okay if I bring him back. Come on.
Not enough going on.
Yeah, so look at we're proving something. We're proving something. Human beings figure this out. Bang! Shut the fuck up. You just get in a fucking arm wrestling match with a gorilla? No. Boom! Shut the fuck up. We figured that out. Right? So all
That's fair enough.
yeah, you don't want to be fighting.
But for entertainment value,
That just shows how weak we are in comparison to what we think. Even strong people. What is this? A 6-month-old girl was being breastfed in her mother's lap in a courtyard room in her home in a small village in North India. A population of approximately 5,000. A macaw entered the room through an open door and apparently without provocation snatched the infant from her. The monkey then proceeded to leap from the terrace to terrace holdings the infant while being pursued by local residences.
whoa.
The monkey eventually dropped it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, you don't want to fuck with them. I think you would shock people. I had a chip on this radio once, and I don't even think that I think that scene got cut in the final episode. So some had animals, so we had animals, and so we had this chimp on set. And I did not have a scene with the chimp, but I was there, so I got to like hold on to the chimp and like hang out with it. Maybe I did have a scene with it. I don't remember. Whatever it was, this chimp was a baby in a diaper, and it was so strong, dude. It was hitting my back, just playing, just tapping me, and I was like, whoa.
Yeah. There was one on SNL, and I got to go in the room, baby, born, and he kept saying, don't let him nip at me. Don't let me, they left me alone for like 30 seconds. And all I remember is the skull. The skull was really hard. It's like a cold. That thing is very powerful.
Dude, they don't babies like you said, yeah, it's a baby, but it doesn't feel like you think a baby should feel like. It feels like a super athlete. Like when you touch their muscles, even though they're a baby, they're so jacked.
Yeah.
But you feel the little muscles, like holy fuck, man.
You saw the no hair one, right?
That's
That's
what it is.
yeah, that's just pure.
Yeah. And the
Natural.
no hair one that you see, like that one, if you think about the amount of muscle that thing has, it's probably like 180 pounds. You gotta multiply that times like 4. I mean, that's how strong it is in terms of people. Right? It's a different thing, even though it looks so impressive. Like if it was a dude, that was built, you would fear it. But you would fear it. Now, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, you would go, that guy's fucking jacked. I bet he's strong. Well, take what you think about a guy that looks like that and multiply it times 4. And that's how strong a chimp is. That's what's scary.
Yeah, no, that's right.
All right, you convinced me. I'm not going to fight the monkey. No one can fight a chimp. But a monkey might have a chance if you're a bad motherfucker. If you're a good kickboxer like Khalil Roundtree, you might fuck up with a little monkey. Get with some leg kicks. Yeah, the monkey doesn't understand defense. As long as you can keep it from biting your face, as long as you can keep it from getting a hold of you and biting a chunk out of you. They will bite a fucking chunk out of you, son. You gotta have Kevlar clothes on. Kevlar gloves. Kevlar gloves, that's what I would say. But then your face, what are you gonna do about your face? Your face is a real problem with a monkey. They're gonna go right for your eyeballs. They know what you see out of it. They're gonna rip your fucking eyeballs out.
Because if your leg game isn't working,
Exactly. They jump up, like grab the air and grab a hold. You can't get them off of you. You're fucked, man.
yeah.
Although it would be great, I'm sure. I wonder if they had stuff like that in the Roman Empire. I'm sure I had fight monkeys. I bet they had everything. And we're not that far away from doing that right now, man. Watch that fight. We're not that far away.
You're right.
We're not that far away of people just having there's these organizations that have sword fights now. Why? Yeah, people dress up like knights. They put full knight armor on.
Wait, I felt like I'd seen this and I didn't know if it was real or not.
Oh, it's real, man. I mean, they really get hurt. They really get hurt. They beat each other with their shields. Yeah, they fuck each other up.
Like, and they're using axes too,
No,
no?
they're using all kinds of weapons. They're just using weapons while they're actually wearing
Serious.
Yeah, no, this is swords. No, this is rough, dude. They fight and they fucking beat each other and kick each other and throw each other, get on top of each other and beat the shit out of each other, and they're doing it with armor on. It's wild, man. It's wild.
So it's slowly getting back.
Look at this guy's
to
taking
the
this guy
Roman
in the
Empire.
head over and over.
With the shield.
Yeah. battered him in his fucking shield. Get the fuck out of that dude. You don't think that guy felt that? Oh no, he's done. He's fucked up. That guy's fucked up. He basically beat him to death with a shield. I mean, that's what we're saying. We're like, if the guy lives, he's gonna live barely. Look, he's still moving. He's still moving. I mean, that guy's his body's moving. He's dead. That's just the nerve. That guy got destroyed by a shield. This is the one I saw. This one I saw. Like, bro, like, come on. So insane. This is so insane. People are fighting with axes. Look at this. How about their fucking hands? What if the gloves come off? Oh god, your fucking glove hacked. Your hand hacked off. I guess they got honor. They got honor. They start again. Let's see some of this. This is so crazy. Oh my god. Slashing at each other with axes. Oh, alright, so they let you go once you're down. Thank God. Still, all you need is like one guy. Yeah, got stuck in him. Just like, whoops, sorry. They got stuck in him, man. I didn't even get juggling it. Like the hockey team. Oh my god. You see that one? Which one? The hockey. Oh yeah, I see this neck got cut. I did see that. That was horrifying. Horrifying. Yeah, don't tell you that too far away from us. Don't tell me. Yeah, but we're not that far. If people are doing that, how long before people do it with samurai outfits on? Like samurai swords. And slice each other up. You know, that was one of the things that would distinguish Nazis. When the Nazis, through Operation Paperclip, the United States acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists and brought them over here to work at NASA. What are you, a conspiracy theorist? Yeah. And one of the things that distinguished, you know, they were Nazis is they all have these distinctive facial scars. Because they did dueling. It was a big thing with the Nazis. So they would put these goggles on. See the scars they have on their face? Oh, yeah. These guys would put goggles on and they would sword fight each other with these very thin, razor-sharp swords. And it was like a badge of honor to have these facial scars. It made you look like a bad motherfucker. So all these guys had these massive facial scars. And that was one way when you could tell that someone was a Nazi. Look at that guy with goggles on. So that's what it looked like after the fights. They would just get their face sliced up. And then what did they expect that they became our scientists? They worked for NASA. But these were Nazis. This is something that Nazis did when they were younger. They would have these sword fights with goggles on. And it was like a sign that you were the real deal. You were the real deal. You had the big face scar. You fucking fought with a sword and shit. It's a different level of commitment. Correct. It's like a gang, another gang. You gotta kill a guy on a Wednesday and bring me his ear back and so get a check. Google NASA scientist with Nazi dueling scars. We're gonna up him with it. Before what's face? Imagine you're trying to get the moon doing an amazing thing for mankind. And then I was like, didn't you go shoot to Dr. Heavenstein? Oh, Dr. Heavenstein, this is Marty. He's going to help you with all your needs with rocketry. And you look at this big ass scar on this dude's face, like, is this like a Nazi? Can you help me? Is this a fucking Nazi? How bad do you want to be on CSI? Is this a real Nazi? Yeah, look at this dude. Look at the scars on that guy's face. The first director of NASA's APNAMA was Nazi scientist Kurt Heinrich de Boos, also participant in Operation Paperclip. So what happened was, the war was over, and for whatever reason, Germany had some of the most incredible scientists, man. Can I just say, if you look at, go from Kennedy's, the guy with the Nazi, his face almost looks like this is not what I was promised. The other guy is like, I guess that's a bit. Kennedy's like, what the fuck is he? The guy with the shades on, right behind him. That's the guy that's in the grassy knoll. He's doing it. That's the dude that killed Kennedy. 100%. Look at him. And look at Kennedy's going. Look at his body language. I'm kidding. Look at his body language. He's the only one with the body language going, wait, what's going on? And then the other guy's like, yeah, this is wrong. Wait, this man with face. I see his face. What are they even talking about? Yeah, what are they talking about? They said no, did Apollo 1 explode, or was it the one that exploded on the fire on the launch pad? Yeah. Is that what it was?
So like,
Was that
guys
Apollo 1? No, I don't believe Apollo 1 was in 63, was it?
I was gonna check when I was looking around for this guy.
Okay, but I don't think Apollo 1, I think that was later. I think Apollo 1 was long after Kennedy had been assassinated. I believe. So the moon landing was 69. So Apollo 1 was 67.
Yeah, so yeah, that's what you said. This one.
Yeah, that'd been something else. But at the end of the day, they were Nazis. They hired a gang of Nazis to figure out how to get to the moon, including Werner von Braun, the head guy of NASA. Simon Wiesenthal.
But a lot of people, you can say it a million times, and they can look it up, and they absorb it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people still don't comprehend it, which is mind-boggling, because then you have to start questioning. Okay, so if we started back then, when did it really start, and then how involved is? I think a lot of people are afraid to put that much time and thought into. Whoa, maybe there's a lot of things that have happened that we've been told and that we've been educated on by the very great professors, and all the information and time is not exactly what you may thought it been. And for some reason, I feel like so much of the population is, they just don't even want to hear it or take the time, because for whatever reason, it's too much.
There's a lot to sift through.
It's a lot to sit through, but
Especially, there's so many different things to sift through. Like, if you want to get into the Federal Reserve, like, what is it? Hold on. I mean, it's not a federal institution. When you want to, like, go into that, it takes so long just to get into the Federal Reserve. Just trying to figure out how money works.
right. And what is everyone still? How many people still think the Federal Reserve is federal?
Most people. It says federal in the name. That's why it's so crazy.
It's genius. It's amazing. It's genius.
It is genius.
Because it works. Yes.
But it's also like one of those things. It's kind of grandfathered in because it's always been there, since Nixon, right? Was it when did they institute the Federal Reserve?
Before that.
Well, Nixon was off the gold standard, right? Was it Nixon?
I don't know. I thought
Who took us off the gold standard? Was it Nixon or was it Reagan? Right. Right. So when did the Federal Reserve exist? So the Federal Reserve was quite a bit before that. It's all nuts, man.
This is so nuts.
Right? Here's the nutty thing, the fucking crypto thing. The crypto thing is so wild.
I can't wrap my head around it.
There's going to be an amazing movie, I guarantee you, with Sam Bankman-Fried's story. I mean, how do you not make it amazing about a guy who is worth fucking billions of dollars, lived in the Bahamas, and in a house with 9 of his friends, and they all fucked each other, and they all did drugs constantly. And they openly talked about, like, taking amphetamines on Twitter. Like, one of the ladies that is, she's testifying against him now, Caroline, whatever it is, his girlfriend at the time. She tweeted about how when you're on amphetamines, like in regular life, just seems so stupid. Something along those lines. Yeah. About like not being on amphetamines in regular life seems so stupid. Like she's just getting laughed out all the time. Find that quote. This is a movie. There should be a movie about it. These people, there's a crypto exchange. These people are making billions of dollars. But here's what it is. They were the number 2 donor to the Democratic Party. So they're fun, but they're getting away with this nonsense. They're doing it in a place where they're not subject to the same regulations. That's why they go to the Bahamas. And then they just say, listen, everybody have a piece of this pie. It's just giving out pie. They're giving out pie. And everybody's like, this pie is amazing. And meanwhile, everybody's going, where the fuck is my money? Yeah, nothing like regular amphetamine used to make you appreciate how dumb a lot of normal, non-medicated human experiences. Wow. Of course, wow. It's definitely, but it's room for introspection. Maybe there should be ripping people off. If you're on amphetamines all the time, you don't have time for normal introspection. You're fucking jerked. I want to buy an island. I want my own fucking spaceship. Yeah. How much money you send Democrats? Said what? You got pledged this year, said $1 billion. The money's all fake. just send them $1 billion. Like, hey, here's $1 billion of this fake money that, for whatever reason, I have.
Is it all crazy? It's not. So what do? It's not. So where do you go? That's what you spend a lot of time going. All right, where's this all gonna go? Is it gonna go really?
Well, you're only gonna have a certain amount of control, no matter what. As an individual human being, you're only gonna have a certain amount of control. My hope is that cooler heads will prevail. My hope is that as many other cataclysms, catastrophes were avoided through discourse of people waking the fuck up in the past, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, like all the shit that we went through when we were in high school, and we thought every day the Russians and us were going to go to war. How much we think about all the time?
Do the bomb, do the nuclear bomb.
These were all freaked out. Everybody knows my age and into younger, like until the wall fell down, everybody was terrified we were going to have a nuclear war with Russia. 100%. 100%. It was a thing that was like in the air. And I remember when the Soviet Union collapsed, I was like, oh,
I know.
like I sighed. Like,
Yes.
we got to be
No
less
more.
anxious in this country.
Yes.
Well, people don't know that.
You're
These
100%
kids
right.
today don't know what it was like to experience that every day when we were in high school.
Yes. Even grammar school. That started
All throughout our high school.
Yeah.
All throughout our schoolings, we were always worried about Russia. Everybody I know that I talked to, people that grew up in Colorado, people that grew up in California, everybody has the same stories. So when that dropped off, man, that shows that things can get better.
Yeah.
Even if it was only better for a short period of time. And it's not even a short period of time. It's just, this is how things go. They go like this, and then they go like this, and then we push back, and they go like this, and they go up, and they go down. And you gotta constantly be trying to like move it in a direction where there's the least amount of corruption possible. And that's fucking hard when people have control over things. And that's why you should fight against control. Because control is, it's never good. It's never good when they can just decide what you do and where you go. And this is, the fucking end point is always communism. If you just keep going, like Jordan Peterson said, keep going down that line, you get to a communist dictatorship. And when you hear all that kind of talk, and it's easy for people who don't have anything to go, yeah, people who have it, they should give it to people who don't have it. Like, okay, who's telling you this? The government is telling you this. Why? They want you to fight against each other. This is all crazy talk.
The billionaire is telling you and telling the masses, like, no, you should share for everyone. The guy with the 4 houses, that guy, how do you not, his face is starting to hang now.
It's a fascinating exercise he's chosen to do.
Yes.
If you, there's,
He's like that. That's a big one.
well,
That's a big, but it's fuzzy.
if you're playing that game, right? If you're in that, that's what. When you have those guys, the speculators, the guys who are involved in betting on businesses collapsing,
Right.
you know, there's like a lot of people that are invested in destroying things, hostile takeovers. They enjoy those things. Bro, I had a friend who started a company, has his own company, and hired this guy. I forget what his job was, but high-level executive. And then they tried to start a coup to get him kicked out. His own company. He started.
It happens all the time.
And he had a battle it for a long time, to get a long time to get out from under it. And I was like, whoa, this is a company that he started. But that's what people do. That's what people do. They try to always get more and more power. This is what people do.
I feel there may come a time, I don't know, where this can take a lot, where we have a game show where we start uniting people. I was saying, put a game show together, unite the people, right? And put the left on one side, the right side, and you're allowed to talk. You have to talk and you have to connect before the end of the day. You've got to come out as best friend. But anytime you mention politics or something you think you know, but you clearly learned it from, you're emotionally involved, you get zapped, electrocuted, something like that. And it's just the whole game is fucking. Like for instance,
If you bring up politics, you get zapped.
yeah, like for instance, because we need to unite. Do you know what I mean? We need to unite. So, like when we had no supplies, we got no supplies. But you'd have 1 billion Trump voting parades. tell me at that time how to put the two sides together. You took the Trump perpetrators and you had to put on everyone that hates Trump, and you could like prepare, and you go get the supplies. But anytime you have to connect, get the supplies without fighting about politics. The point of the story is, come on. The point of the story is, it doesn't matter how much you hate each other, have to fight or what you think about. We're all gonna connect the minute I feel we unplug from it all and enjoy it all. I don't know how that looks though.
We're all going to connect if there's another conflict. There's a conflict on our shores. We're all going to connect. That would be undeniable. If there was some sort of an attack, another 9/11, that would be what brought people together in 2001. We bring people together in 2024. When it brought people together in 2001, it was shocking. Everywhere in LA, everybody had American flags on their cars. It was a totally different vibe. And again, I hate to say it because I don't want it to happen. But when people realize what's really important, and that it's not all this bullshit that people are fighting about all the time, I think that's, I say joke about the idea that intelligence agencies would infiltrate areas of society and ruin them to keep people fighting against each other. Like, why would they do that? Why would they do that? They don't have the time to do that. But now I think they've definitely done that. They've definitely done that. So that's kind of a crazy thing. You've got something that's working for the people and against the people on the people's money.
And I think a lot, I know this sounds crazy, but I think a lot of that has to do with spirit. Like what you said, when everything went down, everyone looked at the firemen, the police officers, everyone that helped as a hero. There was a spirit. The spirit that united people that wanted. Now going to conflict was a whole different story. And I also felt over the next couple, and after that spirit, I almost feel like, oh man, the bad guys, they didn't expect that much spirit from us to look after each other. And then the next years, they're like, now we're going to demonize the police, demonize. So now they started all this complete chaos. And I do hope what you're talking about, God forbid, I pray to God, it's reality. No one ever wants violence of anything. But I hope that's not what we need to make our spirits come alive. I really do. I think
it's not necessary. It's possible. It's possible that we can get our shit together without that. But I think that when things happen, that was initially in the beginning of COVID. I was hoping that would happen. I was hoping it would unite people. It had the opposite effect. But I was hoping when the country got shut down that people were going to be cool to each other because they realized, like, hey, under the threat of something that none of us can control that could take our loved ones away, we all have a shared interest in common, and that's keeping society running and getting back to normal again. I mean, I was hopeful. Because I had lived through 9/11. I remember what that was like. But after those days, like, I remember people were genuinely nicer for months, for a long time after 9/11. The whole country, everywhere you went, they were cool with it.
You're 100% right. But I do feel what that time did, at least for me, it taught me how judgmental I am, taught me how much anger I still have in me, taught me how much resentment I might have towards people. But what it did to, like, at 9/11 did that? No. COVID. Yeah. We formed, like, I would go to this coffee shop. I've been going there forever and ever. And one friend I talked about a while ago. But that group, and they still hang out all the time. There's a lot of differences in that group. Like, there was a couple of us, there was one or two of us that would go round and round with vaccines, blah, blah, blah. What are you with this? And then I tried to explain, but the point of the story is I remember a moment where we were all sitting together. There's like 25 of us. Dude, do you know what it's like for guys to hang out? But when you add wives, and there's nothing against women or what, but when you start pairing up couples, they started hanging out. We started hanging, first of all, this group would hang out every day, all different walks of life, all different financial brackets. And then after a while, play the ball or do whatever, hang out, get to some sense drinking, we started finding more things to do. Then it brought us closer, we started getting the wives. And then we started having big gatherings at my house, from Tom's house, and we all looked at, this guy needs his basement, everyone's hey, this guy's going to the airport, and this one's mother is having some issues, and we all, and I'll never forget a really cool moment was we were in Morristown, New Jersey, we're all sitting down, and my friend Basil said, the guy from Greece, he's sitting there, I'm looking like, I go, Basil, like, how did this happen? Like, this guy's a lawyer. This guy's a 9/11 fireman. From Joe. This guy's a fireman. This guy's a landscaper. This guy's from this country. And he just simply said, you know why, Jim? Because, he said, nobody thinks who they are. And I feel like we live in a society where not only do we trust, but way too much trust in people who think who they are. What I mean is, you are one of the biggest voices in the world. You don't walk around the streets. You don't meet me backstage. You don't talk to people that if you're going to go to Delhi. You don't act like you are one of the biggest. A ball player, there's two ball players and billionaires. One comes in, a lawyer, two lawyers come in. One guy thinks he deserves, do you know who I am? I'm the biggest lawyer in the world. I'm the judge. Do you realize I'm the CEO? Do you realize I'm the top veterinarian and the blah, blah, blah? Do you realize those people have been trained to a sort of mindset that closes them? Oh, this guy's below me. This group, the reason we got along, and I'm okay with it being a pusher of vaccines, it's all right. I still know the human side. This guy's pushing his electric cars, which I think is the most ridiculous thing in the world. But you know what? It's getting him and this guy through, blah, 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 and they really need each one another. When we get family or an issue or tragedy, we didn't care about any of that. We didn't care about social media. We didn't care about any of us what we did. It was that spirit, nucleus of just us being pure humans and caring with our hearts after one another, rather than giving a shit what we do for a living. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and wait to spare for electric cars. I got one. Shit. I got one. I don't think it's for electric. It's G-Wagon stuff. Oh, yeah, they got a high. Right? Those are 360. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those G-Wagons are out of control. You ever see the G-Wagon Square? It's like for people who don't think a G-Wagon is showy enough. You get a double-sized G-Wagon. But the point is, I don't care about electric cars. You know what I mean? Bro, I don't let that go. They're amazing. Well, I get it. I have one too. Which one do you have? I have the Chevy Bolt. Oh, I like that. My Dodgers. Yeah, and it's awesome. I don't want one. No. I have no interest. It's a spaceship. It's a spaceship. I like pumping the gas in. I do too. I enjoy it. Jimmy, I've been in this. My friend Tom scares the shit out of me. He drives by himself and looks at me. I don't do that. But I do occasionally. But I keep my hand right there. I really do. But most of the time, I like to drive it. But the thing's like driving is extraordinary. It's like being on a rocket. Watch it 0 to 1,000. You don't have to do that. That's not what I'm saying. The way it just integrates with traffic, not just going crazy like a maniac doing something horrible. It's a different game. It's playing a different game. It can go to places where your regular car can't go. It can merge way faster than your regular car can and not cause any problems. You have to speed up to get on the highway speeds. Everyone's going 70. You fuck it up for the people in the right lane. It's not with that car. You're like, Joe, I live in Florida. Everyone's 70, 80 years old. I ain't in a hurry. I know you're not in a hurry. It's not about being in a hurry. It's about the wonder that you feel when you're in control of this immense technology. I have been a gearhead my whole life. I had muscle cars when I was in high school, and as soon as I started making money, one of the first things I wanted to do was get a dope car. I love cars, so I'm not an anti-combustion engine guy. I love those things. My favorite cars are 1960s to early 1970s muscle cars. Those are my favorite cars by far, but they are dog shit compared to a Tesla.
modern engine and modern brakes, you can't fuck with one of those electric cars. You know, those things are on a totally different level.
Maybe I'll admit, I'm a little intimidated, almost like my kid trying to show me how to use my phone. I'm like, I don't want to listen to any buttons. I don't want to deal with this.
Those things are easy.
I love getting in someone's Tesla. I love that. And they get the whole, you just press the
Do you know how to make a phone call with your phone?
Yeah.
You know how to send a text?
Yeah.
You drive a Tesla. It's not hard.
No, I know that. The screen's this big.
That's great if you're fucking looking at the navigation. It's the greatest screen ever for navigation. You're looking at a literal iPad in front of you. It shows you all the roads coming up. It's fucking fantastic. I'm not too scared. If you're gonna drive one once. Drive one once. You'll drive it. You go, oh shit. Oh, this is amazing. It's a future. Jamie, talk to me about your I agree with you. Tell me how it feels. Hey, you sold it. Leaving a red light is the best. It's the best. The light turns green, you're like, bye. If you're in the front, you're like, you're going 70 miles an hour before they hit 20. It's just no gears. It's one gear. I got it, bro. I got it. Talk to me. It's fun like someone thinks like, oh, Tesla Flow next to me, watch this. Oh, dude. I remember I was in my GT3 RS. I have a GT3 RS that's built by Sharkworks. So they take a regular GT3 RS and juice it up to 518 horsepower. And it sounds like a dragon. And this dude in a silent Model 3 just sit past me. I done it, man. I didn't have a chance in hell. He was way faster than me. And that car is fast. It's a literal race car. Yeah, I believe it. It's a fast car. And it was nothing compared to that little electric car. It went, bye. See ya. Bye-bye. You look stupid. Making all that dumb noise.
I have 3 lights behind you.
But the thing is, life is not a race. And the thing about cars is, what I always tell people, if you really want to enjoy a car, what you want is a car. It doesn't have to be the fastest car. You want to get it down to where you feel the most about what's going on. That's what driving a car is really all about. The more numb it gets, like the Tesla's kind of numb. It's electric, it doesn't make any sound, it handles really well. It's got its computers that calculate everything, amazing suspension. But those old cars, you feel everything. You feel it in your ass when you're going around a corner. You feel the weight distribution of the car. You know where the braking points of the tires are. You know exactly how much pull you have to have, especially if you have a manual steering car, like an old car that has manual steering, an old Porsche. Those things are magical. Like, they're not fast, man. They're not fast. Like, I have a 1993 Porsche. It's like a 964. It's got like 300 horsepower. It's not fast. But it's magical to drive. You feel everything, man. It's like you're on a ride. You're feeling the bumps on your ass. You're feeling the tires. You're literally getting connected to how they're gripping the road. Feedback's going through your fingers. Yeah. You're feeling the engine revving in your foot when you hit the accelerator. You're feeling it. It's not fast, but it's insanely enjoyable. Yeah. Because you're connected to this mechanism, you're connected to this pinnacle of engineering. And the irony is, as we've gotten better at engineering, we've removed the enjoyment of driving a raw car. Raw cars are the most enjoyable thing to drive. Okay? At least for me. I guess my wife doesn't want nothing to do with those stupid cars. No, I know it's sneaky. That's a nice electric car. No noise. I get it. I mean, a lot of people don't like it. It has nothing to do with liking it. If you can drive a 1970 Porsche, a good one with a good suspension, one that's been done up a little bit so it handles better. So there you go. 2,200 pounds. You get one that's 2,200 pounds. It doesn't need much horsepower. 260, 270. It's funny. Just I'm telling you, if you did it, it'll change your life. All right, it'll change your life. I'm not gonna debate it. It's not something you go to the grocery store. It's something like Tim. Is that what it is? Sure. Hey, you're all right. I'm a part guy. You're feeling it. Pull that fucking window down. You gotta do it like this. You gotta roll that bitch. You gotta actually crank it. Feel the engine behind you. highway. Jump down the highway.
Mine's getting slower. Mine, the window's coming down.
Show me Magnus Walker takes his Porsche out on the highway. I think he took it out on the 110. This is a perfect example of this guy. This guy collects these old Porsches. This dude made a bunch of money in clothing and textiles and shit. He's got this business now where he just makes Porsches. He takes these Porsches and makes these outlaw cars. He uses them the engine. But he did these little tiny light cars. Watch him see him driving. This dude's in a little ride, son. That ain't a car. Let me see if he can scoot ahead so it does a long video. Where's he driving? I don't know, but he's from England. But he lives in California. He's got this dope, I've been to his place. He's got a dope warehouse in downtown LA. He keeps all these Porsches in. I went and visited him. So, just show him driving this fucking thing. So here's his work. Here it is. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, I should pay attention. This is what I'm talking about. Hey, this is an old turbo. This is a wild little car. They used to call those widowmakers. Because when you go around a corner with those things, they have it's all rear weight bias, so they whip around and do a fucking 360 and smack shit at things. People don't know how to drive these things, they get fucked up. This guy's flying. See, he drives late at night, man. He gets out late at night when there's no one on the road. He takes these little wild Porsches out. This motherfucker's in a video game. He's in like a real live video game. Look at this. The thing about those cars is you don't even have to drive them fast for it to feel like you're going fast. Because you're so connected to them, you're driving 50, 60 miles an hour. It feels like you're going 100 in a regular car. It feels wild because you feel the speed. Like this one of his best ones. This little thing's super light. I mean, this dude is on a ride, son. He's not in a fucking Buick. Listen to that thing. He's downshifting, rev matching. This motherfucker knows what he's doing. He knows how to drive one of these things. That's a little piece of art. That's a different experience. That's his zen. Yeah, that's your zen. That's so much different than driving an electric car. That's the total opposite of an electric car. Because it's not the most efficient, it's not the biggest technological marvel, but it's the perfect balance of fun and feel. I got you in transportation. I got you. Just makes life tickle. See? I mean, I'm doing a bicycle ride at night. That's a great thing, too. Yes, that's a great thing. That's not the opposite. That's a beautiful thing. Taking a bicycle ride. Pitch black, going out. It's peaceful. It's beautiful. Bicycle ride at night. Not spent on ride. Yes. Clear your head. You know what I've done too? It's nice. Jet skis. Oh, ooh, you're going fast. Just turn around. I want jet skis. But that one, I would love, if I had the opportunity, jet skis rather than a boat. Jet skis are amazing because you can go so fast in those fucking things and there's no risk. Well, there's a risk. You can definitely hurt yourself if you fell. But not nearly the same kind of risk if you're on a motorcycle. But you're like on a motorcycle, just on a motorcycle on the water. But it's being balanced. It's kind of fun. All right. So, here's my thing with fast. Let me tell you when I stopped at the fast. I was a fast guy. This is one of those weird moments. You did not. Okay. I just got my new car. I swear to God. Right? I'm doing a gig. I'm out. This freaks me out. This is why. So I go do the gig. And as I'm driving back, it's about 1:30, 2 in the morning. It's way out Long Island, go back to Jersey. This is striking distance, go back home. As I'm in the left lane, okay, the rain is dark, blah, blah. I'm with my friend Rob. I'm flying. Oh, no. I love going. I'm hitting 90, 95. That's awesome. Wow. And it's raining. Yeah, it's raining, but it just finished raining, and now I'm on the Jersey side. And all my life, as I'm driving, the inside goes, Jim, go in the middle lane. I'm
talking about dude. And as I'm middle lane, he doesn't even know I'm having this conversation in my head. Right. So we go to middle lane. And it was not only the middle lane just because of the car, just slow down a life, Jim. Right? So this is my wackiness. I go into the middle lane. On my life, Joe. On my life. It just freaked me out. The second I got in that middle lane, there was a car, all the lights off, in the left fucking lane. Oh no. Just sitting there. Oh no. And I went, and the dude just went, holy shit. Dude, if we didn't fucking move to the middle lane, we would have fucking hit that. And then I noticed as we were going, there was a bunch of cars on the side, so I don't know what kind of accident broke out. But dude, that shit happens to me, and I don't look at it as like some experience.
The exact same. Me and my friend John, we were driving to New York, and we were coming home from Guinness, and I was in the second to left lane, and I saw it up ahead because it had very dull hazard lights. The batteries dead, so the hazard lights are very dull. And I saw it, and I went, oh shit, and I changed lanes. And then I looked behind me in the rearview mirror, and I saw a car hit it. Just full on, boom, speeding out of control, boom, another car hits. We watched this fucking pylon happen right behind us.
Dude, the fact of what I go far out there, where like, what made me at that moment say, get in the middle lane? I didn't even see it. I didn't see the light. So that's why I know you love the fast. I don't have that.
Yeah, but I'm not into that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into like going fast on the highway.
No, you know
what I'm really interested in is input from a car. I don't need to be going fast. I like a car. It's like where I like muscle cars. I like input is a feel you have when you ride. You don't have to ride it irresponsibly. You have to enjoy it. Yeah, you're connected to the machine. It's just it's a different thing. I got it. It's just, I got it. I don't mean you should be driving irresponsibly, but you know, it's set that he's doing the thing that he's doing. He's really doing that on his open roads. Basically, get on the highway, close it down, or it's got it down to science. I think we just go really late at night. I think that's the move. I think if you're like a city dweller, you live in downtown LA, there ain't shit going on there at night. There's no one there at night. Downtown LA is weird. It's weird because you think like downtown, wherever, New York City. Oh my God, it's gonna be hot-bins, it's gonna be restaurants and people. Downtown LA is a zombie movie. It's a full-on zombie movie. It's the craziest homeless population on Earth still. Oh my God, dude! Have you ever been down to those side streets that are complete skid row? They're totally covered with people. Dude, I saw it in I was filming Fear Factor there in 2003.
That's how far back it goes.
Yeah. 2003, there was skid row. It's way before that. There's a documentary on that hotel. What's that hotel called? The Cecil Hotel. That was that hotel where a lady died. They thought that someone had killed her, but she was off of medication. She jumped into the tanks, the water tanks on the roof, and they found her in there. So there's this documentary they did on the Cecil Hotel, and then it becomes this history of Skid Row. When Skid Row would be like, they would find people, or degenerates, or homeless people, drug addicts from one place, and they would just go take them and drop them off right in this one area where there's like a shelter and there's food, and keep them there. And so they developed this like fucking eternal village in Los Angeles that's all drug addict homeless people. It's insane. I'm talking thousands and thousands of people in this area.
I know, but we should put more money in climate change.
What the fucked up thing about that is they engineered that. They made that area.
That's how I feel.
People to those spots. They had police that kept people from leaving that area.
If you've been traveling, have you seen certain cities over the last couple of years out of nowhere all of a sudden has a huge homeless population?
Yeah.
Like this is, in my opinion, from traveling. I mean, I remember Denver was one of the first places. I was like, what the? This happened quick. Why are they all in Denver? And then Portland. I've seen LA, but not to the. I've been out of LA a long time, so not to the extent that you have. San Fran, the first time, God, it was like 2017, 18. I was I was traumatized what I saw in just a short amount of time. It wasn't that crazy. I don't remember it being that crazy in 2015 compared to 2017-18. It got insane. It was I saw guys sticking a needle in it. I saw all those people yelling.
They made it more convenient for them. They were more tolerant of them, and they gave them money to stay there. There's a lot of cities in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if it's Portland or Seattle. One of them, they interviewed this guy, and he was talking about how he gets a check. He gets a check every month, and so it's like beneficial for him to stay on the street. He doesn't have to do anything. He can get his drugs, get his food, and he just sleeps on the streets. And they're paying them. They're essentially paying them to never improve their condition. I doubt it. I mean, maybe people voted on. They're out of their mind.
But like, either way,
Those people are in a fucking. Those people are in a death cult. They're in a suicide death cult. They want their city to spiral out of control. They want no cops. They just want
why?
trans kids
Why?
everywhere. I don't know, man.
There has to be
China, TikTok, probably Russia.
It doesn't make sense.
I get it. We'll come back. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense if people are buying it. We'll be right back. I think there's a fucking game going on, Jim. That game is total control of the human population. It's the same game that's been going on since the British Empire. The same game that went on when Portugal went to South America. It's the same game that we've been doing forever. The same game. It's being done on a different playing field. It's a different world. There's a different influence. There's this whole digital thing that no one's completely got control of yet. And there's a lot of AI talk, and we don't exactly know what the state of the art is. It's shocking how good it is already.
So the other day, I don't know what it was, but over Florida, Southwest Florida, my daughter and I were riding a bicycle, and
Saw a UFO.
no, it wasn't a UFO. It was this, but it was
You saw that giant alien at the Miami
no,
Mall?
dude. No. Epstein's Island. Can we send out the aliens, please? Meet them there.
10-foot Anunnaki.
He was 10-foot Anunnaki. Where's the video?
There's clear, grainy video footage of this fucking high-resolution cell phone footage of those kids beating the fuck out of people at that mall.
Well, no, how many cameras are in a freaking mall? There's no cameras in a mall. You don't understand anyone
They
videotapes.
don't work on aliens. The cameras don't work.
Oh, you know what? That's no. So we're looking up in a damn it.
I had a friend of mine try to convince me that the aliens erased the video footage that he was getting of the flying saucer that was in his backyard.
Come on.
No, he really believed it.
No. So this was.
I'm like, bro, you forgot to press record.
So this
Jesus
was.
Christ. So first, what is that?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. So
Okay, that looks like a launch. So that could be either a missile test or that could be a satellite launch. Where was that? Okay, near Cape Canaveral. SpaceX. Yeah.
But
So
here's what was
you're
wild.
near Cape Canaveral, right? Yeah. That's what it is. Okay, so did you Google rockets being launched that day?
But what was?
Or did you go straight to Reddit?
No. I knew. I was like, I'm not going to go on either one. So I just watched it. I just watched it, to be honest with you, because it formed a cloud, and it looked like there was this weird cloud formation in the middle of the sky, and then all of a sudden, there were 2 or 3 of them that started jetting out from each side. I was like, oh, wow. But what blows my mind is when you look at it, as you say it's a rocket, it's moving, you see, it almost looks like whatever it's cutting through, you see it. Do you know what I mean? Well, if you go through water, you're like, you see the water.
Right.
If you go through air, it's,
But you know what?
no,
It's heat and condensation. It's the same reason why you see contrails out through jet engines. Okay, so when jet engines may go through the sky and say, oh my god, they're making fake clouds, they are making clouds.
Yes.
This is how they make clouds. Yes. It's an accidental thing of having a very hot jet engine that's going through an area with a very specific amount of moisture in the air. So when they travel through with a certain amount of humidity, a certain amount of moisture with the heat of the jet engine, it literally creates clouds. And the thing is, like when people say, oh, they're geoengineering, involuntarily, for sure. But maybe they've done some stuff that definitely cloud seeded and there definitely have been some experiments about lowering the temperature of the Earth by seeding things in clouds. There's definitely been experiments and definitely been studies and discussions about that. But one of the things that happens when you have all the jets flying back and forth like we do is you are 100% creating cloud cover that cools the Earth. They found that out during 9/11. Because after 9/11, when they shut down all the airports, they shut down all the flights, and there was no planes in the sky. The temperature got warmer. And it's because they're literally covering us with clouds every time they go over these jets. That's what's happening. So when you're looking at that, that's a similar version of that. You're looking at this insanely powerful rocket that's shooting this satellite up in the sky. You're all of these explanations of that. Ice crystals come out of the spacecraft exhaust. Wow, are beautiful, and they glow whenever the sunlight hits them. If we're in darkness, but the sunlight is going right past the limb of the Earth, then when those ice crystals are up there, they turn into this fantastic show. Amazing. So it's cold as fuck up there, dude. You gotta realize, you ever look at a plane, but it tells you the outside temperature? Yeah, it's like minus 30. Yeah, what the fuck? Minus 60, it is freezing up there. So when you're passing through that with a hot jet engine, you're basically making the equivalent of like if you go outside in the winter and go, oh, right. But you're doing it in a way more extreme version. You're literally turning it into a cloud. So who is that now? That's SpaceX. I think that's what is X with James. So yeah, I did see that. A fucking door blew off in Alaska Airline. Did you see the other one where the plane crashed? What? Bro, this United one. Oh my god, it's just a chunk of the fucking. Oh my god, it's just a chunk of the fly out. No one flew out? Holy shit. No, it happened 20 minutes after they left. They're still sticking, so they're flying. It's just on a phone. Can you imagine sitting right there? Someone's iPhone made the fell out while they were up there. Oh my god, I found it. Can you imagine sitting right there? It still worked. Yeah, no, yeah, the two people that were sitting there missed the flight. Are you serious? Yeah. Oh my god, that's bizarre. What are the chances of that? The one door that's going to come off out of billions of flights, that's the two people that were supposed to sit there, let's pick up to the flight coming down. Baby Jesus looking out for him. That is so crazy, dude. The flight attendant's making sure. It's not even a door. It doesn't look like a door. It looks like a hole. What do you got going on there? Okay. Dude. Yeah. So did you see the other one where United airline crashed, landed, but it landed so hard that it bent the fuselage? No. Yeah. You have video of it? They don't have video, they have photographs of the fuselage that's bent. So whoever was flying this thing, there's someone tweeted about it, it was like a pilot. Yeah, look at that. Bro, it crashed so hard, it got a dent in the middle of it. Look at it. It said it impacted the runway 3 times, resulting in a bent fuselage. What the fuck? And so what happened in Japan? Are they going for a similar thing where they're just hiring anybody? No, I think. Oh wait, United was the one that was like, we have to hire X amount of this, Y amount of that. I think Schneider was on the runway. They ran into each other. Oh Jesus! Oh right. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Yeah, people got off. No one died. No, people died. A couple people died. What a hard show. You make the whole flight, and then that's how you. Oh my God, dude. You already landed. Done. There's a fucking great book called The Strain. It's about, I think Guillermo del Toro wrote it. Yeah, he did. And then they turned it into a series. Am I saying it right? Was it The Strain? They turned it into a series about this plane that lands in like dead. You don't know, their blood sucked out of them. It's a vampire book. Oh, it's a vampire story. Yeah. Then you heard the Netflix. It's Fire in the Snow. It's about like crash. I heard that it's very violent. Done. They start eating each other. Something like that. Yeah. It's about people eating each other from Lord of the Flies to Lost to Yellow Jackets. Fictional stories about plane crashes that many people stranded in the wilderness and long been fought in popular entertainment. These narratives generally delve into the dark side of human nature, often centering on how survivors eventually turn against one another under the stress of such dire circumstances. Yeah, that's like during COVID.
Yes, right. It's not 1,000.
I think this is like not a retelling of the crash.
They made a movie out of it.
True story about 16 members and supporters of the Uruguayan rugby team managed to survive 72 days in one of the world's harshest environments by doing the opposite. While the movie is plenty harrowing, it's also a moving account of how those who lived through the now infamous 1972 crash of the Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 banded together to overcome nearly 2.5 months of starvation, frigid temperatures, and extreme weather events while trapped under a remote glacier high in the Andes Mountains. Here's what the factor is there. Uruguayan Air Force. So you're dealing with high-level individuals, right? You're dealing with people that are in the fucking Air Force.
Right, so
These aren't just like regular fat civilians that lie about their taxes.
Right.
These are soldiers. And so they band together. And they survive. And that's the good story. Well, what's the fucking factor in that story? Real humans. Hard men. Real humans that have gone through something very difficult to become a member of the Air Force. They know how to band together. They're well trained. They're disciplined. Yeah. That's what the fucking world needs, bro. That's what the world needs. Like, they talk, all this toxic masculinity talk. Oh my god, that is China. They're doing it to you. They're doing it to you. No, but you're right. They have no connection to the Air Force. So who are the people? Well, there again. Okay, athletes. The rugby team. That's right. You're the rugby team. So there's another version. Rugby team. Rugby players are fucking animals. How tough are those goddamn guys? How tough are those motherfuckers? They're crashing into each other with no helmets on.
I have a guy in my development wants to play on
A row.
I'm not doing it.
Those guys are animals.
I can't do that.
You ever seen them do the hot gun? Yes. Is that like the Samoans do it? Yeah, before
Yes.
Holy shit, bro.
Spooky.
It's amazing.
Now, can you imagine like 1,000 people invading your town doing that? People had already laid out. I don't want to fight this guy. So I'm out.
It's looking like those Braveheart type wars.
Yeah.
People on the other side.
I'm out.
Show me some of that, Jay. Show me some of that.
Yeah, rugby team. Now, imagine these guys showed up.
These guys are animals.
We're going to fight.
They got all taped up ears and shit. They're ready to go to war.
They're ready to go to
This
war.
is a totally different kind of game.
Yeah.
There's no, they got no pads on, man. There's no pads. And these guys fucking collide with each other. Watch this. Tell me you're not getting fired up.
Imagine this guy did this in the bars. You're coming out. Said the wrong
Not
thing.
good. Listen to that fucking crowd, dude.
That's how aggressive is it walking up to the line like that? And that guy's crazy.
There was one dude in the back who was like, oh my god, what the fuck am I doing?
Where the guy is, the main guy looks like he's got bad shoulders, you know.
Bro,
The guy on the far left is crazy.
and we're over here arguing about what gender to use what bathroom.
Crazy, right?
They want us to fight over stupid shit.
I remember
They
that
want
first
us
came
to
out.
become feminized. They want us to become weaker. They want us to become stupider. They want us to become more docile, more dependent. That's just how people are, kids.
Dehumanizing. That's what you're dehumanizing. You take out the spirit and what your existence is. Your true existence, your natural.
I think that's how things progress. You have to have a resistance to something's infringing, and then you have to have a resistance, and then things improve because you realize the power and the importance of this moment. You have to overcome this as a society. You have to overcome this. But we have to be forced into this conflict to be able to rise to overcome it. And I think that's what's happened all throughout history with wars. This is a kind of a war. It's kind of a cultural war. Yeah. And the cultural war is attached to physical wars. And you can manipulate escalate those physical wars. It's wild times, kids. This is the wildest of times. And we just gotta hope that cooler heads prevail and no one decides to get nuclear. No one decides to get Oppenheimer over his bitch.
That's what I don't understand too. I remember last time I was here. People, just everyday people, how hard is it? Why do we allow? If they say, "Hey man, Russia's a problem," Ukraine, all right, Israel, or whatever conflict there is, how can you never just talk to the people? Why you have to talk to the ones? But why can't you? Who is allowing this? Why do we allow this? Why do we allow your entire existence to be controlled by someone that can force one of your children or yourself into a situation they have nothing to do with? Sure, we're talking about murdering them or teaching them to murder.
Well, that's definitely the argument against the draft, right? The draft is taking people against their will and forcing them to fight for their country against a war that may ultimately prove to be unjustified. But think about this: people got drafted for the Vietnam War.
What? Exactly. Now
That's the best example that we have because it's universally regarded as being started by a false flag. And and probably was a part of a fucking crazy drug money operation.
No, that was a genocide. That's another thing when you sit and really think about it. That's really scary when you say that was here. To send people in a situation that there was times when they knew they weren't going to work out, but you keep selling them and then it drug everyone here. I mean, you could see all the implanted chaos and what they were doing. And all right, if you're not educated, you're not going to find it. And if you don't have money, fine. Okay, if you're going to stay here, let's start the campuses. Let's start dropping. Let's put out this genre of music. Let's make sure this music starts really kicking.
That's the weird conspiracy theory. Hollywood, the CIA created a lot of rock and roll. That's a weird one.
Why is it that weird?
That's the Lord. It's just weird. I'm not saying that it's not true.
It's on every level, entertainment, everything. It's just like to a degree sports or something like that.
Right. But it's not possible to create something like The Doors without insane talent and dedication. You have to have a bunch of things have to be happening. So how much influence do they really have? I mean, how much influence do they really have where they can create Light My Fire?
Who creates the airwaves?
No. I mean, the actual recording itself is brilliant.
Yes.
And, Break Out to the Other Side is a fucking brilliant song. It's a brilliant song. It's one of those songs where it brings you back to the year in which it was made. You feel it in the song. It's like a time capsule. That song is magic. So if the CIA really did create rock and roll, the CIA really was involved in it, how much were they involved in the magic that was The Doors? Can you do that again, please? Were you guys really involved in Hendrix? Because that's the thing, they always said Hendrix was like a product of the CIA. I heard that. Like, how? How did you make the greatest guitarist of all time? Do it again, please. What did you do?
And for what?
You know the latest one?
No, but I'm starting to hear.
The latest one is rap music. The latest one is the CIA created gangster rap to cause chaos.
I'll tap that entertainment thought because if you think about it, I was a metal guy. What kind of music you into? So I was very hey, listen to this crap. Black people singing, trying to steal. That's the mentality of where I grew up, and music, and so. But then all the chicks started listening to hip hop. I'd break my heart. Dudes break dancing to the other side. So it was breaking out. It was becoming, it was crossing over. It was also, I wouldn't say heartless, but it's more upbeat. And so if you're any music that influences both sides always has to eventually get steered in a certain direction or another direction. That's just my own thought. And if you look at all of the tremendous people that would start crossing over, that's what was he singing about? But I even thought that sometimes about some of the deeper metal bands. And, these guys are talking like these guys running around acting all violent, smashing each other, talking about great death. Original Starling, I'm telling you,
So you saying that someone's like controlling who makes it through and who doesn't?
100%. Why would you allow certain individuals, certain music to get out there, and then if it gets out there, anything that can control,
Well, first of all,
that much has to be burned.
well, first of all, when someone's making music, right, in the beginning, you're not making any money. So you got to get really good to the point where you're an artist who makes amazing music for you to be popular at all. Like, you can't fake it. People faked it a little bit with like some pop songs. There's some, they put together some bullshit for sure. But if you're talking about like classic rock, that shit was non-fake. They figured out, they tapped into some kind of creativity. And I don't think people anticipated that. I don't think that existed before. I think the difference between 1950s rock and 1960s rock is the Grand Canyon. It's crazy how different it is. You go from fucking Buddy Holly to Led Zeppelin. What? You know, you go from been a long time since rock and roll, like you listen to that kind of music, like holy shit. And then you go just to the 1950s, and you know, you have good music, you have fun songs, but they're kind of simplistic, man. There's something about the drug culture and the drug culture influence on music, the psychedelic culture influence on music in the 1960s is substantial. Whether it's what happened with the Beatles, what happened with, for sure, what happened with many bands. Jimi Hendrix, absolutely. The Doors, absolutely. There's so many classical bands that were experimenting with LSD. You know, they're hanging out with Ken Kesey. There's been a lot of those bands that were doing wild shit, man.
So do you think, because sometimes I'll think, well, they were whacked, or they had to be taken out because they were free to be minds or emotions.
They live in a lifestyle for the most part. The Kurt Cobain one is kind of crazy. It's like, you know, committed suicide. And then there's a whole conspiracy that was actually murdered. There was a documentary. It was like a docudrama where they had someone like playing a cop and, you know, the whole deal. And it's sort of trying to paint the story that he was assassinated. But at the very least, the guy was doing heroin all the time and was probably suicidal. And a lot of the deaths, you're talking about guys like Jim Morrison, you know, fucking choked to death on his own vomit. Same with Hendrix. The Hendrix one's kind of crazy because one of Hendrix's old bodyguards apparently he was saying that Hendrix was killed by his manager. He was about to leave his manager, so Hendrix's manager killed him to control the rights to all his music.
Now, is that far-fetched?
It's not that far-fetched because the mob was running music back then. Just like the mob was running Vegas, the mob was running New York City. It wasn't like you're dealing with people at CAA. You know, you're dealing with some incredibly unethical, dangerous people that live in the world of live entertainment. Wild drug using people.
Right.
Like that guy Phil Spector that killed that lady. He put a gun in that lady's mouth, and shot her in the head. And he picked her up. She was like a waitress in Hollywood. He brought her back to his mansion and shot her in the mouth. Apparently, he pulled guns on people all the time, just point his gun at people. This is the guy that produced. He's the Wall of Sound guy. This guy that produced so much incredible music.
Well, there's a lot of great producers that supposedly have these dark. It's like an organized type crime. Whatever that falls into.
They're probably doing pounds of blow. They're probably doing pounds of blow.
As long as it's stable.
There's no way a guy who puts guns in people's mouths.
That's a lie. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, you're right. 100% not smoking weed. That guy's doing it.
That guy's definitely on something outside.
Out of his fucking mind.
Yeah, that's far out, bro.
He's out of his mind. They're wacky wigs. It's all wigs, crazy wigs. Like crazy, like afro wigs. You ever seen his wigs? He changes wigs all the time when he's recording.
Who's the guy?
Phil Spector.
Yes.
See if you can find out Phil Spector's different wigs he wore. Look at it. So this is during his trial.
Yeah, look at this.
Imagine you want people to think you're not guilty, and literally dressed like a Willy Wonka character.
Look at the pictures of this guy.
Different wigs. So how many different wigs did he wear during the trial?
Got a crazy power trip. Lost his mind.
He lost his mind. He lost his mind.
It was a lot. I shouldn't say lost his mind. It was lost before he entered this realm.
But you also have to realize this guy was a music producer. Again, back in the 1960s, man.
Okay.
Like, who was he dealing with? What kind of organized crime figures were involved in music back then? How gangster was that business? How much did they have control over those arts back then? A lot, man. A lot.
Again, that's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about CIA or anything like that, but I'm open to all conversations because at the end of the day, there's a billion people that are incredibly artistic and all that. How many fall by the wayside? Who is to be allowed put out there? And you say, well, you write that good music, but you don't know. Yeah, I do believe some of them write that music, but they also said so and so have good feelings.
You never know, man.
You know what I mean?
What is weird?
You don't
some
know.
people make it, some people don't. We found a song a while back. Brian Simpson said to me, it's "I'm Alive" by this dude Johnny Thunder, and he made this song. I never heard of Johnny Thunder. He sent me this song. Hit that button, man. He sent me this song, and the song was from 1969. And you hear this song, you're like, oh my God, this guy's a star. This guy's a star. You hear this song, and you think there's no way this guy doesn't make it. Listen to this shit. Don't you see mini skirts, hot knee-high boots, people are dancing, people with flowers in their hair, dudes with fucked up mustache. I went more rock. Oh, this gets better too. You gotta let this one get in you. Just put everything in that. Come on, son. You know, this reminds me of watching the video. You ever see that guy who listens to music for the first time he's never heard? He's like just faking or whatever. Oh, he sees like his facial expressions. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of those. Yeah, online. I love it. So this guy, man, so wait a minute, what happened? He's gone. How many albums? I don't know. I think the other music wasn't as good. That music was magic. I feel like if he was working with the right people, that guy's a bad motherfucker. That song's so good. I've listened to that song 1,000 times. Every time I listen to it, it brings me back to 1969. I just imagine that dude on stage singing that song, and I see all those people dancing. That song was fire. It was fire. He just nailed it. And he's just, I don't think he ever did it again. I mean, I've never heard another song that connected with me. I might be wrong. I haven't heard all of them. Maybe he did another one like that. Well, I remember we were really into Johnny Cash growing up. And I remember when after I saw the movie, then I realized he had a TV series. And then Johnny Cash had a TV series. Yes! What was it? It was called Johnny Cash Show. It was on TV. Oh, wow. And, bro, can we see what the album is like? Yeah. Johnny Cash. And like the whole story behind back the Man in Black, and he would one show. But what the first thing I recognized was, yeah. What? And I can't remember if it was live or. Was this in Nashville? I don't know. Wow, look at this. But he also, what a bad talk fucker he was. When he talked to the crowd, he'd get into some deep stuff and interact with the crowd. And then the music, whoever he had on music, which what I noticed was, it wasn't about their outfits. It wasn't, well, it wasn't so much the chicks that sang. No one's crawling on the floor and tweaking. It's the song. It's the beauty of the song. It's the spirit of the song. Like, look, this chick ate, what's that jet instead of his life? What is that? This is the pilot for the show? 1965. Bro, and then this is crazy too. He just wanted to sing gospel his whole life, and they were like, yeah. And that's what I picked up from the movie. It's a scene where he goes to the producers of the record company. Like, yeah, come back, wait, we'll put back the sound. Like, all right, we'll play that. That will go. But on here, he went full-blown gospel one show, and he went live into the poem and all that. That guy was a badass. He was kind of here, but the music, it was more about the music compared to whatever's going on today. Well, there's some people out here
and I
that
wonder
just
what
doing music too. There's people out there that they're very popular too, because they're just doing music. People like flocking to that. And there's a lot of that now. Like guys like Zach Bryan, people like flock to that too, because it's just music. It's just music. There's no antics. It's just him writing amazing songs and singing them beautifully. And there's a bunch of those people out there right now, and they're thriving because people are connected to it. You ever hear the Highwayman? You ever heard that song? It's what? Highway. That's one of my favorite Johnny Cash songs.
Oh.
It's Johnny Cash with Waylon Jennings. Yeah. Willie Nelson and Kenny Rogers. I've heard the song. It's fucking beautiful. It's but the Johnny Cash line goes, I fly a starship across the universe to find. And when I reach the other side, I mean, it's fucking amazing. It's an amazing song. They tapped into something, man. But what my point is about the CIA creating the 1960s music, listen, they might have helped those people and influenced those people and wanted degenerate people to reach the pinnacle of success so ruin society. That's totally possible. They got behind that. But also, they didn't create Hendrix. Hendrix created Hendrix. They might have allowed him to do that and almost pushed him because they wanted the moral decay of society, so they'd go and close loopholes and put rules in place. One of the things they did in 1970 was the Sweeping Psychedelics Act of 1970. They did that in response to the 60s movement, and it made all psychedelic drugs illegal. They all became Schedule 1. So if you wanted to stop a society from waking up, that's what you do. You go in and you promote the most insane behavior, like the Manson family, like it's really detailed in the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. You promote the most egregious, offensive versions of the hippie culture, get them hooked on acid, you make them commit violent crimes, and you're doing this all so that you could eventually pass laws to limit all psychedelic use and all control over populations, to stop all this hippie bullshit, lock those people up. They did it with the Civil Rights Movement, they did it with the Black Panthers, they did it with the hippies. They infiltrated, they changed the drug laws, they use it as an excuse to come in and arrest people, and they even had people pretending to be hippies that were deeply embedded in the movement, just like they did with the Proud Boys, just like they did with those guys who was kidnapping Governor Whitmer. That's what they do. They infiltrate, get people to do things. And it's all about control. And through that, they've put the enlightenment of the human race on pause because they limited the use of these things that people have used forever to attain a level of enlightenment that they feel is unavailable to them without these experiences. And we've denied them those experiences because we say we know better. We've denied them those experiences because these are drugs and they're against the law. We wrote it down in 1970, by God, we're sticking to it. And that's just control. That's all that is. That doesn't make any sense. There's no logic behind any of that shit. That's nonsense. And the people that are making those laws may have never even had those experiences, so they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, you're 100% on it because My daughter turned me on to a documentary where the guy was like an LSD guy. It's something where alcoholics, basically people would see or have a spiritual awakening.
Yeah, people with addiction problems have cured everything. Cigarette smokers that are addicted to cigarettes, people that are addicted to heroin, a lot of different people that are addicted to things like that. Psilocybin has done that too. But Ibogaine is the big one. Ibogaine is the one where people get hooked on opiates and they get on Ibogaine and it fucking knocks it right out of them.
There's a guy I ran into about a month ago. He's down in Naples, Florida. He's a veteran, I guess. And he said, "Hey, I help veterans." I don't know much about it, but he mentioned. I said, "What'd you say?" He said, "Some psychedelic." He goes, "Yeah, we do psychedelic treatment, and we're curing a lot of veterans." And I can't vouch for that.
No,
That fascinated me. And he said, "Yeah, they'll find God, or they'll fix their worst." PTSD, whatever, and I don't know this for a fact. I have no clue, and I don't.
No, I do know it for a fact.
But this dude told me,
It's
I'm like,
MAPS, a multidisciplinary association for psychedelic science or psychedelic medicine, or whatever the S is.
but I was fascinated. I mean, he was dead serious.
No, they do it. They do it with a lot of different soldiers, specifically with MDMA. They use it. They use it on soldiers, and they've done a bunch of different studies and show that it has a profound effect on them.
So what is it? Is it bringing them to a euphoria, or is it bringing them to a wow? There's so much more to meaning of life. Does it bring? Where does it push them?
Well, I think that it depends entirely on their intention going into something like that, but you're going into this to try to alleviate PTSD and try to come at peace with your existence. But for a lot of them, that's really hard. To tell someone to go to war and kill people and then come back and just chill and be normal, that's really hard. And no one understands that other than them. Everybody else just takes it for granted. They don't understand. And the fact that they don't do anything to help these people in that way, if there's a thing that you could do, whether it's ayahuasca, whether it's ibogaine, whether it's anything, there's a thing you could do that can help those folks. If you know it's available and you won't do it for some wacky reason because some corrupt politicians wrote it down in 1970, that's insane. We know too much now. We know too much for it to be wasting any time. There's people that are committing suicide every day. There's veterans that are taking their own lives that can be helped. That's a fact. That's real. That's happening right now. And the people that are keeping that experience from those people have no understanding of it. They've never experienced it themselves. If they did, they would never keep it from people. To me, that's the crime. They would never keep it from people. If you've had a breakthrough psychedelic experience and you know what it can do to you and how it can change the way you view the world, you would not want to stop that from happening to someone else. The only time I would ever want to stop that from happening to someone else is someone has a psychological condition that makes them fragile. Maybe they're schizophrenic, maybe they've got something else going on, maybe they're on medication, they can't feel any psychedelic. There's people like that that are real. You gotta know. But the only way you know is if that stuff's legal. And if they do studies, and if they really understand that the correct dosage, you get it done in places where they're legitimate professionals and counselors and people know what to do. That's possible, man. And that could literally help elevate us out of this fucking crazy mess we're in right now. Yes, it'd be the best way for people to wake up and realize these insane, destructive patterns that we're all in. It's nuts that that's still going on.
It is nuts that it's still going on.
I think it's
You'd be the first to send them without even thinking about something like that.
I think
It has to stop.
There's a race of connectivity and control. They both happen at the same time.
Yes.
So the human race is getting more connected with each other than ever before. There's a new Samsung Galaxy phone that's coming out. It's the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Is that what it is? Yeah, S24 Ultra. So what this phone can do that no other phone's ever been able to do is it translates things in real time. So you'll be able to talk to someone who's speaking Spanish, and you'll have your phone out, and you'll have earbuds in, and it'll translate in real time what that person's saying. And then it will do the same from you to them.
Wow. That's so sick.
Pretty sick. In real time, you and I, if you spoke English and I spoke Spanish, we would have a conversation in real time. And you'd be able to explain to me what you're talking about, and I would understand it immediately.
That's amazing.
That's amazing. So this is a part of Samsung's new AI that they're unveiling. So like Samsung has to compete with Apple. right? Because Apple is the number one phone for like most of the people that I know. You get caught up in the Apple ecosystem, which is like iMessage and iPhoto, and all your shit goes together, and your notes all get synced up. But the problem with that is that you have one company that you rely on for everything. The positive thing is they control the hardware, they control the software, they control everything. The negative side is you don't have any choices. You just can only buy iPhones. But when you're out in the Android side, there's like 100 different manufacturers. They're all competing to make the best shit. And so there's like this constant pressure to get something that's so sexy that it makes people abandon the Apple ecosystem. So so it's a mad race for power. And the Samsung Galaxy S24 is the new one. Details emerge on Johnny Ive and OpenAI's plan to build the iPhone of artificial intelligence.
There's been over 20 Apple engineers or developers.
Wrapped in what's that? Oh my God, we're fucked. So what's interesting about this Samsung phone is that might be a way to get people out of the ecosystem. If you're the first to implement something like that with real-time translation, imagine that. You go to Italy, wherever, anywhere. Go to a tribe, anywhere. Well, I don't know, that would be tough. There's some undocumented languages. You go to like just Australia. There's hundreds of languages.
Yeah, no.
My buddy Adam Finch was explaining that to me. Yeah. Those the people that live there, they call their group mobs. Okay, so there's mobs, these aborigines that are just 30 kilometers away from another mob, and they don't even know how to talk to each other.
Wow.
They speak a totally different language. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, there's hundreds of these different languages. So if you go over there with a phone, I got you. Nobody knows. But that's just for now. For now, nobody knows. Correct. But I bet AI will figure it out. I bet they'll get a bunch of those people to talk into it, and they'll just decode it, decipher it, and figure out what it means. Yeah, or they already figured it out. I guess slowly too. Yeah. First, give them this one. Yeah, they can talk to someone from France. Yeah, you're gonna get France. You're gonna get German. You're gonna get people speaking. Yeah, Spanish should be Spanish should be number one, right? Because they're like behind English as a second language. The Arabic languages, you're going to get Portuguese. It's going to be interesting, man. But it's going to happen in real time. That's a new thing. Once people can talk to each other in real time, like that's one of the cool things about Translate. Like you look at someone's tweet and you can press that translate button. Yes. So someone is speaking Hebrew, you translate it. You're like, oh, this is what he's saying. Yes. Okay. No, I agree. Now, if you can have conversations, deep conversations with someone you've never met, the only thing can be someone, in other words, not knowing each other's language. Exactly. That's pretty amazing. This is in the Bible. This is the Tower of Babel. You know, this is what the Tower of Babel story is. I think it's supposed to be the lesson is supposed to be about human, whether it's ego or greed. Or the idea is that God decided to confuse people by making them speak a bunch of different languages so that you can never talk to each other. It's because they tried to build a tower to touch the heavens. Am I fucking that up? What is the actual thing? So that is it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So God's like, you motherfuckers, I'm gonna fuck with you and make you build a bunch of different languages. So according to the story, the united human race speaking a single language and migrating eastward comes to the land of Shinar, where they agree to build a city and a tower with its top in the sky. Yahweh, observing their city and tower, confounds their speech so that they can no longer understand each other and scatters them around the world. So what that might mean, the Bible, if you're thinking about it, it's a written account of the last catastrophe and the people that made it out of the last catastrophe. So at one point in time, before the catastrophe, there was a single language that was spoken because they had reached this ability in terms of whether it's education or some kind of technology that allowed people to communicate with each other freely, where everybody could speak. And then when the asteroid hit, boom, civilization was back in the Stone Age. People scatter, and then new languages develop. People forget the old languages. They run into people that have never even experienced it. They travel around the world and repopulate the earth, and everyone forgets the universal language. It's totally possible. Like, think about the old, like, we didn't know what ancient Sumerian sounded like. They just guess. Like, if you ever see how they used to write 6,000 years ago? You can tell, have you ever seen it? No. It's called cuneiform. It looks like old-time names. like a nail going sideways, two nails going down. You look at it, you go, what the fuck is this? This is the old. Find some of that shit. This is the oldest known human legend. That's at least right there. Yeah. And I bet you it's a whole story. I'm sure it is. They've deciphered some of it. It's like very controversial, but there's a guy named Zechariah Sitchin. There's a guy named Zechariah Sitchin, and he wrote these books about his translations of the Sumerian text. And he said that it's all about the Anunnaki, a species that lives on planet Nibiru that comes into contact with Earth every like 3,600 years, and they created us, and they use us to mine for gold. And they merged with us and gave us, their DNA into lower primates and created people. And this guy was like a legit scholar. That's what's nuts about this. This whole ancient Sumerian period is a wild period of human history.
So what
6,000 years ago.
See, that's the part I always have a hard time with. Like, people say it's 7,000, 10,000.
Yeah.
How do they figure all that?
Carbon dating. So what they do is, and it's not exact to like the day in October.
No.
But it's in a range of a couple of hundred years, depending on what kind of carbon date they use. But so they get organic material. They get organic material that's from that area. So if they dig down, they find a pot, right? And then in that pot, they take organic material out of that pot, and then they carbon date. If that organic material is 10,000 years old, we reasonably assume the pot is probably 10,000 years old too. That's pretty beautiful. It's not exact, it's really close. They're pretty good at it now. I think it's radiocarbon data. Radiocarbon dating is the most advanced version of it. They're constantly better versions used to. That's how it is. So these fucking people live 6,000 years ago. And they talked about these beings that came from another planet. From heaven to earth came. That's the Anunnaki.
I'm at the point where I don't know anything. I don't know anything anymore. I really don't.
Well, I want to say, if we want to say, if you 10 years ago, if you brought a flat Earth to me, I'd be like, you're not telling me. I ain't what you want. Now you're like, now I'm like, oh, you're right. Wow, this is okay. Wow. I never thought of it like that. Or if you bring up almost anything now, I go, oh, wow. I need to weed. That's what it is. Well, that's the scary part. Is I don't know if I am. If I had great weed, I might figure it all out. But what I mean is, I really feel we really don't know anything anymore. Well, we know at some point. Like, we know some things, but we know a lot. But there's like an old quote that has the bonfire. What is it? It's a Dennis McKenna quote. It said something about as the bonfire of enlightenment grows, the surface area of ignorance is exposed. So the bigger the fire of knowledge grows, the more an area is exposed, you realize how much you don't know. So in the beginning, people never thought about subatomic particles. As the bonfire of knowledge grows brighter, the more the darkness is revealed to our startled eyes. That's the quote. Beautiful quote. That's Terrence McKenna quote that. So that quote is like what's going on. Like, as much as we think we know, we're still one day, people in the future will look back at us like we look back at fucking idiots making arrowheads out of rocks.
Right. That's it, right. At the end of the day, and
That's what they're going to think about us.
And I also think about, I don't know, Bible, whatever. How do we know when you're in truly a biblical time? We can get it right now. And how do we know who the prophets are? And how do we know if there's not prophets among us?
Well,
How do we know?
if the Bible's real, you're always in a biblical time. So if the Bible is a representation of the actual history of the universe, that's what it really is. It's just told through the telephone game to like 1,000 years and then written down. But think about it, at the beginning there was light. Isn't that the Big Bang?
I don't.
I mean, if you think about this, parts of the idea of God creating the earth and God creating the universe, you're doing it quickly. The fucking Big Bang's pretty goddamn quick. I mean, it wasn't 6 days, but it's pretty fucking crazy that something just existed. Now, if you were a person that had been told that, and then you tell other people that for 1,000 years, and then someone writes it down, maybe that's what you get. Maybe maybe God created, the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Maybe that is their version of the origin of the universe, as it was told to be understood it 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, whatever it was. And then when we got wiped out, and refigured things out again, you just get these stories, these whispers of the past.
I feel that we should always be writing the new future rather than depending on depending on the past. Start writing the now for the better and create the new story.
I think we are doing that. I just think it's a long, arduous process, and it's not linear. It's not like you always win, and then we're not going to get it right away. Correct. Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's a struggle going on right now. It's all happening all over the world.
So many groups. I heard the old example, like you're a rat in a cage, and all you know is that you're drinking a water bottle, you're fed every day at this time, and that's talking to you. Yes. Whenever I have conversations, whether it's from my wife or whatever, and we get into this, I always just go, despite all my pain.
Give me some of that slow this out.
Just figured it all out. You figured it all out.
Song.
But we can talk about everything and anything over and over and over. At the end of the day, despite all my rage, still just a rat. The way he says rat, rat, cage, so amazing. Yeah. And you take the cage off, a lot of them still go in that part. We're going to know what you're taking. Dude, it's a great song. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure, my brother. It's always good to see you.
Thanks for
We've
having
been
me.
friends for a long time. We've been friends for a long time.
Yeah, man, you're a good
I love
human
you to
being.
death. You are too, bro. I love that we've always been close all these years.
Me too.
We've been friends for, how long? Dude, it's 30, like 19 years now. At least 30, might be 34 years.
It's 35. I want to say it was 91.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
91.
I'm supposed I'll show all my cool and cold like I'm down. Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rotten cage.
Good night, everybody. We love you to death. We're going to work this out, folks.
We are.
We're going to work this out.
It's going to end well.
Peace and love.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a Simply Safe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there's no long-term contracts ever, so you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report.
So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend Simply Safe. Right now, listeners to this podcast can get a special 20% off any new Simply Safe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/road. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/road.
Good job. Okay. Thanks for hearing us.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. What's up, man? Pleasure to meet you. What's happening?
Pleasure to be here, Jeff.
Listen, my honor. I love your music. I got introduced to you by Duncan. We were in the green room of the mothership, and Duncan goes, "You got to hear this," and he puts on Family Ties. Oh, damn, that's a good fucking song. And then we played Two Country Roads, and then we just got on a roll, and then like the whole night we played. Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking awesome.
He was telling me that, he showed my music to you. He said normally you don't like his recommendations, but he said,
He'll go a little emo on you.
he said that he dug that, and I was like, oh shit, man, that's something. Duncan was really cool. I was at Apple Studios in Nashville doing like this live session thing with where he messaged me on Twitter and asked me to be on his podcast. And like that made my freaking week. I was like, oh shit, Duncan Trussell likes my music.
That's
yeah. And then we were doing his podcast, and afterwards it's like, yeah man, I showed your music to Joe, and he really liked it. I was like, fuck yeah. So yeah, shout out to Duncan. I appreciate him doing that.
No, Duncan's a man. He is one of the most unusual people that I've ever met in my life. There's not another one like him.
Yeah, he's cracking me up.
He's a one-of-one. That's a one-of-one. When he moved here, I was so happy. He went to Asheville. He grew up in Asheville. And he moved there. And it was just, during the pandemic, I lived there. Jobs were all tied up. Everything fucked. Everything closed down. He said crime was crazy. It's like Asheville is like per capita in the top 10 of crime in the country. Oh shit! I might have made that up. I mean, that's a fact. I'm pretty sure Duncan told me that. He's like, dude, there's so much fucking crime. It's everywhere. Everyone's like mad.
Your Duncan impersonation is way better than mine. But we recorded the album there. We were there for 2 weeks last January, and it's like sleepy this time of year. I guess their tourism is at its lowest in January, and dude, I loved it. It's gorgeous. I love the town, and I don't know, it had some homeless and stuff like that, but damn, I didn't know that.
I went there back in, I think I came there in 2015 or 16, somewhere around there. And I was like, God, man, what a great town. Just a perfect size, not too big, cool arts, beautiful scenery, it's like,
yeah, I dig it. We were we played the Orange Peel 4 or 5 weeks ago, and it felt like a hometown show. And that's a stronghold there in the mountains.
Dougie grew up there, and he said when he's growing up there, there were so many cows that had magic mushrooms in their shit that the farmers started putting some sort of anti-fungal thing in their cow's food so that it would repel the fungus from the cow shit. I was like, how satanic.
People were going out in the meadows trying to harvest those cowboys.
It was everywhere. What is this?
It was up there.
What does this have to do with Epstein? Oh, I was like, what are you saying? Tourstown, Asheville, rocked by violence in the wake of defund police movement, rolls out plan to combat crime spike. Yeah, so there was a big ass crime spike. Yeah, he said it was crazy. He said, but that's the saddest fucking shit about like small rural communities is when everything dries up, there's nothing. There's nothing there. There's no other jobs. There's no other place to go. It's just, if you have a small population of humans and they all live together, if the industry dries up and business is shut down, things go under, like everyone's fucked. Like people are so reliant.
Yeah, that's happening in my hometown right now.
What's your hometown?
Morgantown, West Virginia. And it's, it has its ups and downs, and right now it's definitely a bit of a down. We had a big pharmaceutical company that's based out of West Virginia called Maya. And the founder passed away over a decade ago. So then when that happened, it goes into folks that didn't build it themselves. And they ended up selling to an Israeli company. And once that happened, they shut down his headquarters in Morgantown, where it always been. I think that was 1,200 jobs in a town of 26,000 people in city limits. So you imagine how many people that affects. And the big circle, then COVID, which that happened during COVID. So you also had COVID. So our main street, it's called High Street. It's like 1/3 closed down. It used to be all over.
Fuck. Did you ever see Roger, the documentary? It's a Michael Moore documentary. It's the first one he did. It's his best one, I think. It's about Flint, Michigan, and it's about what happened when the car manufacturers all got out of the country. And it's the saddest fucking documentary, man. It's just up and pull the factories just so they can make more money, having people work cheaper, and the whole town just collapsed. It's so sad. One of the saddest things is there's a lady that has a sign that says bunnies for pets or food. Yeah. You want to think that like you're committed to selling bunnies as a pet. If it's imagine that little puppy we were showing James to the puppy, French bulldog, and Jamie tried to con me into taking one of them. That might have worked. I did a dirty trick. I sent a video of this puppy to all my daughters and my wife. So we might have a puppy.
It was definitely like Jamie knew that was going to happen too. It's
Well, he didn't know that.
I waited.
He didn't know that, but the moment I emailed it to the daughters, I was like, crazy. But imagine, what's that? There it is right there. Holy rabbits, but it's pets for sale.
That's something you don't see in the U.S.
It's a dark duck.
Look at her. She's skinning it right there. Like she's on a line.
Yeah. And she kills it right there, too. She's holding it, cuddling it, and then she snaps its fucking neck and cuts it. It's just, you would imagine the puppies that were Jamie, they said, this is a pet, like,
you see it in Flint. We play there once a year, and our shows are great. People are great, man. Compared to, I see all the towns across America, and that one's
started. They haven't done jack shit to fix that water either. I don't think they fixed that water at all, have they? I don't think so. Remember when Obama went there? That was a long time ago, man. That's 2 presidents ago.
I remember seeing videos of people like on fire.
That is that's fracking. That's from that movie Gasland. That's different.
I get full.
Yeah, well, they might have did it in Flint too, but there are places in the country where you can light your fucking tap water on fire. Yeah, and they say there's been some of that existed even before fracking. It's kind of confusing because you don't know how much the fracking industry's like, oh, that's always been here. You're not concern yourself with this. This is no longer an issue. This is a little bit of contamination. But look at the bright side.
Yeah, you never know.
Just take tap water and fuel your car and use it as a candle.
Yeah, you can never take, when somebody's business isn't steady, you gotta get some once a year on these types of things.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know what the fuck is actually going on, but overall, it seems like fracking does a lot of fucked up shit.
It's just they've got their lead levels below the federal threshold, like 6%.
Okay, but what is it? What's the federal? I don't like that. Right. I don't like that term. Federal threshold. Wouldn't it? How much would it cost? Think about how much money they spend in Ukraine. How much would it cost to provide every family in Flint with a filtration system, like a real hardcore filtration system that provides them with absolutely clean water? I guarantee it wouldn't be $170 billion or whatever we've sent over to Ukraine.
Yeah, it'd be a lot less than that.
A lot less than that, but not a goddamn thought of it, not a conversation about massive filtration systems. Like, there's a way to do this. You're gonna provide every family. Flint's not that big.
Yeah, I mean,
Just over 40,000 households. Yeah, that's not that big, man. That is not that big. Yeah, how much is that? Yeah, probably.
If it was 1,000.
Right.
I
I feel like it probably used to be way bigger than that too.
I bet.
You know, that's not much bigger in Morgantown. You know, and with all the car industry stuff that used to be there, it was causing dead hundreds.
I care. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop of cold water, you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've seen it through their partner's phones. And that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once, and boom, everything I do online gets sent to an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy, it just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan. My thousands. Have you ever seen videos of Detroit from the 1950s and 60s?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a big town.
Detroit was one of the biggest, fucking, most wealthy cities in the world. In the world.
Yeah.
And now you got trees growing through houses because the houses have been abandoned. Top Gear, that show, they went there. I think it wasn't Top Gear at the time. I think it was when they did the other show, but did it for Amazon. What was that called when they did it to Amazon? When they went over to Amazon?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
But what they did was they bought a house for like $500. And, you know, they were like hanging out in this house while they were staying there. So, you get a house for $500?
I don't know what time it is, and it's a little unbelievable. When you're buying it for $500, at least the way it was when I ran it, you're making a commitment to get it up to code within like 7 days or something like that. You have a very limited amount of time.
Up to code.
What's half? But yeah, this is you're spending $60,000 on top of that to get it up to code.
Oh, really?
You're buying it for $500.
Still. You get a house for $60,000?
But I'll shit, I think Mike Epstein thinks that we'll want houses. Not there, but here in Indiana. Outside of it.
Oh, shit. Shout out to Mike Epps. That's awesome.
Like quite a bunch of comfortable walk.
Fuck yeah. That's awesome.
I heard Detroit has a bunch of manufacturing space, so it's kind of a good opportunity for somebody that if somebody's got something that they want to make. It's kind of a good place to go and get after it. We, I think the last time we were there, we opened for Zach at one of those theaters there. But we were kind of chilling around downtown. And it seems to be a little bit on the up and up in some parts of downtown there by the baseball stadium. You know, and during years past, like, you know, a while back when I've been there before, it seemed like maybe it's taking a turn for the better.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a resurgence. There's a resurgence of like small businesses. That looks good.
I know Shinola's out of there. You remember that company, Shinola?
Yeah, American Watches.
They make watches, they make a bunch of different stuff, leather goods, cool stuff. They make like really good like messenger bags, that kind of shit. Like real cool American made stuff. So, that's nice. It's nice that things like that are happening where people do recognize. I mean, if you drive down there, there's so much area that is available. There's so many buildings that just completely abandoned. The windows are all shattered, covered in spray paint, graffiti, but the bones are still there.
Yeah.
If somebody wanted to rebuild it.
Yeah, if you got a good idea, it's a manufacturing space. That'd be a good spot to go. Back in the day, during the car boom, Canton, Ohio, Troy, Toledo, Flint, there was a lot of like folks from the mountains that were moving up there and getting those jobs. And I think that's the Hillbilly Island. It's like that where the term comes from. And my grandparents were one of those. They moved up to Canton, Ohio. My granddad was working for Ford. And the place where we're from, West Virginia, is super country, like very rural. I think there's 4,000 people in the county now, in Benton County. And there was this local guy, I can't remember his name, but my great grandparents had an old store, and you could kind of go and get your boots and your milk and your eggs and everything, and it's one little general store. And it was a hangout too. And this guy was like coming in the store, he's like, "I'm going to Detroit, get a job, headed up there." And he's talking about it for months and months, and finally he's like, "I'm going." And he gets in the car and goes. Everybody's like, "Where do you go so-and-so?" And then 2 weeks later, he rolled back into town. He never made it. He couldn't find his way. Wasn't able to read a map well enough and just gave up and turned around and still coming home after 2 weeks.
That's hilarious.
Just gave up on that dream.
Boy, imagine people today trying to use maps. Isn't that funny that like being able to read a map kind of went away?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, not a kid, when I was 20, well, first of all, when I first started doing stand-up comedy, I would use one of these things, like a legal pad, and I would get a phone call, and they'd go, "Hey, we got a gig for you, and here's the directions. You got a pen?" I'm like, "Okay." And they're like, "Okay, you got to take the 405 to this, to that, to the 9, to the fucking, you're going to take a right on this road, go 2 miles down the highway, you're going to find a building." I'm like, "Wow, all right." And that's how we did it. So I used to have like a folder where I had the directions to all these different road gigs that were written down. And that's how I got around. And then when I came to California, I got a Thomas guide. I was like, wow, I'm in the fucking future. I got a whole book of maps. And everybody had a Thomas guide. And I remember the first time Bill Burr visited my house, he had a Thomas guide. He figured out how to get to my house with a Thomas guide. I gave him the address, and he showed up with a fucking map book on his front seat.
Unreal. When I was a little kid, and on our family vacations, my older brother would be like, he would read the map and like give the directions to usually my dad was driving. But yeah, by the time I started like working, thank God for that GPS. I can't imagine doing that, like trying to find my way. Because hell, I mean,
first time I had GPS, it was like 98, something like that, 98 or 99. I had it was like a CD-ROM, and we stuck in the CD player. I had a little flip-up screen. I thought, like, this is the shit. I had an Acura NSX. The little screen would pop up, and you put in the CD. It was only for Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And it was real slow and shitty. But I was like, dude, I'm in a James Bond movie.
Yeah, 98. That's some top shit right there.
Mission Impossible. Look at this. I'm fucking following the directions. I had a little thing that sat on the roof that was like the GPS thing. It would like read the sky, and then it would somehow or another communicate with this map that was on my screen.
Yeah. Did you ever miss gigs back in the map days when you're,
I was pretty good at it. Yeah, I was pretty good at it. They were pretty good at giving solid directions to retarded comedians.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like reading that map, and the type of folks that are comedians and musicians are not the most capable always.
We're real similar. Musicians and comedians always seem to like get along real good. We have like real similar sort of just sensibilities.
Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of clown shit.
A lot of clowny shit, a lot of fucking irresponsible, impulsive people, a lot of substances, a lot of chaos, a lot of fun, a lot of rebels. You don't pursue that dream if you've got a law degree and a future with the firm and everything's lined up and you got your 401k. No, it's like you gotta be a wild person. You gotta have a screw loose. 100%.
Somewhere there's got to be a screw loose, or there's some major issue, whether they express it or not.
But that's how the great stuff comes. Like look at Jelly Roll. How do you don't get a Jelly Roll with a guy who's had like a perfect education and a well-rounded lifestyle. You don't get that beautiful, amazing, soulful music and that incredible human being. You don't get that. And
I don't know, but just listening to him talk. Times are different in a good way and a lot of good ways.
There's a lot of great ways in all music, in art in general. It's like these communities are sort of colliding with each other. And you get these sort of interesting mixtures of people.
Yeah, you got Post Malone.
Yeah,
say country.
Exactly.
Covering Sergio Simpson and
yeah.
stuff like that. It's like,
Exactly.
I watched his, the NPR Tiny Desk concert.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's amazing.
Did you see Scarface?
No.
Oh my God, it's incredible. Scarface from the Ghetto Boys.
No, I didn't see it.
A Tiny Desk concert. Fucking amazing. Just like he did it, he altered the music to fit the vibe of this Tiny Desk thing. Are you a Ghetto Boys fan?
I didn't listen to him much.
Dude, when I was a kid, Ghetto Boys were shit. When I delivered newspapers, I used to deliver newspapers. I drove around with some Ghetto Boys.
Oh, yeah. He was on here before talking about playing to 500,000 people. Was that one?
No.
That
was Be Real. That was
okay. I remember hearing that. I'll never forget that when he was telling the story. 500,000 people at a music festival.
Woodstock. Yeah, 500,000 people. So let's go with shit. It was crowd surfing. So it still was.
You're playing to 500,000 people and you lose your shoes.
That's the price you pay.
Yeah. Just didn't experience something. That's gotta be crazy. Yeah, how many people have ever experienced that?
I know, right? That's gotta be nuts, man. That's gotta be nuts. This is something nuts about just enormous crowds, but enormous crowds vibing to your music. It has to be great. It has to be great. That has to be so surreal.
There was a video that my bandmates were showing me from, maybe it was like that 90s Woodstock. It might have been the same one, maybe a different day. But it was like Metallica or Korn, I think it was Korn. And that sea of people, it looks like a sea with all of them like jumping up and down.
Oh, wow.
And the video is profound. It's incredible. I don't know I can't believe nobody died.
Yeah, that's
that with all those people moving. But
Dave Chappelle and I did a Tacoma once in that's so crazy.
Look at that.
Oh my God, it does look like water. Wow.
look at that.
Wow. By the way, that's a really good way to bring that. I never used to think of that until I talked to my friend Mark Gordon, expert in traumatic brain injuries. He's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be bouncing your head around like that.
I gotta stop doing that. I do that at my shows. I need to stop doing that.
I think it legitimately gives you brain damage.
I'll start getting punchy and I never fought.
Yeah, soccer players get it, man. Soccer players get CTE from head and ball. A soft ass ball bouncing it off your head over and over again. Yeah, jets can't get a few jet skis. Oh, yeah. Bouncing on waves all the time. Bang, bang, bang. They brain damage that way. It's nuts. Hard to believe.
I need to start rethinking my life show. I did a little too much. I mean, it's not fun. I just feel it. Yeah, maybe I'll stop doing it.
What I was going to say about Dave Chappelle, we did the Tacoma Dome, which is 25,000 people in Tacoma, Washington, and we sold out the Tacoma Dome. It was like the highest ever, broke the attendance record. And we were backstage, and the crowd is just nuts. Dave's sitting with a cigarette. Not a whole lot of motherfuckers get to do this.
Yeah. The percentages of people that ever get to experience that. No, it's so small. You guys do just a microphone. That's crazy. Damn, I'm one of the least fun people you ever meet. So like seeing folks that can play an arena just because of your jokes and shit, and your ability to tell a story, and timing, punchline. That's something I could never do. Never. I have no talent for that at all.
It's a thing that you either want to do and have to learn how to do it, or you don't. But it's not outside of. Well, there's a lot of fun people that just don't do it. It's not a thing but it's a long journey. Like, to get good at stand-up, it takes 10 solid years of constant performance. And every comic will look at a comic like you did, like so it's like how long has he been doing it? 2 years. Like, oh, see what I mean? Like just like a thing. Like everybody looks at comics that haven't been doing it any more than 10 years. Like, see, how good is he? You know, what's he got? You got a good solid 15 minutes. Like what happened? Does he fold up when? You know, like what's his bits like? Do they have any depth to them? What's the timing like? Is there any misdirection? Is there any, like what's the level that they're at? It just takes so long. It takes so long. But it's not like singing. Like you can hear singing, you can't sing. You know, it's like you have a God-given voice. Like there's people that just can fucking sing, man. They can sing. Like they just have this quality to their voice. They're just born with it. It's pretty amazing. Oh, yeah, know that.
That's the whole reason I can do what I'm doing, because I didn't pick up a guitar until I was 20.
Really?
Yeah, so I got a late start, and I'm not a great guitar player. I'm still very much like an intermediate guitar player, but I was fortunate enough I didn't grow up singing. So I just found out that I could sing in my early 20s. And then
how did you find out? Like, what were you doing before you started doing music?
So I was at West Virginia University, and I wanted to play football, but I wasn't good enough. And I had no God-given talent. Good enough. And when you want something really bad, that was like my first dream that died, And once I let that go, I had all this free time, and I was like, I need to, because I've always hunted and fished, but when you're going to the class every day, you can't always. I need more things to fill my time up. So I was watching the Grammys in 2011, and the Avery Brothers played, and they played with Bob Dylan and Mumford and Sons, and I just remember watching them and being like, man, that's incredible. Maybe I should pick up a guitar. That'd be something I could do productive. So that's how I got started. And then it was about a year later, in 2012, when I actually put the strings and chords together, and I started singing, and then I started figuring it out.
So initially just started doing it just for fun.
Yeah, it was just going to be just another, just something to get into, and something a productive hobby. Just kind of looking for some new things, because since I gave up trying to play football, it wasn't going to happen. All that time I used to spend working out and trying to make that happen, it became free time, because so I just had to try to fill that time up with something, because I just didn't want to sit around and bullshit with my friends all the time. So that's how I got into it.
Was there a thing that made you realize that you could do this professionally? Was there a moment when you figured it out?
I had a very unique first gig. So I was on the Promise Scholarship at West Virginia, and that was this thing for in-state kids. If you had good grades, you'd go to school for free at in-state university. So I was at WVU going to school for free because of my grades. And they had a study abroad program. And my junior year, I was like, I'd never been overseas. I was like, I'd like to experience that. So I went in to the counselor's office, and they kind of laid out some different options. And I got a finance degree. And there were 4 places I could go. It was Hertfordshire, England, Bamberg, Germany, Tartu, Estonia, and Hong Kong. So they kind of like were telling me all about the different schools, and I ended up landing on Tartu, Estonia as the place to go to. So I went over there and had brought my guitar, and I just continued practicing a little bit in the evenings just for fun. But I had 6 flatmates, so there's no way that I could go anywhere and not be heard by them, you know, in their own place. So I was a little uncomfortable with that because they always these people listen to me at all or singing for anybody. But I didn't want to like not play the guitar for half a year, so I kept doing it. And then when I was over there, we went to a show, and one night there in Tattoo, there was this club. It's like a little like 150 cat, or maybe 200. And we go to the show, and one of my roommates, after I left, had taken my guitar. And after the show was done, he ran up on stage, and for some reason the mic was still on. It was belong, and he ran up there and said, "Johnny, play a song." No way. And then he got the room to start chanting, "Charlie, Charlie." And I'm like kind of calculating in my head the pros and cons of like bitching out or just following through. And I was like, at this point, it'd be way worse if I bitched out and didn't go up and play one. So I went and played like a song. Was it an original song? No, I hadn't started writing then. I didn't have any aspirations yet to do this professionally.
What song did you play?
Probably Country Roads. I did like 6 songs. And I was like shaking in my jeans, just so nervous. But I got through it, and then I got a Facebook message. The next day, that was a Friday, so on Monday I got a Facebook message from a fashion designer there in town. And she asked if I could play for her fashion show that Friday. And I said, yeah, sure. She goes, can you fill 20 minutes? I'm like, I can fill 20 minutes. So I showed up, and it was at this, it's like this cafe with like one of those courtyards in the middle of the building. You know what I mean? You ever been in a place like that? And it had these 2 French doors. And they had the sound all hooked up, and a couple of my American buddies that were over there with me came with me, and they got me set up, and then it ended up being a lingerie fashion show.
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. With all eyes on the NBA, now is the perfect time to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's like getting an offensive board. Missing your first shot, you get another chance to score. You heard that right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. That's amazing. Go download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code Rogan. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code Rogan. The crown is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit, wagering, and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month is all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to a pot of gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day. Because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
So I got
Is it right here?
That's it.
Oh shit, you found it.
Oh shit, Jamie, don't embarrass me.
Play it. No. By the way, this is a song you could fucking never write today.
Yeah,
Hey little girl, is your daddy home? Did don't leave you all alone?
different times.
I got a bad desire. Ooh, I'm on fire. What the fuck?
So that's my first gig. I made 150 euro.
Wow.
And as they go in and out, they come out with less clothes. So,
What a strange gig. A lingerie fashion show. There's little kids there. People are hanging out. Fashion shows are so strange.
yeah.
They're so strange.
So I made 150 euro for doing those 20 minutes, and I was like, this is the easiest work I've ever done in my life. I'm going to keep doing this.
Wow.
So when I came back to West Virginia, I started singing bluegrass music every year, bars and stuff around town and state.
Did you get any more gigs while you were in Wisconsin?
I think I did. I think, if I remember right, I might have played at that cafe a couple more times, maybe once. But it was really when I came back to West Virginia where I started like.
So that gig, that we saw right there, that gig was the thing that started the spark. Wow. What year was that?
It's 2013.
Wow. There it is.
Yeah.
June 17th, 2013. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. That's how it began. And I sucked. Because I just picked up the guitar and I was just a beginner in the whole business, and it took until 2017. Oh Jesus! Oh Jamie, you're embarrassing me now, but this is making me blush. No.
Come on, man, this is great. Don't be embarrassed.
It's like if you were watching yourself at an open mic.
Yeah. I've seen those videos.
Yeah. So it took me until 2017, 2018 to find my voice.
When did you start writing your own original songs?
2014.
Okay, so after your first gigs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was playing covers and singing like bluegrass stuff.
Had you had any ideas about writing songs? Did you ever read any lyrics or had any lyrics in your head or anything like that?
I started trying to do it when I really made the decision that I wanted to do this, and I was like, well, you can't do it without writing your own music. So then I started doing that, and that was really bad for a long time.
Well, do you know what your first song was that you wrote?
I can't remember what the first one would have been. I remember the third one, because the third one wasn't terrible. And it was actually one that I put it on the new album for, just kind of, I thought it'd be cool to put it on there. That is cool, so like mine. But yeah, most of them were really bad. And just started working on it, figuring it out.
What is your writing process? Do you sit with a notebook? You just start playing guitar and start singing? How do you do it?
Yeah, sit with the notebook and that voice memo, and then when I'm out and about, that notes and voice memo app, I have them separate on my phone, and I'll jot down ideas on melodies into it. I'm trying to stay consistent with it. Show up every day, put some thought into it.
And so, do you wait for inspiration to come to you, or do you sit down?
No, I'll sit down even if I got nothing, just because if I do that, then I'll find myself maybe going a whole month without, years ago I listened to Jason Isbell was giving kind of some advice on it. He said, treat it like a job, like consistent. Yeah, show up to the notebook consistently. Show up every day, even when you're not inspired at all. It's kind of like making your own life, so to speak.
Have you ever read Stephen Pressfield's War of Art?
I did. Yeah, I read that. I think last year, or the year before.
He sent us a box of those. If you want one, a signed copy.
Oh yeah.
He sent us a box of signed copies. I think I've probably sold more of those books to him than anybody alive. It's a great book.
It is.
I don't remember who recommended it to me originally. I probably mentioned it on the podcast and I forgot who it was. But it's one of the best books in terms of like a practical guide to creativity, because you really genuinely have to treat it like he considers it the muse. Like there's content is muse, and if you do it deliberately, you do it with respect, if you do it every day, those ideas will come. And they really do come like it's muse. Like I think there's a reason why.
Yeah, if you don't, for me, if I don't show up to the notebook, put my time in, and come up with a bunch of junk, I don't think I would have as many in the days where a beautiful line or a melody would just pop into my head.
Yes.
It's like you're just kind of laying, you're like paving the way for those more of the sparks.
That's the same with comedy. I think it's the same with literature. I think it's the same with everything. Do you know the term museum comes from the term? Yeah, that's what it's from.
I had no idea.
What a museum is a place where the muse's creations can be exhibited.
I had no idea.
Isn't that wild? That's not a result, but it makes sense. There's quite a few words apparently that come from the origin of the idea of the muse.
Yeah.
But that's what a museum is. Make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Makes sense.
It totally makes sense. I mean, museum. Greek form, museum meant the seat of the muses, a designated philosophical institution of place of contemplation. Yeah. But it makes sense, because you address the needs, these ideas, you create these things, and you exhibit them.
Yeah, we were driving down from Dallas this morning listening to Willie Nelson's autobiography. He was talking about almost being like a mouthpiece for the gods. Like he was saying that all the songs, there's something, I'm paraphrasing, but it was like something along the lines that all the music that he's ever written was in him before he was born. And it was just, his task was to just connect with it, like what was already inside him. He was saying that his grandmother told him that all that music inside of him was given by God. There's an interesting idea.
It's a good way to look at it. If you just think that there's an endless well of inspiration and creativity inside you. God gave you this thing. You just gotta keep working and get it out. Get it out.
Yeah, and that train of thought helps you when you're in a rut.
Yeah.
If you tell yourself, this is what I'm put here to do, this is what I'm meant to do, so I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And, I found myself in 2022, that was me. I was in a rut because just a lot of circumstances in my life and my work life had new things in it, new pressure that I was having a hard time writing because before I just get so free and people depending on me and all kinds of expectations. Just being reminded by my father-in-law about this is what you're put on this earth to do. This is what you do best. This is what got you to the show in the first place. Just do that. Don't worry about all the other stuff you can't control.
There's a lot of that with creating labels. It's this sort of wrestling match in your mind about, anxieties, what you desire, what you hope to happen, where it's going, what's the future, how's it all going to unfold, am I run dry, do I have any more songs left inside of me?
Yeah. Am I going to lose it all?
Yeah, am I going to just start sucking? Am I going to fall off? Is nobody going to like me anymore? That's a big one.
And that was happening to me. It was February 22. We got off tour and labels started coming into the picture for the first time. Before that, I never had to worry about that. And then I had a band that was dependent upon it. And they'd given up their jobs like they'd gone all in, so they have their livelihoods were dependent upon it, and it took me a lot of work to shake all that off and get back to like that like clean slate of mind of just writing because I love doing it, and that's what I'm putting to do.
Yeah, that if you can have like a mindset, call it like an understanding calling that's in your mind, like no matter how much confusion there is, no matter how much doubt, things go sideways, you're not real sure, just stay on the path. Just stay on that path. And then you'll have those dark moments, and then you come out of it, and you're like, oh, alright.
Yeah, and once you've gone through something like that, it makes you a lot better on the other end. So when you see it again, you're like, oh, I know what this is. I just need to keep working right through it.
Yes. Well, that's why like heartache for teenagers is the hardest thing ever. You get dumped when you're 15, you're like, the world is over. It's devastating. Yeah. It's fucking devastating.
If I could go back and talk to myself as a teenager.
Oh my god, I have so much advice.
Yeah.
I would have so much advice, but I wouldn't listen anyway. My young me was an idiot. He wouldn't listen. I want to him if I go up to Barry. He's the one for me. I'm lost without him. You fucking idiot. Just listen to us. It's all. You're fine.
Yeah, life is short, but it's also pretty long. And sometimes young folks they lose sight of just how much time there is ahead of them for who knows what's going to come their way.
There's a song lyric in that. Life is short, but it's also pretty long. Because that is 100% true.
Yeah, definitely a good theme for a song there.
Yeah, life is short. It really is very short. But it is fucking long. It's the learning process is long. It's long. Just figure out life. It's a slodge. Every day. It's just like a little more information creeps in and gets sort of like accepted. Written in. I get it now. Okay, now I really get it. Now I get it.
Yeah, and then there's some other little aspect of life that comes around the next year and you learn the hard way on that one. Like, oh shit, I didn't see that one coming.
Yep. Yeah. Boy, that's one of the things that is positive and negative about things like COVID. Like some major upheaval of everything. The whole world just gets thrown sideways. You're like, whoa. The negative, there's so many negatives, right? Loss of life, loss of businesses, everybody fucking at each other's throats. But on the other side of it and the other end of it, you're like, oh, now I kind of understand people a little bit better. Now I understand why character and discipline is so important. Friends, people that you love, people that can hang in there and deal with things versus people that cannot adapt and just fall apart and then look for someone to rescue. And these things, you only learn them. There's only one way to learn them. You have to go through some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me in 2019, how was I gonna get through and react to what ended up happening there in 2020? I would have been bullshitting if I pretended like I knew. My wife and I, we had no idea until we went through it.
Me too. Yeah. I've always had in my head this thought that things could go sideways. I literally had an apocalypse truck built. I had a Toyota Land Cruiser built with a giant gas tank, all steel bumpers. So like if something gets fucked up, I want something that holds a lot of gas, that can go real far, and I can drive over hills.
Did you get like that UN like bulletproof plating?
I didn't, because I figure like if it gets to that, you're kind of fucked. If you're in a goddamn gunfight, you got rubber tires, like you're kind of fucked no matter what.
Dude, this is a side note, not to get too much this time, but I saw a wild video the other day of these two like armored truck guards in South Africa.
Oh, I've seen that.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that's wild. They're trying to take over this guy's armored truck, and how big for those dudes that keep their shit together?
They kept it together. What's so rare about that video is like it's just this stable camera, and when you're watching somebody, like trying to keep it together and keeping it together.
Yeah.
But
This is it. But yeah,
this is they've already got the bullet in the glass. You know, the driver, he's already fighting, you know, in his way, and then you got his passenger there. Now he's like, all right, like you can see it on his face. He's like getting ready to go.
yeah.
Wow. And that is a crazy video. That truck ends up coming over the passenger side and shooting some more on that one, trying to ram the truck.
Yeah. He's going to try to take over this army truck. South Africa is wild. I was looking at this house that's for sale. I was just looking. I just enjoy looking at architecture videos for whatever reasons. I'm not looking to buy a fucking house in South Africa, but they have this house that's for sale in South Africa in Cape Town, and it's called the Iron Man House. And this house is insane. It's one of the coolest fucking houses I've ever seen in my life. It's insane. It's like Tony Stark's house.
Oh yeah.
So
on a cliff, like
they built this house that I think it's like $20 million, which is insane in Cape Town, South Africa. You know, and it's just overlooking this thing. But Cape Town is so riddled with crime. Like to have a house like that in Cape Town, you're like, hey, here's where the money is. Look at that house. Look at that fucking
oh
house.
my god,
Bro, is that the sickest fucking house you've ever seen in your life?
that's insane.
It's so sick, and it's like overlooking this water.
That's like the Tony Stark house.
It looks better than the Tony Stark house because the Tony Stark house is all just CGI. This is real. Does it come with that hot lady? There's a hot lady in the underwear. She's appearing in all the pictures. Like, you can have her.
That's a good way to sell it. Yeah.
She's in every picture. And then she'll be here drinking with you. And then she'll be in her underwear with you to fuck her. Look at this shit. Look at these photos, man. Fucking incredible house. But that part of the world is a wild part of the world. I was just in the British Virgin Islands, and one of the people that I was with, this lady, is from South Africa. She was explaining to us what it's like there. She's like, my generation wasn't that bad, but now it's easy back. She's like,
It's worse now.
right, yeah, she's like, the violence is just crazy. Yeah.
Some country music people go there.
Really? They enjoy South Africa?
Kid Moore was there over the summer, and
It looked incredible.
but I don't know if I ever found my way there or not.
It's like the elevated levels of, I guess if you live there, you just get accustomed to it. You get accustomed to everything. But there's elevated levels of risk there that just don't exist if you're in Austin. Yeah, but not necessarily, because 6th Street, where my club is, there's some fucking shootings there regular, you know?
Yeah, we played I was opening for a show at that like blues club downtown. Back it was like during Antones. Yeah, that's right. And there was shooting that night.
Yeah, it happens. But in America, or shit, the world, you're gonna have lines. Especially, it seems like post-COVID, everything just got kind of like norms sort of dissolved. Reality sort of shifted into this strange place where things they're more heightened tensions. Things are more bizarre than ever before. And I think you just get accustomed to that. And if you live in South Africa, I guess you just get accustomed to life in that vibe.
Just dealing with that shit.
Yeah, the people there, they all have like barbed wire all over their fences and shit.
I can't even imagine.
High security systems. I would imagine everybody has to know. Also, when you kill somebody, you get out of jail pretty fucking quick. That Pistorius guy,
Dude, I saw that.
he's already out.
Damn.
That was murdered his fucking girlfriend in like 2013, man.
Yeah. I heard that.
What year did he kill his girlfriend? 2012?
Dude, it was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, I think he did 11 years. For 9 years. He did 9 years for murder?
Dude, I got
For fucking murder?
there's people I grew up with that have gone 3 times that for, an armed robbery when they're 16 or 17,
How about dudes who sell weed? They're still in jail for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
I mean, that's one of the cruelest things about Colorado. When Colorado changed over and became legal. And marijuana was legal in Colorado. It was the first state. There's dudes in penitentiaries that could look out their fucking window and see a weed store. They're in jail for selling weed.
That's a damn shame, isn't it?
The parole board granted Pistorius' petition in November on the grounds that he had served half of his 13-year sentence for murdering Steenkamp, making him eligible according to South African law. Jesus Christ. All you have to do is 13 years for killing people. Boy, there's a lot of people that are out there like, I think I killed him. I'll be 13 years to get him off the fucking planet. There's a lot of people, like it's him out there wandering around. How many people out there like, that's your daughter? That guy killed your daughter and he only did 9 years?
It'd be a no-brainer.
Look at her, she's so beautiful.
Yeah, bro.
I mean, what the fuck? He shot her. Look, he shot through a fucking door and killed her. You know, at the very least, he's guilty of reckless manslaughter. Like, what? You don't know what your target is, so you're shooting through a fucking bathroom door or whatever it is doing?
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if I wasn't like relying on my memory too much, but it was a bathroom too.
I believe so.
Like,
Who the fuck is
an armed robber is in the bathroom.
Was he in the bathroom or was she in the bathroom? Was he shooting out of the bathroom?
I don't know. I feel like that's like,
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of remembering too.
something else.
Yeah. Well, one thing you have to take into consideration is there's a lot of break-ins. There's a lot of home invasions in an area like where my friends in LA are telling me, like I have friends in LA who used to be anti-gun, and they said, why do you want guns? And now they all have guns, and they're all terrified. And there's not all of them, but there's quite a few of them that have experienced break-ins. And one of my friends just moved to Portugal. He's just like, there's so much shit going down in LA. I don't know what to do. And I was telling him, hey, move to Austin. And then I hadn't talked to him for like 6 months, and I sent him a text message the other day because he loves Korean food. I go, bro, I found a dope Korean food spot in Austin. He goes, hey man, I moved to Portugal. He's like, what? He's an artist, crazy. Hell of it. I was like, what did you do? He moved to Portugal. It's amazing. Food's incredible. People are so nice. Crime's low.
I have heard that Portugal's doing the thing where everything's legal.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. They decriminalize everything. All drugs. They experience a giant drop in murders, a giant drop in addiction, in crime. Yeah. Look, you're not supposed to have things that people want to do illegal. It's unfortunate if people want to do things that are terrible for you. It is unfortunate. But the flip side is people are going to do it anyway, and if you make it illegal, then you're propping up illegal enterprises.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm a musician, I don't know shit. But if everything was legal, somebody gives an advice, whatever drug, legally, they're probably not going to do it with fentanyl.
Exactly. 100%. Look, you would have more overdoses, you would have more deaths. Like if they just decided today to make everything legal, you're going to have a spike in deaths. There's no way around that, in my eyes. But would you have a corresponding drop in fentanyl deaths? I think you would. So you would have a drop in accidental deaths where people just take a little molly. They just want to go to a rave, fucking dance, and all of a sudden they're dead. And you would have way less of those. So that would drop. But you're going to have people that are just addicted to drugs. They're going to overdose because of availability. And you're going to have also people that try drugs that wouldn't have tried them because they're illegal. They wouldn't know where to buy them. They don't know anybody who's selling drugs. If you just go to a store and buy coke, what's the fuss about? Well, try this cocaine out. Yeah. The next thing you know, you're a coke addict and you ruined your life. That's possible too. But there's personal responsibility, there's also education, there's counseling, there's a bunch of different things that can be set up to mitigate that. And I think that's the better direction for society, better than propping up cartels. We've got this fucking thing that's happening right across our border where there's immense organizations that have insane amounts of money because they've been selling drugs that are illegal in America.
Yeah, they're like warlords.
Yeah, legit warlords.
Some of those property owners down there, I don't know how they're doing it.
Bro, I was just watching this video today of this guy who lives on the border dealing with all these people that come across the border and smuggling drugs. He's fucking interested. You can't approach them, can't go anywhere near them, you have no idea what they're caring, like, you have no idea who they are, what they're doing, who they work for. And he's like, it's terrifying. He's traveling across your property with a backpack. You know, you just gotta just let it happen.
Yeah. And 2 years ago, I played a show down in San Antonio. There's a rancher there at the show, and we were talking afterwards. And he said, this would have been like right around that time. This had just happened. So this is April 21. He said one of his best friends, who's also a rancher, got a bunch of feds rolled up to their house one day and put him and his family on house arrest for 2 days without any explanation as to why. And then 2 days go by, and they say, okay, it's all good. You know, we're so sorry for the inconvenience. And the guy's like, whoa. You can't just, there has to be an explanation. And I guess, you know, I don't know if I'm like in somebody trouble here, but the guy's like, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but there are 9 insurgents and that had crossed the border, and we, you know, just so happened to get them here on the property. Holy shit. I bet the feds were probably watching them, and then when they decided to actually take them, it must have been on this guy's ranch. So yeah, I mean, you got your kids are out maybe doing a chore on your ranch, on your own farm. So you got thousands of acres or something, and who knows where you could be running into.
Have you seen some of the recent videos of the lines, the migration lines moving? Not just in Mexico, they're moving from South America through Mexico into the United States.
I saw the ones from like a few years back, but I'm almost like tuned out.
The numbers
They're doing
are
it
insane.
again and stuff.
The numbers are insane. Somebody just released a graph that shows the numbers of illegal aliens over the last year in comparison to previous years. So it's like you see the graph, and it's like 2014, 2016, and it gets to 2021, and it's like, yikes! There's more illegals have made it into this country over the last year, I believe, than are people that live in 5 different states.
Yeah, West Virginia's got 1.8 million on a real good year. Maybe it's probably a little less than that.
And there's a lot more illegal aliens every year coming into jail. What's the number per month now?
What's the fix or something?
Well, you gotta fucking have a secure border if you want to fix it. You don't seem like you want to fix it. Like AOC was on TV the other day doing an interview. She was saying, you know, she was calling them undocumented people, and the way here is to give them a path to citizenship. Well, how do you even know who the fuck they are? Because if you're a person from another country, say if you're in Europe and you want to come to America and become an American citizen, you know, you're an architect or whatever, it's like a long, lengthy process. It'll only take a certain amount of people every year. You have to prove the skill. There's a reason why you should be here legally. Yeah. But if you want to do it illegally, they'll give you money. They'll give you a cell phone. There's people in Mexico. What they're doing is, this is pretty wild, because there's a radio station in San Diego that is a Mexican radio station. This guy was on a Mexican radio station. He's explaining how we're doing it. He's like, he's gone back 4 times that month. So every time he crosses over, he gets $2,000. So he's gaining $8,000 in a month from the federal government.
You know, like, what do? You set up, because back in the day, you know, when there was, I don't know everything, obviously, but like maybe the similar time in American history would have been the early 1900s. You had all those Europeans coming over on boats to work over the
That's how my family got here.
Yeah, and everybody went through Ellis Island or somewhere like it where you go, and you got some sort of paper.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
And yeah, and at least they got you, like they got it. At least they got a name.
Yeah.
And
not even. They kind of changed it.
Yeah, they changed it right there, but it's like too hard to pronounce.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah. My bass player's last name. I got fucked with a little.
I'm sure. Yeah, a lot of people's names got changed. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink. It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I have to drink other coffee, I will do it. But I drink Black Rifle Coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to the website and use the code Joe to get 30% off your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hafer's a very good friend of mine. They're veteran-founded and veteran-run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to helping veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to get back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC. A year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic grows from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. He was brewing coffee in the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. He's a real coffee nerd who's also a veteran. Wide variety of ground coffee, whole beans, even kitty cups. So go check out all of the different flavors on their website, and while you're there, make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel. They have top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more, all made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? Like if I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool, I'd write jokes, I'd do something, I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. It'd be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE. It was easy to come over here back then when my grandparents came here. But, that was the law back then. This is not the law. The law is that you're supposed to go through this process that they find out you're a criminal, they find out you're a terrorist. Yeah. They're not doing that at all. They're just opening the border, and they're essentially buying votes. Yeah. They're doing this. They're letting these people come in, and they're assuming these people are going to vote for the Democrats. And it's wild. It's wild that it's happening right in front of everybody's eyes, and most people aren't aware of it unless they see these videos. Or, like Elon was telling me, that when you go there, you really understand the scope of it, because it's extraordinary. You can't believe the numbers of people that are making their way across. It's just insane. It's just, and everyone knows about it. So all these people that live in these, and I don't believe in them at all, man. If you're just a regular person that was unfortunate to be born in a terrible environment, and you realize if I get to America, I can feed my family, I get a job, I can work on a farm, I can do whatever it is, work in a factory, and live in a good way instead of being trapped in this hellhole in which we were just unfortunately born in. Yeah, I get it. I would go for it. Fuck yeah. If I was in Guatemala, 100% I'd have a backpack. 100% I'd be on that fucking track. Let's go. Yeah, if you get up here, get some work and send money home. How many lazy Americans we have in this country that just fuck off and don't want to do jack shit? Just fucking, we got people walking here from Mexico. Yeah, you see it. And that's the thing, like back in the COVID thing, man, like it flipped a switch in a lot of folks' heads from one end of that to the other with if you're not where you're at in life,
never going to get there half-assing your day. Wherever you happen to be, it might be the best idea to give it your best.
Yeah.
That's it, like, or else you're just going to be a miserable fuck the rest of your life.
Well, that was one thing that happened to a lot of people that was good. They realized that this job that they had that they hated, that just went away. Okay, you know, not only did I fucking hate this job, but I thought it was necessary because it was the only thing that I had. I didn't want to lose it. Then they just fucking took it away from me. God damn it, I'm gonna go for my fucking dream. And a lot of people did. They went for their dream. They started small businesses. They got their shit together. They lost weight. A lot of people did a lot of very positive things when their back was against the wall.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people just went on unemployment. And a lot of people never wanted to get on. I mean, I had friends that were in the bar business, and they couldn't get people to work. They couldn't get bartenders. They couldn't, because people were making more money being unemployed.
Yeah.
Taking unemployment, and they would rather live like that. They'd rather get that free check.
Yeah. And that was like, you know, I'm 31, and I released my first album in 2019, but I didn't get booked and management and stuff like that until even after that. So COVID cut the legs out from me. Things were just starting to actually look a little bit legitimate, you know, in my life. And COVID cut the legs out from under that. So on the other side of that is really where, you know, I could have gone 2 ways. And I went back on tour in the spring of 21, and then I started taking my full band out with me, and we're 7 weeks, including myself, and the summer of 21. And I went broke in the fall. Yeah, I couldn't pay my guys 1 week. And I had my second album, which we made during the COVID year, went on pre-sale that next week, and I explained to my guys what was happening, and they stuck with me. And once I put the pre-sales up, and I got a little bit, you know, to keep paying them, we were able to keep working. And then I was bleeding real bad in 21, and came down to one point in Bloomington, Indiana. We played the Bluebird one night, and I just got a new day-to-day manager who's done a phenomenal job for me. But anyways, he just got me on the job, basically broke it down for me on the phone, how much I was losing per month. And I was just saying, like, this is we're going belly up here. This is over. You have to cut half these guys, and even then, we're gonna have a hard time making it. And after that gig, we all sat outside in the alleyway, and I explained to them what was happening, and they all took half pay. So my guys were willing to go $50 a show. And they were in 100%. They didn't have their jobs and stuff back home. They were with me. And they were game to go for that, which you can't live off that. And we kept hanging on there for a couple months. And that second album came out in November. We got on the road with Zach Bryan, brought us out on the road with them. And, you know, the album worked. And the album did great. We made the most of our opportunity to get to open that tour for them. And, you know,
The universe rewards that.
You know, it was that close to just, even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have money to put against it.
But that's what makes the story beautiful. The terrible story is you quit. That's the terrible story. You know, you're sitting on the porch one day, you're an old man. Oh, goddamn, I think I'm going to Those are the most bitter of people, man. Those are the ones who talk the most shit about other artists. They talk the most shit about other people. The people that just have the biggest regrets. The failed attempts. They didn't go to the door. They didn't do it. They didn't take that risk. They didn't just run. They didn't just fucking suck it up and try it. That's a scary thing, but if you can get through that scary thing, that's a better life. That's a better life. The life of fear, the life of regret, that's a terrible life. The life of wishing could have life. That's the shittiest life.
Yeah, you don't want to be that.
God damn, you don't want to be that, especially when there was a spark, when there's some potential. But in the comedy world, when you start out as an open micer, you start out with a bunch of fucking mental patients, crazy people, because anybody can go on stage, you know. And there's always like 1 or 2 guys that you're with, or girls, and they got something. They got something. And some of them make it, some of them don't. And if there's 100 of them, maybe one of them will become a professional. Maybe. It's probably not even that. It's probably for 500 open micers, one. It's probably not even that. It's probably 1,000. For every 1,000 open micers that regularly shows up, one of them will become a working professional.
Yeah, that can actually sell tickets.
But man, I have these fucking dreams sometimes where I remember these people that they had it, man. They had something. They had something. This is a girl that I dated when I was like 21. It was like the last time I ever dated. But goddamn it, she was funny. She was really funny. She was really funny. And I remember thinking, damn, she's funny. Like, she's funny, man. She's good. Like, she had something. And it wasn't always, you know, you'd have these open mics were rough, like bad crowds, and sometimes you bomb, sometimes you do well. But every now and then she would be on stage, she would catch that wave, and go like, there you go, she's gonna do it. She's gonna make it. I think about people like that. I think about people that I knew that just had it. There's this one guy that from New York. I remember the first time I watched him on stage, you were like, oh my god, that guy's like brilliant. Look at this motherfucker. Holy shit. Disappeared.
That's a hard rock. Yeah.
Fuck. But that's the life of sadness. Right? To fucking not ever go for it is the worst. So that's like the universe gave you a little challenge.
Yeah, that one. Man, I was losing sleep, but it was about it was like 3/4 of nights. I was getting up at 2 in the morning and just I was freaking out, but you know, stretched out and honestly, like I love my guys because they went through that with me, and they were willing to like stick in there. So yeah, I'm planning on as long as they'll be with me. You know, that's fine by me. We're gonna do it till we're 9 years old, like Willie Nelson.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's amazing. Yeah, everybody loves it. And if you can hear a story like that, if you're a person out there listening, you're not sure what to do, hear a story like that, God damn it, go for it. But you might not make it. It might not work out. But if it doesn't, guess what? Are you alive? Can you breathe? Can you walk? Well, you can do it again. Try it again. Try it a different way. Figure out what you did wrong.
And sometimes, and this is with me, because like, you know, and even though it's a small thing, you know, I wanted to play football for West Virginia, and I wasn't good enough. And everybody I grew up with knew I was trying to do it. My hometown knew what I was trying to do, and you know, it was embarrassing failing in front of all those folks. So once you've done that once, you know, there's almost you get a little, you like gain an advantage with having felt that before, because you know what it's like. So if it happens again, well, you've already been through it. Right. So if you've never just fallen on your face before, you might be scared to do it. But yeah, you know, it's something. You know, so if somebody chases something out there and it doesn't work out, don't view that as a bad thing. It may pay off later when you find the next thing, and you're not scared to go for it. Because you already went for this other thing back in the past. So, you know,
It's also, failure is very important, because that feeling, that sucky feeling of failure is an amazing motivator. Some of, like, the big leaps that I've made in my career as a stand-up all came after bombing. Like, bombing, it's like, I gotta get to work. Like, I gotta figure out what the fuck I did wrong, why that show went so bad. I gotta buckle up and get better. I really have to fucking focus. I can't be lackadaisical. I can't be lazy. I gotta get after it. Like, that feeling, that horrible feeling, that's there on purpose. That's there. It's a tool. It's like a motivational tool. It's there to let you know. It's a sign. It's a very important, potent reaction that you have to this bad path. You did the wrong thing. You went the wrong way. You did the wrong turn. You fucked it all up. You feel like shit, right? You feel like a fucking loser? Good. Because you are a loser. Like, right now, you're a loser. You don't want to be a loser, right? Okay.
yeah, you can't be resting on those laurels. You know? Yeah, you just gotta keep pushing. One, you know, a really valuable thing, and honestly, I've been listening to the show. This show fills a lot of time when I was, you know, on the road all those years. And so I was like a 23-year-old kid driving my old Highlander to gigs, and I listened to this show. And I can't remember exactly when. It might have been multiple times. You'd be talking with like fellow comedians about your old coming. And you're talking about getting the famine mentality out of your mind. I mean, you had to figure out that that's a toxic place to be at mentally.
Yeah.
Is letting other people's success like fuck with you or make you being jealous about it and all that. And I remember listening to that as a kid, and I haven't figured that out yet for myself, but hearing that, I was like, oh yeah, that's smart. Just be happy for folks that keep moving, focus on you. And that was one of the most valuable things that I ever, learned from somebody else was that. Just to get that out of my head, way back in the beginning, and just have that like healthy mindset going into, what is a decade-long crucible trying to make it easy.
That's beautiful.
Just getting that just positive frame of mind where you're just working on you, and if you see something good happen to somebody else, hell yeah, good for them.
It can be a positive thing when other people succeed and you have that jealous demon gets in your mind. You can turn that around and use that as inspiration. But you have to consciously understand what's happening here. And other people's success, that is not your failure. That's their success, and you can use that as fuel. That can be inspiration, and it can be entirely positive. And especially if you know those people. The saddest thing to me is when there's a friend, and one friend has something really big happen, and the other friend gets jealous and starts shitting on that friend because of it. And you see it in comedy all the time. It's a terrible mindset. And there's the same experience can be approached in a completely different way. Where your friend makes it, and you're like, dude, fuck yeah, god damn it, you did it, this is incredible, holy shit, you're killing it, I'm so pumped, man, I'm gonna get to work now, I'm gonna work harder, I'm gonna carve my path now. Now that I know that you did it, now that I feel that sense that I want that in my life, I want to achieve that, it can be fuel, but that fuel is important. It's so valuable, and instead people piss that fuel away as jealousy and bitterness, where it does you no good. It poisons you. It ruins you. You're hoping for someone's failure, and it's such a terrible weakness. It's a terrible weakness of character that so many people just give into. You don't have to. The exact same experience where someone is killing it can be fuel for you, even if you don't like that person. Like, that's the highest level of it. You don't even like a guy. So you see they're killing, and you go, you know what? They fucking earned it, man. They're out there kicking ass. Maybe I don't like their personality. Maybe they're just fucking, they're so focused on success, they're kind of a cocksucker to other people. But you know what, man? Look, that fucking guy put in that work, and now it's I admire that ambition. I admire that work ethic. I'll embrace that. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be a shitty person. I want to be a nice person, but I also want to be successful. How the fuck do I incorporate this into my life? I mean, this is fuel for me. And to look at it that way, that's a way better way. And it's the same exact experience, the same exact materials. But instead of using those materials to like, what I got to do? Instead, you're like, fuck yeah, now I'm going to go for it. It gives you positive energy instead of negative energy. It's just a mindset you have to embrace.
It's huge. Yeah, I think without that, I don't know if I would have made it. You know what I mean? Just those years, you've got to muster up all the positivity you can. You're not getting it. From the bar, the restaurant, the brewery, the cafes, and sleeping in the back of your car, being broke, folks coming up and telling you to turn it off. So yeah, having that frame of mind gets you through those hard times.
Yeah.
And the scene, I came up, basically in the West Virginia music scene, there was much of one. It was not that. It was very much the family mentality. So I got help from certain promoters and big but other established musicians in the state. And when, I recognized that at the time, I told myself if I ever had the opportunity to, I'm going to do things differently. And then once I started getting out there in the music world a little bit and actually playing some proper shows, man, I was blessed to get to open for very supportive people that helped me out and were happy to bring me on the road.
That's awesome.
And they wanted to bring the best show that they could. And I'll never forget that, and I try to do that now.
Who's the first person playing in the room?
The first legit shows that I got to play and open for somebody. Travel and show to show with them was William Club Green. Here out of Texas, I did an East Coast run with them. And William was super cool, man. And I was nervous going into it because these are some of my first actual venue shows outside of my hometown. Down in restaurants and bars before that. And I remember one night, William was like, he told the crowd towards the end of his set, he's like, if one of y'all, if you guys buy a piece of Chuck's merch, I'll give you a free CD, like a free signed CD or something like that. So I mean, oh wow, I think I made like $700 at the merch table that night as a solo opener. And man, that was a good night then. That's all back in that day. And then Ward Davis took me out with him for 2 years, and that allowed me to get my feet on the ground and start building a good loyal following. Ward's learned a lot of things the hard way, and shared a lot of experience with me, which has saved me some hard lessons. That's important. That's a good one. Like someone who's a mentor that's gone through it already, absolutely. Can give you some advice. Yeah, absolutely. And then Zach Bryan, and in Zach's way, just opening up this giant following to us and letting us open 3 of his tours. Oh, that's horrible. You know what I mean? And those 3 in particular, were huge. And I've opened for some fantastic people since then. Those were the 3 that were William was the first, and Ward was Ward and Zach were the ones that I opened for the longest. Yeah, it's nice to be in a spot now where I get to pick folks that are coming up that are really fucking good at it. It's cool to bring them out on the road and have fun show. This is the internet. The internet, hearsay, you just hear things about folks. One guy that he opened a West Coast tour with this summer. This is kind of that great example of just having a good circle of folks that you're able to work with. Wyatt Flores, and Wyatt can't be opening for me now. I mean, we did our last show together. He was one of my openers at the Ryman. We did a shot after the second show, and I said, "Hey, you got to remember this, bud. Remember when you play Madison Square Garden the first time, you make sure you have me and the boys as your opener for that one, because just everybody's on their own timeline, and Wyatt's just he's going real fast. That's awesome, and it's great for him. That is cool, and that is where that mentality comes in. Whether people's success is not your failures, it's just beautiful. Yeah. My wife and my kids are fine. My band now, everybody's they're getting married, getting homes. We're good. That's great. They're fine. Just keep going on things. Exactly. And that's more folks that succeed better. Yes. And the world needs more great music. It really does. Ain't nobody that's only listening to one person. I always say iPod number if I'm not talking anymore, but there's nobody that's only listening to one artist on their Spotify or it's probably a stalker. You know what I mean? People are listening to 100. Maybe Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift might have one dude out there that only has Taylor Swift songs going 24/7. He's got a Taylor Swift T-shirt, tucks his dick in his fucking underwear, and stands in the mirror and pretends it's her. There's a few people out there that want to hear those songs. God, imagine the person you're detailed. I'd be interested to hear some of their stories. I bet they've got some shit. Oh my God, it has to be in the history of artists, there's only a small handful that have come to that Taylor Swift level. That's the level where almost everyone goes crazy. I don't even think you can count it on 2 hands. I don't think so. No, it's like there's Michael Jackson, Elvis. There's a few. But she's in a crazy place, man. She's doing stadiums every night. Stadiums. They sold out instantly. Tickets go for astronomical numbers. And then there's a stadium of people outside the stadium just trying to listen to the echoes. Yeah. That's something I've never seen. You see some sold out stadium tours and stuff, but you don't see that. Where it's that overhead, and then it looks like the Washington Mall outside of the stadium. Folks just trying to hear that echo over a voice from a half mile away. Some of the first live shows that I ever saw, I was a security guard at Great Woods. Great Woods is this place in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's outside
performance amphitheater. And some of the first shows that I ever saw live, first show I ever saw live was Jake Giles band. Maybe it was George Thorogood. It was like George Thorogood, Destroyers, and I think that was like the first band that I paid to see when I was a kid. But then when I was older and I worked as a security guard, I worked for this place, so I saw concerts all the time. I saw so many different concerts. And I remember one time I saw Bon Jovi. I was working the Bon Jovi concert, and we were pulling the security truck up. And as we were pulling the truck up, we got out, and outside of the venue here,
Shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
wow, and everybody goes, wow.
And I was like, this is crazy.
Because it was one of my first nights on the job, and I was like,
Hearing that pop for the first
that
time.
energy's insane. It's insane. The energy of a live show is something that's just, because it's not just you're watching the performance, you're watching it with other people, and they're all excited, and you feel their excitement, and everyone's happy, and everyone's together, and that fucking, it's all together.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It's a beautiful thing, man.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, that's it makes the travel worth it. You know,
Oh,
to
yeah.
have that feeling where you got all those folks just like they're all having that moment.
The travel's rough.
Together.
The travel breaks you down. Do you do anything to keep the travel from breaking you down? Do you take vitamins? Take care of yourself at all?
Yeah, I do. I do my best. I'm getting better as years go by. I run just about every day.
Oh, that's
I'm on
awesome.
the road. Yeah, it's good for my cardio. I
Good for
enjoy
your
it.
head too, right?
Good for my head. And then take vitamins, a lot of vitamin D, trying to keep my kids are in daycare. Oh my God, brother.
Their little disease factor.
Dude, I've been sick more in the last 2 years than I was the 10 years prior since my son first went in. It is like old petri dish. I'm gonna come out like a cockroach here in 18 years.
Oh yeah. You come out of that, you're like,
iron system. But yeah, so I take vitamins and I start doing AG1.
That's great stuff.
With those with the little droplets in it too. A couple months ago.
Yeah.
And I kind of like everything's the same except I don't. That afternoon like I'm taking out. I don't have that one. I'm taking it. That's the big difference I've been getting from that one.
The hard thing is the diet when you're on the road. That's the hard thing.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you eat clean. Just has a giant factor in whether that you recover.
Yeah, the discipline there after the show is a big part of it.
Yeah, the Jack in the Box, Burger King, pull, strong.
Yeah, if I had perfect discipline, I'd look like an Olympian. I'd be pretty, I wouldn't be that strong, but I'd be pretty good. But we're moving to the bus this year. So this will be my first year on the bus, and I'm looking forward to that sleep.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about on a bus. I'm always worried about crashing. There's a lot of buses that crashes and just falling off. You're not even strapped in. And after 16, oh yeah, what was that woman's name? Gloria Estefan. She fractured her back.
Yeah,
Serious accident.
Hardy had a bus accident, I think, last year.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I think it's pretty bad.
That's scary shit, man. And then you gotta rely on that driver to stay awake.
Yeah.
And then who knows what kind of fuckheads are on the road doing stupid shit, crashing into things.
But I've been driving myself, for 7 years with my dogs, and then sleeping in a roll-out mat in the back of my car.
Oh, wow.
Behind venues and
The hard way.
3 years in the van with me and the guys, driving all day. So this is the only way I see, me being able to keep my health up for the rest of my life is getting that sleep.
Do you drink?
A little bit. I cut way back this year. I get into the 30s, things started sticking to you a little bit more. I was looking at myself we went to the beach back at the end of May, and I was looking at pictures of myself. I was like, yeah, that's it. I gotta lock this shit down. It's getting away from it.
Well, it's just the fatigue factor. The difference between drinking and not drinking, like how you feel the next day, is so significant. It's hard to ignore. It's hard to ignore. The that fatigue factor, like poisoning yourself every night.
Yeah.
It's fun. Yeah, it's great. Have a few beers, throw a few shots back. Woo! Have a little party. It's great. Parties are fun. But you are legitimately poisoning yourself. And you got to be aware of what the effect of that is.
Yeah, and it's not good for the voice either. Sometimes I'll do 4 headlines in a row, and
That was like Zach smoked cigarettes, like Jimmy. I was like, how are you doing that? You have this fucking incredible gift, this amazing voice, and you're sucking on cigarettes all the time.
he's a pub still.
He is a young boy. So, one day, maybe. I don't know. I mean, maybe his voice will change with the cigarettes like Sinatra's.
Hey,
You ever hear Sinatra when he was young?
oh yeah, those early 50s like Christmas songs and stuff. It sounds different.
Strange and different. It's like a completely different kind of voice. Like when he got older, it was like this. I did it my way. But when he was younger, it was like this insane voice. It was beautiful. You know, he was arrested. I have one of his mugshots out there. You know, I have my own collection of mugshots out there in the lobby. One of them is Sinatra. And he was arrested for seduction. Yeah, I think he banged somebody's wife.
The wrong person's wife, I guess. Somebody like the mayor or something.
Like that was listed on his rap sheet of seduction. See, that's true, right?
It's an old school law right there.
Here it is. Seduction. Let me explain. It was 1938, years before Sinatra would go on to star his first movie or release his first single. He's just 23 years old by today's standards. Shockingly, he spent any time in jail for his crime, even though it was less than 16 hours. So during that time period, a person could be arrested for seduction, which was a charge usually given to a man who slept with a woman based on false promises or using some kind of lie. Oh, interesting. For instance, a man can be arrested after sleeping with a woman after a false promise of marriage. Wow. Reportedly, Sinatra's ex-girlfriend was his accuser, also wasn't a wife, I was wrong, saying that he promised her marriage and then broke up with her. He was arrested because he broke up with a girl. That's hilarious.
Yeah, Frank was willing to say anything to get in that night.
Right, but listen to this. However, it turns out that she was actually already married, which canceled out the charges of seduction. That's why I thought it was someone's wife. Even so, the state of New Jersey arrested Sinatra and charged him with adultery after learning that they couldn't nab him with seduction. The charge was later dropped after he paid a $500 bond. $500 in 1938, that's probably a stiff bond. It's a lot of money. Back then,
We'll buy a house for it.
yeah, right? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I thought about that right as I said. You can find some recordings of Sinatra from when he was young, because it really was crazy. Listen to the difference in that music. The sound of that voice, and that's gotta be like a lot of Jack Daniels and cigarettes.
I think the earliest I've listened to him was maybe the 40s, and maybe if he was singing it in the 30s there, I probably haven't heard that.
It's an incredible voice. It's so different. It's hard to believe that it's actually Sinatra. It sounds so young, high pitched. It's just a different. He had so much range. His voice had this incredible range that all got blunted by the cigarettes. And then, as he got older, it just became have regrets. And he just became almost more talking than the vocal range that he had when he was younger. Just kind of adapted.
All the years of kind of like just playing night in, night out, you can take somebody's range away.
Oh, yeah, man.
Vocal surgery and
Oh,
stuff like that.
yeah. It tortures your throat.
That's different.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
So this is the weekdays. Strange times.
It is looking right at the camera, doing the handwork. It's just,
Well, you gotta think back then, that's all new. You know,
Yeah.
being on television was new.
it's the fucking man right there
Yeah.
back then.
There was no one on TV before that. It was like, how many
50s when
Right.
his late show started.
Oh my God! If you go back and watch those, what's crazy is if you go back and watch those shows, especially like the late night talk shows, like the Chad Parr show and stuff like that, like that thing where you have the desk and then someone sits beside on the couch, they still do it that way today. They fucking never adjusted.
It's the same.
It's weird. It's weird. Like, why do you have a desk? Are you working? Are you writing books up there? Like, why do you have a fucking desk?
Yeah.
Why are you sitting in front of that desk? It's just like, that was the Tonight Show. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, I'm Shane. You got this guy sitting there at a desk, and next to him, this is a bizarre way to do a show.
Yeah.
But because it was the way they did it originally, these uncreative motherfuckers just kept doing it that way forever. I mean, everybody does it that way.
Yeah, I still do. The only person, like Norm Macdonald, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'd sit there on YouTube and just watch like his like late night show. Whenever he's in that situation, he turned that in like.
No, he was a man. A few people did it differently. Arsenio Hall did it differently. Arsenio Hall had like seats, but they're sitting next to each other differently. George Lopez did it differently. George Lopez just had like seats. They just kind of fix each other.
Kind of like Letterman's like Netflix show that he has now.
Yeah.
That's a cool setup.
It's a good setup. The only problem is that way of talking to people, you don't really. It's too performative. There's people there. Like a real conversation, it's not the same with an audience. It's a different thing. Sometimes it's a fun thing. Like live podcasts in front of an audience, they can be great, but it's a different thing. It's not the same thing that you get from just sitting in a room with someone having a conversation, which is the best way to talk to people.
Yeah, you're getting a little bit of the public persona of somebody if you're in a theater.
Yeah.
Doing an interview.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a different, like Be Real, who we were talking about before, he has a show called Hot Box. Is it called Hot Boxing? No, that's Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's Hot Boxing. What's Be Real's show? He has this old, cool car that they've done up, and there are cameras inside of it. Smoke box. And you get barbecue. I mean, barbecue, but you don't know what you're talking about 5 seconds ago. And you're on this podcast, just getting baked, and you're stuck in this car with Be Real, and those guys are, nobody smokes weed like rappers. You want to smoke?
Oh, yeah.
You ever smoke weed with rappers?
No, I can only imagine. I was ice fishing with Jamie Johnson last week, and I was just trying to keep up with him, and we had one glass there.
Yeah.
It's not this.
You get tricky. I'm sure Jamie Johnson's an angle too.
He definitely can.
I'm sure he can do it. But I tried to smoke the weed with like Snoop and Wiz Khalifa. And,
oh, yeah, we were going heavy with
Action Bronson. Action Bronson did the podcast once. We had to take a picture of all the bluff that were in the ashtray at the end of the podcast because it was so ridiculous. Like, how are you alive?
Yeah, dude. Some folks, their tolerance might be supposed to do this in the first 48 hours.
That's Snoop? Yeah. Oh my God. That's so crazy. When he did this podcast, he just, the whole time he's talking, he's just rolling blunts. He rolls his own blunts. So he's sitting there talking to you, and he's just like, we were talking about shit, he's just rolling blunts. Yeah, like, he had a sound machine with him, it had like lights and shit. Like, oh, this is crazy. Snoop's an original. So that's an original being.
Everybody loves us too, man.
Oh my God, how do you not love him? He's a great guy.
People in the world, there's like a second grader that knows who he is, and my mom knows who he is. You know?
Remember, he's doing that show with Martha Stewart. Yeah, and it was great. Like, who would have ever thought that team would work? That pair.
Yeah, back in the day, you never see that coming.
Perfect. It's great.
She got that dirty. She got hit back in the day.
They got her. They got her and they put her in jail for the same shit Nancy Pelosi's made hundreds of millions of dollars for.
Oh, yeah. So many of those folks.
Yeah.
I
wonder what happened, why they went after her like that. I wonder what the real story behind it was.
He wants to get somebody else.
Yeah. There had to be something. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you scalp her? Why are you going after her? Martha Stewart. Why you don't like beautiful things?
Willie Nelson was saying in his book he thought they came after him, but
Still hot. Look at her.
she was great.
2023 looking good. Got her to Ozempic or something.
Woo! that's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no dangerous. Some people just are my friend Brian on the normal side of things. For some people, a certain percentage of people affects the gut very badly. Get all these gastrointestinal issues. And all you have to do is just not eat shit. And live that way. And they're just not eat shit. Cut all the sugar out of your life. You will watch weight fall off your body.
Yeah, there's another way to do it.
That's not the way to do it.
Yeah,
But that's not what people want. They want that quick fix. You know? Especially for a weed smoker.
all their munchies.
Especially at night. It's hard. It's hard not to just fatten up.
Yeah, sometimes at home, man, I'll raid that pantry.
I'm sure like, it's hard. It's hard. You have to have healthy choices. Like something that you actually enjoy. One of the things I really like doing, like late night after a gig, I like cooking. I'll come home and cook a steak at like 1 in the morning. I'm fucking grown man. I can eat whatever I want. Like, I just cook a steak right now. Just cook a steak. You're hungry? Don't just go pour a bowl of Fruit Loops. Make a fucking steak. Let's eat something healthy. Let's eat real food. Let's have some vitamins. Drink some water. Let's do it the right way.
That's another thing I'm looking forward to that process. Just stash some better options on there for after the show. Yeah, I think it's gonna help.
Come home to Texas. West of town. Was it like 2000?
Oh, that's fucked up.
2009? When did Willie Nelson get arrested? Why did he get later than that? Later 2013. There's something crazy where the whole world was like, what? Pointer! I don't know that. For me, Willie Nelson, what is communist?
Yeah, that's like butchering the Texas Longhorn. Like, that's other stuff that was
So stupid too.
Yeah.
It's like the dumbest thing to arrest someone for. Jesus Christ, how are we still doing this in 2024? We're not, really. Like, it's decriminalized in Austin, but it's still illegal in the state of Texas. It's still federally illegal, even though it's legal in a bunch of states. It's still federally illegal.
That's a thing in music is people stop and dump it off like in the band and stuff like that.
Yep. It's so stupid.
Kansas too. Is another one.
Well, there's a lot of states where when you go to the airport, they have a designated marijuana depositing box. Like, so if you're traveling and you're flying into a state where it's illegal, you just dump it in this box. I think Nevada, they have that. Nevada has this, dispensaries in stores now where you buy it legally.
Yeah.
So if you're flying to the airport, you know, dump in this box. At the end of the night, I bet they'll raid that box.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. We're going to Canada for the first time this year, and that was like a thing. The tour manager was telling all the guys to make sure you get passports going now, and make sure plan on like not having anyone cross the border.
What's legal in Canada?
Yeah, but you can't cross.
Right. Right, you can't cross it. So, but once you're there,
You can buy it there. That's pretty good. Yeah. There you go. So it's real good.
yeah, I remember when it was illegal in Canada, and then all of a sudden I went there 1 year, and it's like, oh my god, there's weed stores everywhere. That's how it should be. It should be legal. But yeah, you don't like it, good. There's a lot of things I don't like. It doesn't mean you don't have to take it.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping back home they would have legalized it in West Virginia, kind of more at the front end of the states, and made some of that money.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's the thing that's really crazy. They're biting off their nose to spite their face.
yeah, I missed out on it. Could have been selling to people in all the border states there for a good handful of years.
Are you living there now?
Yeah, I still live there with my wife and kids. That's where I go back to when I'm off the road.
You plan on living there forever?
I'll always have, my family. We have family land that I'll always at my great grandmother's house. So I'll always keep that. And, whether my wife and I end up splitting time in between there and somewhere else, that might happen. But yeah, I'll never I'll never leave that.
I feel like it's like in your bones.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's like my comfortable place in the world. It's like truly,
That's nice.
I'm fortunate to feel that way about where I'm from.
That is very fortunate. That's beautiful.
Yeah, not everybody does.
It's nice to have a place that grounds you too. You go back and like, I'm at home base again.
Yeah,
Especially for a guy like you that does the road so much, all the travel.
yeah, I like my routine, my small town. And, I grew up with so many people I see around on the day to day.
That's cool.
And, folks watch me grow up, the older folks, and, they know me. And, yeah, I get to go about my day to day life, and it's all very, very normal. Even in Nashville, it's not that. Because everybody's busy. So,
Right.
you got people that want something.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing about Nashville. Nashville's become kind of a Hollywood light in a lot of ways.
It's great. I'm just saying, there's a lot of people in the music industry.
Right.
If you're in the music industry and people come up and ask you this and ask you that, at home there ain't nobody in the music industry, so there ain't nobody that has anything to ask you.
Right.
It's just, that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, that's nice. It's nice that someone's not trying to angle on you. Just for something else, or get this to you, or connect themselves to you. There's so many social climbers, and so many people that, have got a business they want you to invest in.
And that's when I met you the first time at Two Step In, that festival north of Austin back in April.
That was when Zach was playing.
Yeah, and I met you just real brief, and that was the last thing that I even wanted to come on. That's why I was real weird when I met you that first time. It's like, hey man, it's nice to meet you. I don't want to bother you, just because I can only imagine what you run into on the day to day. So yeah, it's just it's nice to be back home. I don't get that so much.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate aspect of the life that I have, but this life is so full. I'm so fortunate in so many ways. I'm so blessed. I'm so extraordinarily lucky that to complain about that. I mostly put it out there so people realize that's something that comes with this. Just you should know, and if you're on that path too, you're on the path to. You want to be in show business, you want to be entertained, or if you just want to be successful, I think in any business, there's going to be people that they pretend when they're talking, they don't really give a fuck about you. They're not having a real conversation. They're angling. They're just trying to work an angle. They're just trying to figure out when you're close to you, get your number, get an email address, talk to you about this or that. And some people are terrible at it. They just right away. There's a thing that a lot of people invest in. So you start up, and it's like, I want to show you a doc. No.
Yeah, the currency and status. So
Yeah.
it's a
I had to have a conversation with this guy kept pushing. I go, hey man, I don't invest in anything. I have zero. I don't invest in nothing. I got nothing. I have a guy who takes care of financial stuff, and as far as me investing in businesses, I do zero of that. I don't want to have nothing to do with that. I don't want to. Well, you don't have to think about it. Well, I'll think about it. I will fucking think about it. If I give you a bunch of money and I'm going to put attach to this company, I'm hoping you run it right. What are you crazy? You don't think I want to think about that? Of course I'm going to think about that. Everything can be handled. I don't do that. I don't do it. Sorry, not interested. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, some people just don't want to get no financial. Just keep coming back. And then if you say, okay, guess I need a new phone number now. So I do that video. I have 4 phone numbers.
That's I'm thinking about maybe switching. Here we are complaining about this stuff.
Listen, it's the smallest of things. It's the smallest of things. I always tell people that have too much work, I go, listen, man, the worst thing you have is no work. That's the worst thing. To have too much work is so much better than have no work. To be too busy is so much worse than, or so much better rather than to wish that you were busy.
Yeah.
If you're too busy, you can back off a little bit. You can take some decisions and go, you know what? I'm wearing myself out. I'm going to slow down a little, do a little less of this, a little less of that, and you'll be all right.
Yeah, there's something I was I would kind of tell myself in the last handful of years, I would say yes to damn near everything, because what the story I was telling you about in 21, that's where I'm coming from. So, you say yes so that you get to that point where you can say no for the long term.
Right.
And finally this year, like, you know, the quantity of shows is going to dial back a little bit. You know, I've said no to some things that I would have dreamed of just having the opportunity to do in years past, but, you know, it's more time, you know, with my wife and my kids, and I'm doing my best to find that balance with the babies.
Did you take on the roadie at all?
Cherry picked some good ones. They were down here in Texas with me in October. We did Green Hall, and we did the Texas Motor Speedway before that. So it came down for that weekend. They were in Nashville with me in December, but, you know, not all the time. And yeah, I'm trying to balance that.
You don't want to wear them out either.
Yeah, I don't want to wear them out. I'm just trying to keep some normalcy and routine in their life. Trying to navigate those waters. You know, with Samantha, my wife, and trying to balance that.
Yeah, there's like so many benefits to the life you have, but then there is that the time away.
Yeah, we've been gone hundreds of days a year, years.
And that's hard. That's hard. Yeah, I mean, I've had these guys on that are WWE wrestlers, and not only are they gone hundreds of days a year, it's like some of them 250, 260 days a year, but they're also getting thrown on tables 260 days a year. They're getting pile drived to fucking body slammed, and like, imagine that. Every you come home.
Every Monday and Friday.
Yeah.
And then like two other ones in the week that aren't on TV.
Exactly.
It's like 52 weeks a year.
And you come home and you're beat up and exhausted, broken, your back's in agony, your hands are all fucked up. And, yeah,
that's another level. That, like back to the paint bill thing, like the knees, things like that.
Oh yeah, all those guys.
Easy too. A lot of folks snaps and backs.
Oh sure. I mean, that's how we lost both Prince and Tom Petty. We lost them both of them defensively, you know. Sad shit, man. And Prince, it was just all that dancing, and apparently had a fucked up hip for a long time. It was an agony. You know, and just
doing all those moves all those years, show after show after show after show.
Yeah. I'm friends with Maynard from Tool, and yeah, he had a fucking hip replacement from stomping.
Yeah,
Just like stomping on stage and saying,
yeah. If I keep going with my neck, I'll end up having next stuff. I already got this thing that I lay on 10 minutes a day at the end after shows that decompresses all of it.
What's going on in your neck right now?
It's just headbanging and stuff like that. I'm not playing shows.
But is it fucked up?
Nah, it's nothing serious. No, that's why maybe I address that.
How long are you down for?
I'll leave it tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow morning, later on in the morning.
What time in the morning? I want to see if I can get you to Waste to Well. There's a stem cell clinic in Austin. They'll take care of you. They'll shoot you up with stem cells in your neck.
Oh yeah, neck problems. I was trying to talk my dad into that. My dad worked in the mines for 27 years.
Oh wow.
And he's 70, 71 now, and he's feeling all that.
Is that where minor infections come from?
Yeah.
That's a great song.
Yeah, my buddy Zach McCord and I wrote that for our dads.
It's a great song.
And both of our dads are miners, and that was for him.
It's a great song. Yeah, that work is fucking insane. That work's insane. Yeah, it's like people, man, when you want to talk about the hard life, that's the hard life.
Yeah, when my dad was my age, from 27 to 30, he worked in 26 and a half inches of coal. That's from floor to ceiling. And it was for a small. So there's coal companies, and then sometimes there'd just be this guy that was a landowner back in the day that would get the right permits and stuff, to mine some coal on some property. And that's what the case was with that job that he had there for 3 years. It was like for a small private mine, they wanted to do some roof bolts.
Oh my God.
So he had cave-ins before. He was digging his way, crawling on his belly, trying to dig his way.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he did that for 3 years.
Oh my God. Things like that?
Yeah, it's completely, that never fly nowadays. But my dad started he was born in 53, so he started in the early 70s, and he went to the early 90s. So he was at that unique time where there was still some of that old time stuff, and then, you know, it was transitioning into the modern day mines. You know, today where it's just underground cities. Like when he left, he was the longwall boss at Federal Number 2 for Consol, and that was like the biggest longwall in the world at the time. I mean, that mine, it stretches like over 100 miles underground. It's from western County. It's like from western Mon County to damn near the Ohio River. Like, yeah, and that's small to compare to what people are doing now. Oh, they got mines in like Utah where, because of the elevation of the mountains, they can almost they're like they can drive in to a seam of coal and automatically be like already 10,000 feet underground because of the height of the mountain above them, and then it's like 16-foot seams of coal and stuff like that. Things have gotten, the stuff that my dad started out in is just a thing of the past.
So when your dad was doing it, he was, would you say 27 inches?
26 and a half.
And so you just on your back shipping coal out?
They would have machinery. They weren't doing that back then.
So with the machinery, that you're crawling on your stomach?
Yeah, crawling on your stomach.
And then how are you getting it out?
Put it in conveyor belts or something.
And you're just in that entire
Just
environment.
Crawling. Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah, I'd be freaking out if it was that,
Oh my
that
God,
tight.
you're dealing with cave-ins.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. I had no idea that there's mines that are that big. They're 100 miles.
Oh, yeah, they're huge.
Is it photos or
Stretches
videos of
from
mines?
counties.
That sounds insane. I had no idea.
Yeah, like they'll keep. Yeah, from what I understand, I think we got mines that start in western Mon County and go all the way to Wetzel County. They get over close to the Ohio River.
Wow. And these massive ceilings, that lights in there and everything.
Yeah, they had lights and that's, I imagine.
And you see those
I don't know how solid it seems.
that it has fires in them since like the 50s.
Yeah, there's a town in Pennsylvania, I think, that, you know, there's like a before and after picture because it ended up like an old mine ended up catching fire. Yeah, it's still like smoking.
Toxic fumes, like somebody had to move out of town.
Yeah, 50, 60 years later.
Yeah, it's still on fire to this day. It's like, what? How much coal's in there?
Yeah.
The fires are too deep to burn and too hot to be fought effectively. 250 years before what? However, experts believe the fires under Centralia could burn another 250 years before they exhaust the coal supply that fuels them. Wow. The fires are too deep, burn too hot to be fought effectively. That's insane.
Jamie, if you would check
Fact 62. Wow.
fact check me on like how long those mines can go. Just be like long, like biggest mines in the world, longest mines. Just make sure I'm not talking out of my ass.
Well, it sounds like that.
It's just this is all knowledge. This is my dad's knowledge that I'm trying to like spit that again to make sure I'm talking out of my ass. That's pretty good. That's cool. That's fun.
Where's that?
I just have to West Virginia. All right, thank you.
They have footage there? Yeah, but I'd like to see it. I just want to see what it looks like. 10,000 acres of mines. Holy shit. That's incredible.
Yeah, they got some big ones out in Utah. Alabama's got some big ones. Think common.
I would have never guessed. I would have never guessed they're that big underground. That's strip mines. That's different. That's the like underground coal mine. It's a hard mine. That's a hard mine. In some places, it's the only thing that's available. In certain parts of the country.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity for my dad. You know, it allowed him to elevate himself economically.
See, I'm on crops.
I think starting in the early 70s, I think they figured a lot of that out. But yeah, I don't think it was as bad as it was back in the 50s. Right. Yeah, I don't think he has any long-term issues.
That's true. That's a lot of money with his family. It's like his dad is just a different understanding of hard work and of poverty too. I mean, people that with those minds shut down. That's another sort of similar example. Those minds being shut down. The whole town relies on those minds.
Yeah, you got Ghost Town in West Virginia. You got, did you ever read the book Rocket Boys by Homer Hickam? And then made the movie October Sky about it. Did you ever watch that? It's an incredible
What causes cold?
It's vegetation and pressure over millions of years.
Celsius? Wow. Underground. Just to cut out chunks of the earth that we're going to light on fire. And then most people want to ban that shit anywhere. On China. We're just all that. How many people are talking about? We got to stop people from eating meat. Save the planet. You need to pay attention to the world because most of that shit's coming from China. There's more than 1,000 coal mines in China.
There's more tonnage of coal being mined now than ever before in history.
Crazy. Yeah, it's a complicated world with a lot of like really narrow-minded narratives. Like there's a lot of confusing things that people repeat that they don't really understand the whole depth of what they're saying.
Yeah, you can close down all the mines in the United States, and that demand for that coal is still going to be there, and it'll just get mined somewhere else.
Yeah.
That's not to say that maybe there'll come a day where coal probably becomes a thing of the past and isn't used anymore.
Probably, once they run out of it.
Yeah, once they run out of it, or they think it's something better, but it's just
then we're gonna have to deal with earthquakes and sinkholes. Fucking carve these huge fucking pockets out of the earth. It's gonna collapse.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that's not gonna solve the world's problems if they just shut all that down in the U.S.
I watched a video of a coal mine collapsing in China, and it was horrifying. My friend Tom Segura and I, every day we send each other more shit on Instagram. It's very traumatizing. It's like, I'll show it to you on my phone after the podcast is over, you're gonna go, what the fuck, man? Every day we send each other car accidents, gunshots, animal attacks, over and over and over, every day. Every day some new shit. And, one of them was this insane coal explode. This is it. So these people are working in this, oh my god, yeah, they just get engulfed. Open pit coal mine collapsed. 4 people, 6, missing 49 others, yeah. It's one of those 3 folks, they're dead. They might be missing a head. Massive landslide. Yeah, this man, digging into the fucking ground, pretty instability. Scary shit.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, people want to stop coal mining, but I understand. But you have to understand how much of that is going on outside this country. Detailed that yesterday, going to sort of a deep dive on it. Most of it's coming from China. Most of it's China, and then second place is the United States is minimal in comparison to what's going on over there. But they're not going to stop. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about what you say about the environment.
Yeah, over there in Paris, like when they're all having that conference, like, I'm sure, right? Yeah, I bet they're saying those things.
Well, it's just crazy when they're talking about climate change and they cornered Bill Gates. Like, flying out a private jet. Like, yeah, I actually have one of the largest carbon footprints. Like, so you're a hypocrite. Like, what's your real angle here, buddy? Like, you probably have a business that profits from people deciding to take a green angle. And that's really what's going on. It's trying to push plant-based meat, a bunch of other bullshit, and And that's why it's important for him to get that narrative out there about climate change. Just like during the pandemic, he was heavily invested in mRNA vaccines. And then he bailed, he sold all his shares, and then started talking shit. Like, it wasn't as effective as we hoped, but what about what you were saying in the beginning? You were saying it was really effective, and everyone needs to take it. And to that, why is anybody listening to that guy, by the way, when it comes to public health? You look like one of the least fucking healthy people alive. Like, as far as people his age, he looks way older than he should look. He's got a pot belly. He looks like shit. He looks like total shit.
Yeah, and that vaccine thing, that was I had to get that, I had to show that to play my show.
Yeah.
Well, 21. Yeah, I felt like I had to do it in order to work.
A lot of people did. A lot of my friends did it because they had to. Worked a little cold, and it didn't even work.
Then I ended up getting it.
Yeah, of course.
It was fine. It was like a cold for a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't what we were afraid of. And then you realize, like, oh, there's a lot of motivation that they have to scare shit out. That's how you'll do it. Remember when the White House, this is during Omicron, which is like the most mild version of COVID. It was basically just a mild cold for most people, especially young people. And the White House put out a release that said, for the vaccinated people, you've done your job. For the unvaccinated people, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death.
Yeah.
Which is,
Where did that come from?
you're cunts. That's where it came from. You're a bunch of cunts.
Yeah.
And it's not even true. It wasn't even true. I mean, the number of people that are dying from COVID now, and the CDC is like, people need to get vaccinated. The COVID deaths are up. No, they're not. Go look. They're really low. They're super low. And by the way, those people that are dying, they're in terrible shape. They're not doing good already. And most of the people that died even during the pandemic, some of the range of 90% of the people that died had an average of 4 comorbidities. 4 things that were killing them, and then COVID died.
And then also there was the thing where the hospital had an incentive to say that COVID so died from COVID.
Yeah. My friend's grandpa had some horrible disease, and he didn't have COVID. And when he died in nursing home. They listed it as a COVID death. And he was furious. He's like, he didn't have fucking COVID, man. They didn't even test him for COVID. But they listed him as a COVID death. Exactly. There was a financial incentive to list people as COVID deaths. And that's how you inflate the numbers, and that's how you motivate people to take that vaccine. It's wild, man. It's wild what they pulled off.
It's a lot of goofy shit. That year and a half.
Scary.
Yeah.
Scary with that.
Where my wife and I talked about it, we drew the hard line with our children. And we weren't going to do that.
Good for you. Because, my kids were being pressured by some of their families, friends, like their families, like their kids, and their families were wondering why my kids were doing it. Like, hey, you go fight yourself. This shit's all totally experimental. And by the way, the early data, very early on, it was shown that it's not dangerous for kids. Both my kids got it, and it was nothing. I mean, nothing. They had flus that knocked them on their ass, and this was nothing like that. It was very mild for the kids.
Yeah, it was fine. One time I can say my kids shit it out in a day or something like that.
Look, obviously I experienced the backlash in the wildest way because I got healthy quick without a vaccine. But they came for me in a way that was so stupid. It was such a checkers move. It was such a dumb move. Like, because you're going after a guy for taking a medication that worked. Yeah, like, by the way, it was one medication amongst many medications that I said I took. And here I am, 3 days after this thing that's supposed to kill you. I'm 55. I'm not young. But I'm healthy and I work out all the time and I take a lot of vitamins and I'm always fit. And I got it pretty quick. I was saying, sorry, I can't make the dates. It was about a concert that I was supposed to do with Chappelle. We were doing shows that weekend. Like, we got to move the shows. Sorry, I got COVID. I'm fine now. 3 days ago, I got it. Yeah. And then they, he's taking veterinary medicine. It's like, that's when you get to see how corrupt the media is. That they're all on CNN and MSNBC and all these different shows lying. Straight up lying. I didn't take horse to whatever. I took human ivermectin that I got from a doctor. Yeah, a doctor that, by the way, they have prescribed that medication over, 3 billion times for who knows how many people all over the world. It's on the World Health Organization list of essential medicines.
Big range of things.
Yeah.
I imagine you got good doctors.
Yeah, I bet you do. I got good doctors that are objective, that really understand health. Yeah. And they're not just about injecting you with shit. They're about staying healthy all the time. I mean, I've been preaching the value of a healthy lifestyle, healthy diet, and vitamin supplementation forever. So when I get sick, I get over it quick. If I got sick at all, then the only reason I got sick was I was out with my friend John Shulman, who's a shout out to my friend John, who is a poultry manufacturer. And I love this dude. And he makes like some of the best poultry in the world. And I was in Florida, so I got a chance to see him, and we played going until like fucking 3:30 in the morning. And I had like 5 margaritas. That's why I got sick. I got a bad rundown. Yeah, it was just and it was after a show. So I did a show at an arena in Florida. So people were screaming. So it's like 15,000 people, and I'm in the round, and they're laughing. So it's so they just COVID spray headed your way.
Rained on by droplets was a hot word there for a couple of
And I was still fine. Until I got drunk. I mean, I was at the end of the night. I was pretty tired. I was just beat up from playing pool till 3:30 in the morning, and then drinking. And the next day, I was like, God, am I hungover? I feel like shit. And then it hit me. I did a show the next night with COVID. No problem. Killed. Had a great time. Yay! See you guys. And then on the way home, I was like, man, I feel like shit. And then I called my wife. I was like, I might have it. I feel kind of shitty. Then I woke up in the morning. I was sweating. I had a fever. It was like, got tested, got positive. Got all the meds, got the IV vitamins. The next day, I was like, no, I'm feeling good. And then the day after that, I made that video. I was like, yeah, I'm all right. Yep. And then they came to me. It's like, wow, you corrupt cocksuckers. You don't give a shit about health. If you did, you would be saying, hey, look, this guy who's not young, who got COVID, who's not vaccinated, got over it pretty quickly. So look, maybe it's not as bad as we think it is, or maybe it's not as bad as you're fit and healthy, or maybe there's some other options other than just taking this experimental medication that's never been mass injected into hundreds of millions of people in this country. Yeah. But no, they were all corrupt because they're all a part of this industry that was relying on the advertising revenue from the pharmaceutical drug industry. They were all in the pocket. Oh yeah, they jumped on dirty people, dirty monsters.
Yeah, they came for it. And then, most folks around the country, a lot of folks speak publicly on it, but it's all exactly what it was.
Well, he killed them.
Said, oh, they're going for Joe. Just kept moving on.
Well, there's a lot of people now that will watch those news reports on things, especially medical things. How much you tell the truth? How much you tell? How come you guys are ignoring all the deaths? How come you guys aren't talking at all about the vaccine deaths? How come you guys aren't talking at all about the all-cause mortality spike that's unprecedented? How come you're not talking about that? Are you guys the news? Are you guys some corporate mouthpiece for some company that pays you exorbitant amounts of money to push their shit? Because that's what it seems like. And if that's the case, someone should probably step in and regulate you cocksuckers.
I just watched that Netflix short series on painkillers.
Oh my God!
I just saw that, and that affected West Virginia big time. But I didn't, and there's a dramatization of kind of the whole points of what happened. And that was, it's a broken system.
Well, they're monsters, man. They don't care about death. They care about profit. And that is their business. Their business is making money. There's the people that make medication, and their business is just making effective medication. They're scientists. Then there's the people that are just money people. Their business is to sell it, and sell it as hard as they can. And incentivize, especially the Sackler family. That family is still not in jail. How are they not in jail? And they gave up $6 billion to try to avoid prosecution. But then the Netflix special, the series came out, and when that series came out, I believe there was a judge that put a hold on the decision to allow them to have immunity. And they were like, hang fuck on. What did you do? And when you see what they did, I had Peter Berg on who made that.
Okay.
He's amazing. He explained what they did. And, he went into more depth, things he couldn't cover in the series. It's terrible. It's terrible, awful, evil, demonic being.
That set off a chain reaction that affected the whole generation.
And so many people died, but the people that didn't die, how many lives are ruined? In my family, I have people whose lives are ruined. Multiple people in my immediate, in my close family, in my connected family, I know many people who just got devastated by that shit. And they're still struggling to this day. I'm trying to get off.
That's the kids that grew up in my grade. We lost, I think, one or two to a couple accidents, and then one to cancer, and then the rest are all as a result of that. It's ended up everything. Did you ever see? There's a real good documentary on Huntington, West Virginia. I think it's called Heroin. And it's just like following around the fire chief of like Huntington. She's just going around this person. This is just like a day in the life. And she's just going from person to person, apartment to house, just either saving somebody or finding somebody too. Just all day. It's incredible. They did a good job of like showing the reality of it.
If you talk to the young people, those things happen all over the country. All the country right now, still to this day. And now, unfortunately, it's harder for people to get the real pills, so now they're getting this cartel shit. It's laced with fentanyl. And they're all fucking dying left and right. So many people are dying.
It's parents' worst nightmare.
Oh my god, it's so scary now. My comedy club, we had to start carrying Narcan. So one of the security guys made it imperative to get Narcan to make sure that you stand out.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we haven't had anybody overdose during the show, but we did have a lady go into a K-hole. She used to take ketamine. This ketamine, for whatever, just fucking people that are recreationally taking this insane drug, which is dissociative. Can you? I think so. I think you can get that on Amazon. It's wild. Yeah, I don't know if they do. I'm pretty sure it's so potent, man. Get it like a money. And so they're doing like this nasal spray. People are doing nasal spray, and it's legal in some weird way. Like it's therapy. People just get blasted with ketamine all day. I know people that are claimed sober. Yeah. Like they're on therapy and they take ketamine for therapy. Like, bitch, you are not sober. You're keyed up all day long. And they just party in a different way. So I have friends who love it. They love it. I'm like, get that shit away from me, man. John Lilly, the guy who invented the sensory deprivation tank. You ever use one of those? No. Oh, they're amazing. We have one here. I'd be interested to check that out. It's by itself without ketamine. It's really great. Don't really need ketamine. But John Lilly used to do intramuscular ketamine. So he would inject his thigh with a blast of ketamine and then lie down. Go into this other dimension and communicate with beings. It's like whatever the fuck happens when you take ketamine. And meanwhile, people are doing this recreationally. At a comedy show, out of the show, this lady just fell down and just blacked out in the middle of the show. It was like, what's she on? What's she on? And the boyfriend's like, who's she doing security? She's in a K-hole, middle of a comedy show. How about Duncan's on stage? Which is ironic. Man, I love Duncan's cartoon. Oh man, it was amazing. I don't know how the fuck they canceled that. Yeah, me and my big man's like Adventure Time. What's it called? Yeah, just like did a monologue. Is that what it was called? No. I can't remember what it's called. That was not what it was called. Adventure Time was like the same guy who did it. Also did Adventure Time. Midnight Gospel. Yeah. Oh my God, Duncan's the best. Yeah, the cartoon just follow his monologue. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, that was incredible. He's, like I said, such a good guy. When he moved here, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. He's so happy. Austin's just such an amazing place. He made like the episode, it's like the center of comedy. Yeah, when we built the mothership, that was the goal. I never thought it would work as well as it did. It was just kind of like, let's try it. Let's give it a shot. You know, we're here. I'm not moving. I got out of California. I'm like, I'm not going back. I got out of California early. I saw the writing on the wall in May of 2020. So the country shut down in March, and I was like, well, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. And then when it was like a month later, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I'm always distrustful of authority, and I'm always distrustful of narratives. I don't, there's just too much bullshit in the world, and I've read too many books. You know, I've been exposed to too many conspiracies. I went too far down the JFK rabbit hole, and the 9/11 rabbit hole, and the fucking NDAA, and the fucking Patriot Act, and I'm friends with Alex Jones, right? So what's my head's filled with conspiracies. You know, all this Epstein shit. Alex Jones taught me about that a long time ago. He was telling me about that, and I was like, "Come on, man! You're telling me there's an island where they take elites and they film them having sex with kids? Come on!" He was 100% right about that. He's right about most things. Now, Alex is just, unfortunately, occasionally goes down the wrong road. And he did with St. Hook, you know. And so people always point to that, but he's a human being. You know, human beings make mistakes. He made a horrible mistake with that, but he's right. Way more than he's wrong. He's right about all of this shit. He was telling me about the World Economic Forum a long time ago. I'm like, how? And now you see these fucking people like, you will own nothing and you'd be happy. What?
Yeah, that European guy.
Yeah, Klaus Schwab. We have a photo of him in the bathroom.
That's kind of bad. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, we got a photo of him with a full Darth Vader garb on. He's literally telling you what he is at every step. He's looking like this. It's like he's too much on the nose. Like if he was a bad guy in a movie, you'd be like, that's too caricaturish. No one's going to be that obvious. Dress up like Darth Vader, talk in a German accent, and then try to control the world and get everybody to give up their cars and bugs.
He's like a villain in the car.
Amazing.
Yeah, that goes back to like the Bill Gates thing too, where he was jetting around. I think he's preaching.
Yeah.
You should do this. You should do this. Yeah, that doesn't apply to me.
He's preaching about health.
Those folks are a big fan of that.
Yeah, they're a big fan of that. They're a big fan of people who doesn't. Yeah, meanwhile, they're all eating meat. Like one of the reports of the people that went to this thing, they're at this conference, they're all chicken and steak. And they're talking about how people need to stop eating meat. What the fuck are you saying? This is all bullshit. Yeah. This is all just control. So the Oliver Andrews song. You know? That's what it is. He's a great example too, right? Like that guy's first gig that he ever did was in front of like 14,000 people.
He did like a farmer's market.
Incredible. Yeah. Incredible. The state fair, I think it was. Or farmer's market, something like that.
Yeah, I think it was like a farmer's
Yeah.
market. And Jamie was telling me about that. He said when he heard about that, he got over there to try to protect him from what he knew was coming.
Yeah, I helped too. I got home early on. He was like, well, people are telling me that I should sign this. It's like, listen, man, don't sign shit. Don't sign. If they're doing that, they're just trying to catch you when you're vulnerable. They're trying to catch you when you're vulnerable. They're trying to lock you up in some sort of a contract. Say, well, people are saying that if they don't act now, no. Like, listen, man, you got talent. You're fucking talented. You ain't got to do shit. You're going to be fine. You got talent. People love you. You don't have to do shit. You don't have to sign shit. You don't want anybody controlling you. Don't sign any kind of, if they're giving you $1 million or $5 million, that means they think they can make 10 or 20. And they're going to make it off more than that. More than that. You're going to be the one that gets fucked. Don't do it. You're the one with talent. You don't need anybody. Yeah. You already made it. You already got through. People already realize that Rich Men from Richmond, north of Richmond, that song is so goddamn good. People heard that song, like, holy shit. Yeah, connected.
The CLT guitar, when you got 10,000 folks that'll come see you where you're at, you don't need anybody.
You don't need nobody. You don't want any Jesus vampires. Like Zach's song, Cold Vampires. Yeah. Love that song.
That's the thing, man, finding the right people to work with, you know.
Yep. And
it's honestly, it's one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle, if you find good people. One you just surround yourself with 100%.
Good people, good business aspect too. I've had the same manager since I was an open mic. I've had the same manager for 34 years. 34 years.
That's the best case scenario.
I've been doing comedy 2 years.
Yeah, rather than having like the cooked up manager that's like, oh, don't worry about your taxes, I'll take care of that. You know, there's a wide, there's a wide spectrum, and you find yourself with good people, and that's half the battle. Just having good people around you.
Yeah.
And you know, I've just met all of the real brief backstage at the Opry just one night, just said hi. So I don't know, but I can only imagine what
He's gonna be
what
fine
as well.
He's a good dude. He's a good, solid dude. He's gonna be fine. I've hung out with them. He went to the mothership when Tom Segura was there. He went up on stage and performed in front of everybody. They went nuts. They went nuts. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. No one expected it. You know, Tom got off stage as well. Brings him on. He's fucking living it, man. It's happening. What a dream. I mean, this guy was like selling farm equipment. You know?
Yeah. 7 months.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And now he's a giant superstar, but he's a cool motherfucker. He's a genuine, nice guy, and he's really gotten into the Bible. That's what's really crazy. This guy was like smoking too much weed, drinking all the time, wasting his life, and then has this like epiphany of like giving his life to Christ. And then within weeks, this song comes out. Within weeks. And all of a sudden he's fucking huge. It's like he did this thing where it's so cliche, it's like in the movie, like I'm gonna change my ways. And then it all happens right after that. Like it's hard to know what to believe in. It's hard not to believe when something like that happens. Like you tell me that's a coincidence. Are you fucking sure it's a coincidence? Because I'm not. I'm not sure. It seems like he's kind of like a messenger, like something connected in him, like whatever you want to say, whatever name you want to attribute to it, whether it's God, whether it's love, whether it's the universe, whatever it is, something got inside of him, and he changed his life, and he changed his mind, and then he started changing the world.
Yeah. And you always, also, you got to be aware of anybody that says they know there's nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
You don't know there's nothing.
yeah.
It's not.
Nobody knows. I mean, it's faith. It's either faith or don't have faith. But,
Yeah.
Nobody knows.
But also, like, you can't dismiss positive experiences. You just can't. You don't. Who the fuck knows what happens when you die? You do not know. And then when you think about like the history of the Bible, and you think about the history of the human race was essentially almost wiped out somewhere around 12,000 years ago. Well, these stories all come from before that. These stories are all oral traditions. They're so similar to like the stories of 6,000 years ago. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh is so similar to the story of Noah and the Ark. There's so many stories. It's just like there's got to be something to this stuff.
Yeah. It's coming from something.
It's coming from something.
Somewhere.
And there's so many parts of it that resonate with people still in their core. Like when they think about, like when they have feelings of love and companionship, and they see beauty in the world, and have these moments. They say, God damn, I know there's something else. But damn it, I know there's something there. I'm connected to something. There's something there.
Yeah. And, you know, I have faith and go to church, and I think it helps me navigate, you know. And I'm not pretending to know anything, that's for sure. But you know, I choose to partake.
A lot of people that I know that choose to partake and choose to live in a way that is inspired by that, live beautiful lives. I think there's something to that.
Yeah. It comes from a place of love. And
Yes.
just trying to be the best you know.
Yeah.
What is it?
That's exactly what I feel. Can we leave on one of your songs?
Sure.
Okay, let's, which one? Let me think. Minor Impressions. Minor Imperfections. Let's leave on that one. That's a beautiful song. That's a beautiful song. We've been talking about minors.
Yeah.
Let's leave on that. If you play that thing, we'll wrap this bad boy up. Tell everybody how to get a hold of you, social media, website, all
Yeah,
that.
Charles Wilson Godel. My website, Charles W. Godel, has everything anybody want to find. All the dates, all the social media, the albums.
Do you have any dates coming up in Texas anytime soon?
I think I'm down here with Luke in San Antonio, and then in August we're playing whenever the football stadium is down there.
Oh, cool.
I'm one of Luke Combs' openers.
I love that dude too.
He's awesome. We played the show way back before.
Yeah, he's playing it, man.
Oh, sorry, Jamie, my bad. I kept rambling.
Let it go. All right, we're leaving with this, ladies and gentlemen. Much love to everybody. Bye.
Thanks for having me on.
My pleasure.
He's got father infection, blaming on his galaxies on his hands, told us on. He's not one conversation, and there's work to do. That boss said get paid in cash, company strips bills. Them city folks would say but he's proud of his father Here's mine, I grew up in his brown hair, thick white. These somehow fix up
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by SimpliSafe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a SimpliSafe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there is no long-term contracts ever, so you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend SimpliSafe. Right now, listeners to this podcast can get a special 20% off any new SimpliSafe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplisafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's simplisafe.com/Rogan.
good experience.
Straight by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
What's up? What's going on? Yeah, brother. Thank you for having me, man. So we were just talking about injuries, like the life of a fighter. So you always have something wrong, right?
Yeah, it's rough. Like, especially for someone like I'm getting a little bit older now and I'm being smarter, but like I was training, I still kind of do it 3 times a day. So like I would do a morning skill session, an afternoon run or an afternoon strength session, and then another skill session at night. I did that for 10 plus years. So, but I love it though. So, but I'm finding now, like trying to find that balance of like, if it's a hard morning, like MMA's like sparring session, nighttime will be jiu-jitsu, and I'll try to make it like, you know how that, like, you drill, things are rolling, and when you're rolling hard, it's almost just as, I get injured sometimes more doing jiu-jitsu, so
The whole rolling light is
it doesn't happen. Never happens. I was telling my wife, because my hand, I was coming out here, I was like, maybe I can go, and I can just, like, drill with Gordon and those guys. She's like, you only fucking drill, like, you know, and you guys are rolling light, like, there's not going to be any of that. I'm like, you're 100% right. So, yeah.
that's smart, though. That's like,
and I'm
smart, Sean, like older.
100%. And that's where, like, before I'm like, nah, fuck that. Like, I'm going to go hard, and then I'd be injured, and then I wouldn't be able to fight. So,
The problem with injuries is if you don't give them respect, they get chronic. There's so many guys that have an injury and they try to train through it, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And then instead of being out for 6 weeks, now you're out for 6 months.
and that was me after my Bilal fight. So I came home from Abu Dhabi. I didn't have any injuries. I wanted to get back, and I wanted to get that taste out of my mouth. So I'm back training, back running, and then I started to feel that pain I was telling you about. And I literally just kept running. Like, I'd run, once I was warmed up, like, you know how it is, you warm up, the injuries kind of go away. Like, you feel good until you cool down. And I did that for a couple months, and I had a fight scheduled, and I tore my foot. And then I rescheduled the fight, I did my rehab, and first week back in training, it tore again. So, it was a shitty road.
Have you had any surgery?
I had my deviant something done. Obviously, they didn't fix the outside because this shit's fucked up. But besides that, like, I broke my thumb. I never had knee, never had any issues. I've been pretty lucky with no surgeries, but a lot of injuries.
This is a deviant symptom, one of them.
When I got it done, and when you have to have those things in your nose for a week, though, as soon as they pull them out, you feel like you're human.
It's like,
oh, it's the best.
It's incredible.
It's the best.
I never knew like how much cardio I was missing by me going out of my nose. I look at like Drinkus.
Yeah.
Duplessis, when he got his nose fixed, like he used to always fight with his mouth open. People thought he was out of shape.
Yeah.
The guy just can't breathe out his nose.
I think at some point though, you have to open up your mouth, obviously. Like, but I do all my Zone 2 now on the Echo Bike, mouth closed. Like, and now I just started doing mouth tape when I sleep. My recovery on like my order rate went through the roof. Just from mouth tape.
It's like hostage tape.
I had this one called Dream that I got, but hostage tape is the same
Does it
thing.
fuck with you with the mustache though?
No,
Sometimes if I have like too much facial hair, it doesn't stick that good.
my buddy Simon was saying that because he had some like cheap one. He was like, doesn't it bother you when you pull it? I'm like, yeah, a little bit.
Well, I don't mean that. I mean, it doesn't stick good.
Oh no, these ones they stick good. Like, you have to pull it off. Yeah, the cheap ones just fall right off. Like, I'd wake up and it'd be like on my fucking shoulder.
Right.
Yeah. But
That's interesting that it had that much of an impact on your recovery.
Yeah.
So you wear an aura ring.
Yeah.
Like, so what is, my wife would have like,
Yeah.
how does it work? Like, what is what's the metrics it gives you?
So I used to have and couldn't, like, I was getting I couldn't shoot through my tattoos.
Yeah.
So I'd get inaccurate readings on all my shit, and I actually messaged them, and they're like, hey, like, it's just the kind of lighting we have. Like, so I would wear it here, but then it would go over my wrist, and then on my, like, I had nowhere I could wear it. So this was like the next best thing, and like, it does the same. It does HRV, heart rate, sleep, deep sleep, REM. It tracks your workouts, but I really don't care about that. If I'm going to track my workouts, I wear the Chester or like the Mizo. So I'll wear those. But yeah, there's your sleep. Does a lot of things. And
I got a new one. Morpheus.
I have Morpheus. I have Morpheus.
That album is outstanding.
I have Morpheus.
I really like that
We do
one.
the HRV in the morning and stuff like that. I love buying them and I just try them and I compare them. Like I'll wear everything and I'll do the echo bike workout and I'll compare like my heart rates and stuff like that. So yeah, it's fun. But when I got my nose fixed, it was a game changer for sure.
Yeah, it's just such a different thing. It's interesting to me that the sleep that you recover is better. I've just always wondered why.
Yeah.
Why breathing improves when you sleep? It improves your recovery.
Well, I'll snore. Like if I sleep on my back, my wife will hit me and say, "You're fucking snoring." I'll turn on my side and I won't snore anymore. And then I added the mouth tape and I just started doing no THC with just CBD gummies. And my wife, too, she's a nurse. She's like getting the best fucking sleep she's ever had. Our deep, because you can see the deep sleep on there. I have the sleep mattress too, so I can like compare it. And our deep sleep is from the CBD for me, and the mouth tape is. She doesn't do the mouth tape, but she does the CBD, and our deep sleep is great.
That's interesting. So, like, does it give you a score? And, like, what is your score?
So it will give you like definitely nothing extra. I posted one the other day.
So there it is. So it shows you readiness. Time to recover is 44. That's what so drink carefully is 75, and then good day ends 96.
This was my one where I wore the mouth tape and the CBD.
Okay.
My heart rate was 38.
Yeah, that's great. No, that's awesome.
And they're like, usually my deep sleep doesn't get as deep.
Resting up in 3 days.
Yeah, especially not for a camp.
Yeah, that's great. It says each person version of normal rather than your base averages on personal population benchmarks like hit 10,000 steps or against to know urine provides you with personalized baselines and insights. If your sleep took a hit after a night out, or you prioritize balance and wellness routine, or it helps you reach your goal of investing in system.
I like it, but you can't wear it during MMA practice or anything like that, so I'll take it off. But I was getting almost too caught up with the blue because like, you wake up when you're in training camp, like, you're most likely going to be in the yellow or the red. You know, like, you're not always going to be in the green. Then it's like telling you to take it easy. It's like I fucking can't take it easy. I have a fight fucking. So you have to find the balance of knowing like I actually really feel like shit, or this thing's just telling me I feel like shit.
It's real fun that balance, especially when someone's just completely obsessed. I always listening to this or watching this video where John was talking about when he was training, especially when he was first starting out, he was training every day.
Yeah.
And he went to a doctor, and the doctor's like, you might have cancer, you might have a serious illness. Yeah. What's wrong with your body? And it really was he was just worn out. He was completely overtrained.
Yeah. And with MMA, like, you just have so many things you have to cover. Like, in boxing, you have to do wrestling, you have to do Muay Thai. And then I'm big into like strength and conditioning, so I have to lift, I have to get up. But that's something I've gotten better with. I lift 3 days a week now. I have a strength coach I work with the Eagles, his name's Gabe, and he's like, when we go in, we warm up, like we're doing all shit. I'm like, fuck, I don't want to do this. But now, like, I love it. Like, it's like just getting more athletic, and it's more just like GPD, just keeping me prepared, just getting me ready for my MMA sessions, and just keeping me strong. Like, we do tripod deadlifts. Do front squats. Like, I don't get crazy with like a lot of the lifts I used to do. Like, I used to want to lift like a fucking power lifter. I'd be benching and straight bar deadlifts and back squats. I'm like, that's not what we do, you know. So
why did you get into that?
I started off lifting before I started MMA. So I started training when I was like 16, but I started off lifting at like my local like rec center, like just benching every day. And then I really got into lifting, and I would have to squat, bench, and trying to get my numbers up, and then eventually I kept hurting my back. I was like 21 years old with a wrecked back. So now I just do trap bar deadlifts, no more straight bar and anything like that. So I think the straight bar just puts you in like a bad position, whereas the trap bar puts you in like a more natural position. Squat down and lift, and you can still put on some good weight on there. So it does the job.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that think that deadlifts are just not worth it.
Yeah.
The amount of possibility.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Training your back.
Yeah.
There's other ways to show you. You saw that machine, the belt squat.
Belt squat's the best.
Which is such a great machine for your legs. It just puts all the weight on your hips, not compressing your spine at all.
Yeah.
You get like big numbers.
You don't have that bar in your back. That's like in camp. We do a lot of belt squat walks. So when we do 3 5-minute rounds of put on like if I'm fighting 170, put on 170 pounds, and we walk for 5 minutes, like side to side, rest 1 minute, and we do it for 3 rounds. So, but by the end of it, your hips are cooked. But it's good though. Like I don't have that bar on my back, and like you said, compression you and
That's another really sentence you mentioned. That fucking guy from Jane is best. He's such a genius.
That's like the method we do. It's like the conjugate. So we do dynamic upper, dynamic lower, max effort. So a lot of like we do a lot of sled pulls, backwards, forwards. So it's a lot of like movie stuff. It's really good.
It's interesting when you see fighters training and like the strength and conditioning routines because it's so hard to figure out what's the optimal balance between strength work and skill work. And we were talking about how GSP, especially towards the end of his career, all he did was do skills. That's all he didn't really do any strength and conditioning.
Well, because think about like the NFL. Like if you go into the Eagles or the Steelers, like they might have different coaches and small things they do, but almost everything they're doing is going to be the same. Like they have that strength system figured out. MMA guys, I know guys who don't work out at all. I know some guys who do bodybuilding. I know guys who do powerlifting programs. So no one has it like figured out yet to where like maybe in 10, 20 years from now they will, but right now no one's got it figured out. So we're all kind of just trying to see what works best.
Yeah, I think there's like this Sam Cowley method.
Yeah, I was listening to Bo with he's a wild man. Sam does some crazy shit. He does. But like you were saying, Bo, I think there's definitely a point of no return where you go too hard and those workouts like they kind of start to pull away from all your skill training.
Yeah.
If I have to recover for fucking 4 days from a bike workout, I just missed maybe potentially 8 sessions that I could be working on my skill. Yeah. So, and that's something I'm still like I had to figure out.
Well, you know, Mark Marinovich was training BJ Penn. BJ was the fucking
yeah.
There was a time when people forget. There was a time when BJ was in his prime where I would put BJ against anyone out 55 pound whatever. He was a monster. And when he was training with Marinovich, they really didn't have any skill training.
Yeah.
It was almost all cardio and plyometrics. These dynamic sprinting things, and their idea was like BJ already knows how to fight. The problem is the gas tank. We're giving him a fucking insane gas tank where he can go as hard as he wants. So do your drills, do your own stuff, but to have extensive MMA training, like for 6 weeks or 8 weeks, you're not. Just 6 weeks, 8 weeks, we're gonna blow it out with this insane cardiovascular routine. And they got it in just fucking superhuman shape. Yeah. Superhuman shape BJ was. Yeah. Sean Sher, BJ. Joe Stevenson. That was he was a monster.
Did he move up to 70 before or after that?
Well, he moved up to 70, I think, from fun. You know, because he didn't even really move up to 70. He just died.
Yeah. He probably walked down 170 pounds.
Yeah. When he beat Matt Hughes, it wasn't big.
Yeah, no. It was just Matt Hughes was
a monster.
He had that farm strength. He was jacked.
He was fucking strong.
And now we all walk around close to 200 pounds. You know, close to 200. Like I come from fight week, I show up, I'm 190 pounds.
What's the heaviest you ever get?
I used to get heavy, like I'd be like 205, but when I was younger, I'd go out after a fight and celebrate and do like shit and drink. Now, like, I don't drink alcohol, I don't eat bad. Like I ate bad Sunday the day I got home from Austin with my wife, and I felt like a piece of shit. Like I go so hard, I'm like, I never want to feel like this again. So now, like 195, 197 is like the heaviest I'll get.
That was a big one for you.
Yeah, it was. But I need to get back, and I got into it. But 195, like 10% body fat, like that's what my DEXA scans at, and that's where I feel great, like 195. And then I'll slowly get down to 190, and that's where I start my like actual water coming from. So they weighed me in the back at that fight. I was 193 right before I fought Kelvin. So I
was like, put 23 pounds on.
Yeah.
That's nuts. How bad did you feel when you went on that scale?
Not that bad. This last one I was on weight the night before. I had like probably 3 liters of water that day before I even went to sleep. So I woke up, I was 178 on Thursday. I went to the sauna. We went to like a fucking LA Fitness right by us. I cut 8 pounds by accident. I cut all my weight. I weighed myself in an hour. I was all the weight. So I hit up. I worked with Charles from the PI, like Do the Best. Hit him up, told him what happened. He said, hey, gave me the exact amounts to drink. And I was drinking and eating on Thursday. I think I put back on 4 pounds. I went to the sauna that night. I cut all of it in 30 minutes. I'm always on weight the night before. I never ever want to wake up and know I have to go cut weight because those sweats are so hard to break. Like when your body fat's that low, to break that first sweat, like, it's fucking hard. So I like to get on the night before and just be done with it.
There's different schools of thought. Some guys like to just have a good night's sleep. They don't want to. They say they can't sleep when they're cutting.
Yeah, I think you're already into that cut though. So you're like, if you're gonna sleep bad, like I think you're gonna sleep bad regardless. So I'd rather not have that stress of like, fuck, I gotta wake up. I know guys who wake up and cut 10, 15 pounds. But that's how we used to do it when your weigh-ins were at 6 o'clock because you had all that time. Now they're at 9, so I try to sleep till 7. Get up, and then you have to be over there by 8, 8:30. Try to be one of the first one on the scale, and then start hammering those liquids back. I wish they would let me do it.
I feel like if you're gonna allow people to have these massive cuts, they would have better performances. Let it do it.
We used to fucking like get hooked up with the IVs and feel like Superman, like 10 pounds immediately.
The only negative aspect of it, they say that you can mask performance-enhancing drugs. But I think the solution to that is test the guys like as they're cutting. Like test the guys before they rehydrate. Test them now, so that way you know they're not on. If you took something then it's not going to help you in 10 hours.
Guys are definitely still doing it though. Guys are doing it 100%. And now with this new thing that we're under,
guys are doing IVs.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
Shit.
Yeah, because if guys are cheating and getting away, because guys are definitely getting away with taking PEDs, there's a way to get away with, like, how are you going to test for the traces of the plastic in your blood?
I think that's it.
But from what I heard, we're drinking shit that has plastic in it all the time, so how are you going to know it's an IV?
That's a good question.
You know? I was hoping that with this new thing with USADA being done, we were going to be able to IV, but I was talking to Charles for the PI, he's like, he said, like, the science I don't know behind it, but he was saying it's better orally to do it anyway. Like, you're better off doing it with the amount of time we have than an IV. So I'm like, hey, I get all my weight back on. I can't complain, but
I said that oral, but it's
I don't know.
like taking it right into what's quicker.
Obviously, you do IVs. So I used to, like, after cutting weight, so I'd be super bloated afterwards. Like, you get bloated from drinking your liquid shit and put it back in anyway, but that's the only thing I'm thinking, like, maybe it'll just fuck up your stomach more, but I don't know.
It's such a weird thing. It's so interesting to have something like the UFC guy, which is like super hot-tech, super scientific, how much water to drink. Like, so the guys are just kind of looking at it, and they would fuck it up one time and get it right the next time.
Like, they give us a sheet, because we have Joey Piper fighting December 10th, his main event, so I'm going to go out there, do all my testing, and they give you a sheet, like, they know how many calories you burn at absolute rest, like, they know, like, your body, like, better than you do, and they give you a sheet, like, after you weigh in, you need 4,500 calories, you need, like, 1,000 grams of carbs, you need, like, all these different macros, and it's right there, like, it's...
Do they provide, I know they do that with some fighters, they keep it like a meal prep.
Yep.
Like, how are they doing that?
So...
They do it based on each athlete and weight.
As far as I know, yeah, they, and I hired other nutritionists and stuff like that, but the PI does it great. Like, it's free for all UFC fighters, and if you're just in contact with them all the time, like I am, like, they make it so easy for you. And they hand you your meals, and they're like, listen, eat this, and then you should be good to go. Like, they're taking your weight, tell you how much water to drink. Like, they make it pretty easy for us. You know?
Do they provide you guys with supplements? Because I know Thorn.
Yep.
Okay, so it's all set up.
Yeah, so if you want all four, like, now we have an app that we go on and we can put in order every month that we want. So they do a lot of good shit for us. Like,
What are you not allowed to do? You're allowed to take creatine, right?
creatine. Yeah, so any supplement that's third-party tested. So I use this company called Allmax. They have some things that are third-party tested and some things that aren't. So all the things that are third-party, I think it's informed choice. So informed choice, BSCG, like I take ShrewTech from on it. You guys have BSCG, I can take that. But if you didn't, you can take it, but now it's at your own risk. So anything that's third-party tested, we're good to go. But I thought going into this now, like, we would do more stuff, and I was asking Jeff about, I texted Jeff Nowitzki, and I was asking about peptides. I just wanted to see, like, maybe for my hand or any, like, just any injuries, are we going to be allowed to take this? Like, it's absolutely no.
Yeah, I was talking to them about that too, as well as the new guy from Drug-Free Sport.
Yeah.
I forget his name. But the guy's taking over from USADA, and they were saying no because peptides, you get popped for it with each individual mission.
Yep.
So here in Florida, they don't allow it. They test there, and the Florida mission popped for it.
Because I was asking him, he said, even if they didn't allow it, he said all the states, like, they won't give you, it's called a TB, some kind of exception, and they said none of them would do it. So I'm like, all right, well, just good to go. Not to, well, like stem cells and stuff like that, like, as far as I know, like, that's all good to go.
Yeah, that's all good to go.
Yeah, creatine, protein, like, all that shit, like, there's so many companies now who have third-party testing stuff, like, you can take plenty of stuff. Fish oil, like, and then if you don't want to go outside the realm, just stay with Thorn, because their shit's super high quality. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah. So do you ever do a camp at the PI, or do you do your camps in
No.
Philly?
I've done all my camps in Philly, and that's something like that I'm super like proud and happy about. Like, I'm born and raised in Philly. I never left. We have a small team. It's called Marquez MMA. We have like 6 guys in the UFC right now. We have me, Jody Whitefer, Pat Sabatini, Andre Petrosky, Jeremiah Wells. So like we got a good spot. We had Paul Felder. Paul was like one of the first guys out of Philly besides him. I trained with Eddie Alvarez. So like we have a good group of Philly guys. So yeah, when I fought Christian Aguilera, and I put the super ridiculous. Eddie was my main training partner because it was during COVID. He was fighting for ONE FC. No one was training, and he hit me up. He's like, "Yo, you guys training?" I was like, "Fuck yeah, we're training." We had all of our windows, like, because in Philly, like, they were shutting shit down, and but we all had fights, so we're fucking training. So me and Eddie got super close doing that.
When Cormier fought Steven, he got COVID during camp. He just trained regularly. Just kept going.
I fought first time like you interviewed me and you weren't even in the cage. It was when they were still doing.
Oh, that was
It
ridiculous.
was Jake Matthews. I had COVID 2 weeks before the fight.
Remember that? How crazy that was? You just had a fucking cage fight, so you're on top of each other, sweating, pounding on each other. Everyone's tested. I'm tested. All the announcers are tested. All the referees are tested, and we still couldn't be next to each other when I hit you. That was so dumb.
So I had COVID 2 weeks before that. Only symptoms I had were I lost my taste and my smell, which that fucking sucks.
For food, right?
Food, and like, I love drinking coffee, especially when you're in camp and you're cut away. Like, that's the only like thing you really get to enjoy. So I get the fight week show up because I tested negative before I got there. I looked at UFC, I get there, I take my first test, and so when you were getting tested, they would call you, get a text, you're good to go to work. All my coaches sitting around me all got their texts at 7 a.m. My phone never goes off. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, something's not right. I get a phone call. They're like, hey, like, you tested positive. I'm like, no. Like, I had, like, so I sent them my results. Like, it was a false positive. So luckily, I sent them all my stuff and let them know I had COVID 2 weeks ago. So everything obviously went through, but, like, if I didn't do that, they would cancel my fight right there. I was getting calls from the CDC because I was in Vegas. They're telling me I can't leave the state. Like, I can't fly home. I was like, fuck that. I was like, I'm driving to the next city over and I'm flying home if I can't fly. Like, I'm not staying here. So, yeah, that was a wild time. It's still later.
Sort of. They're trying to bring it
A little bit.
in some ways. I still see people, like, in restaurants or something, when the server was wearing a mask. I was like, okay.
The best is when you're in your car by yourself. By yourself. There's no one around you.
It's insane.
Yeah,
People are just insane.
Yeah.
Some people just lost their minds. They just broke a few years.
Yeah. And like the hospital was like, I was like RN, and she said they're reinstating the mask. But I think it might be there's flu and then there's COVID and shit. So it's just not even scientific.
That's the thing. It's not even based on science. It's like, to make me feel better.
Yeah.
The science doesn't support masking. It just doesn't.
Before the Kelvin fight, like 3 weeks in, I had lost my taste and my smell. I'm like, I definitely have COVID. I refused to test myself though. Like, I'm not testing myself. Like, I'm not doing it. Like, I trained, and I'm like, if I tested myself, and if I had it, then I'd be like, fuck. Like, I feel bad.
Are they testing anybody?
No. And I'm like, I'm just sick. Like, I'm just normal. Like,
Normal
sick. Like, you get normal shit. I'm like, all I taste is metal for 3 weeks, but I'm like, I don't know what that is.
Isn't it crazy though that it feels like normal sick, but because you have this loophole,
Yeah.
it's not the same COVID anymore. It's just not.
Yeah.
They're still treating it like it's just deadly.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I knew a few people who got fucked up, but people also get fucked up from the flu. Like, people get fucked up from normal sicknesses. So, like, yeah, no, it never.
I was just sitting there for 10 days with the flu.
Sick as shit.
Sick as shit.
Like,
No one shut anything down.
and that's normal. But now, like you said, there's COVID's attached to that.
Yeah.
If you post about it or say shit about it, like, these motherfuckers are trying to come at you and cancel you. So, like, I try to, like, on social media, you just gotta just sit back and let these crazy ass people just say their shit.
There's just so many things
Oh,
on social media. It's so insane.
Yeah.
COVID just gives an excuse to come to you.
Yeah.
But there's so many people excuses.
We're starting to get tired of it though. Like people like me and you and like people who want to just go about their lives. Like 2 weeks in, I was back to my normal shit. Like I was running, I was doing all my shit. Like I thought like we weren't like I thought it was never going back. Like I'm like this is gonna be fucking nuts. Like I'll go to parks, they have the parks closed. I mean, you're talking about I can't go run a wooded trail by myself. The people in it then people would start coming out. They don't have masks on me. You're in the woods. And we were supposed to be 6 feet apart from each other. What the fuck are we doing here?
It's so silly. They arrested a guy, the Coast Guard got a guy who was surfing. Just doing some ocean by himself on a fucking surfboard. And the Coast Guard rolls up on his
I'm like, yo,
like, this is a good use of resources, folks.
like, let's go, buddy. You're getting locked the fuck
So
up.
dumb.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget how dumb it was. It's like it's all kind of normalized now.
Yeah, for sure.
It was just a couple of years ago. Everybody lost their mind.
When we look back at it, I'm like, it's not that long ago. Our whole country was just fucked up, and now we're just like, it's like it never happened. I'm like, this is crazy.
Well, it seems more preposterous to MMA fighters or jiu-jitsu guys or anybody who does anything that's actually dangerous.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're doing something dangerous all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
And all of a sudden, and also you're in supreme health condition.
Yeah.
And then they ask you to do something ridiculous forever.
Yup.
Forever. Stay in your house for a year. Like, what?
That's the worst thing.
Yeah,
They don't want you to be healthy. They want you to be fat. They want you to be lazy. They don't want you working out. They don't want you to
Well,
be
they definitely want you to comply.
Yeah.
That was the most important thing they wanted during that time. They wanted full compliance.
Yeah.
And they can scare you into compliance. That's the way they did it.
It fucking worked for a lot of people.
Boy, it did. It scared the shit out of me. Because I was like, oh my god, there's so many places on YouTube.
Yeah.
There's so many people that roll over for the government. What they're saying doesn't make any sense. Even if it's not scientific, it's just really, it's hard.
But they even put us, like, it was almost like a position where I'm like, damn it, I'm not vaccinated. I'm like, am I going to have to get this shot so I can fight? I'm like, then it's going to come, like, do I retire because I don't want this fucking shot? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. So, luckily, it didn't come to that because choosing my career or getting that fucking shot, like, I don't know what I would have did.
Well, I almost got the shot. The whole UFC staff, they allocated all these vaccines. They didn't have it set up. So Dana and I were talking, and he goes, hey, if you want to get vaccinated, we have it for it. I go, great. I wasn't even remotely hesitating in the beginning. And just by luck, I get there on Saturday for the fight, and I call the doctor, and I say, hey, I thought they could do it for me at the arena.
Yeah.
So I was going to do it, get vaccinated, and then just call the fights. I mean, like, how bad can it be? I wasn't hearing anything bad about it. And he said, no, we have to do it at the clinic. Can you come on Monday? And I said, I have to go home. I go, we'll be back in 2 weeks. I said, fights in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then within 2 weeks, they pulled the shit out of it. That's what they pulled it.
Yeah.
Johnson won. And then I knew two dudes who got strokes. 2 guys.
And it's like,
I was like, what is going on? And so then I started getting a little weird. And then I started, like, listening to these doctors that were speaking out against this technology. And I listened to Dr. Robert Malone, who holds 9 patents in the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. And he had a very severe reaction to the vaccine. He posted about his reaction. So then I had him on, and then he was looking at it. Yeah. This guy's a legit doctor.
Yeah. Well, my mom's a nurse too, and she got her like yearly flu shot, and the kid who gave it to her must have gave it to her wrong, like fucked her shoulder up. So like she had like problems in her shoulder, and then it came to get the COVID shot. She's like, I'm not getting it, and it wasn't like any like like reason, like it wasn't like she didn't know shit about COVID at the time. She said, I just don't want to get another shot. So they would get tested, and they made a super small window where they had to be there, whether you had work or if you didn't have work, and you had to get tested like 3 times a week or something stupid shit like that. So they're making it super hard for the nurses who didn't get vaccinated to do their job. I'm like, yo, these are the people who are saving these fucking people who are coming in who are sick.
And almost all of them get exposed to it, and almost all of them develop it.
Yeah,
Naturally.
yeah, 100%.
They were trying to pretend it natural bullshit. I've heard people say it recently. Natural immunity's been debunked.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. There's actual studies that show it's multiple times better than the vaccine.
Yeah, yeah. When I faced Craig Jones in that grappling match, my whole fucking team was sick, and at that point, we're like, none of us were getting tested. I'm like, dude, we definitely all have COVID. Like, but I'm like, I'm not getting tested. Like, I'm not doing it just because I feel like shit. I don't know if I'm run down or whatever it is, but I'm not saying it's COVID and I can't go do what I'm going to do this weekend. Like, I'm not doing it.
When you do something like that, like, so you're one of the most promising welterweight contenders in the sport. You know, as your career progresses, you'll probably get a shot at a title within the next couple of years. Taking a grappling match that's a risky move.
Yeah.
Especially against a world-class guy like Craig Jones.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the only thing Craig couldn't do in that match, he couldn't heel hook me, but he could straight knee bar me, straight ankle lock me, anything besides heel hooks. So after the match, like,
is that your idea?
No, that's UFC's. So Fury was working with the UFC, and they're like, UFC told them like, hey, all UFC guys just no heel hooks. Even like Aljo just did that match for them, and the only thing they couldn't do was no heel hooks. So I mean,
just because of like
yeah, but like a leg locker like Craig or anyone else, you still have all those other submissions you can do. So it's not like you're getting handicapped that fucking bad. Where like people were giving me shit online, like, oh, you had a handicap on this and that. Like, I was like, I'm a UFC fighter. Like, this was the rules. I didn't like.
You didn't make the rules.
You could knee bar me. You could straight ankle lock me. You could do all these other things. So you could toe hold me. But yeah, but I like that they don't do the heel hooks.
Yeah, it is a risky one, man. Like, how many guys have ripped it apart?
Oh yeah, it's
a
bad.
lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah.
Did you see that Mikey mentioned one FC guy wouldn't tap?
Horrible. Horrible.
Oh, dude, I can't watch that one. He ripped that guy's knee apart. I don't know how that guy's doing right now.
It's probably not doing well.
I gotta imagine his knee is ruined for the rest of his life.
Was it?
See if you can find that video because it's so hard to watch. Because we were talking about Mikey before.
Yeah.
Because he's calling out some dude who's a bully. Yeah. Dude, he destroys this guy's knee. I mean, destroys it. The guy won't tap. He's got him in a knee bar here. The guy won't tap. So now he adjusts, and now he's ripping it sideways. I mean, look at the guy's knee. Look at the motion of his knee. Oh God damn!
So you see the way he's holding that.
Yeah.
He calls that the Mikey lock.
Yeah.
And the guys I train with at Movement Art, they show it, and dude, it's nasty.
He's a monster, man.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah. I heard he does very well against all the biggest, like even guys who are a lot bigger than him.
Oh, I'm sure. He's so technical.
Well, we were just talking about Craig. How about Craig versus Vinny?
Oh yeah, broke his leg. And then he went down.
I'm like, bro.
His leg's looking. Craig's like, your leg's
broken. And then he went again, and then he finally was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
That's insane.
But yeah, I did that match with Craig, and I did another one with Ben Saunders, and it was the same thing, same rules, just no heel. So
yeah, but beating Craig Jones in a grappling match, even if there's no heel,
yeah,
dude, that was gigantic.
I just went into it. I'm like, I'm going to stay on top. I play by the rules, and I'm like, if he doesn't sweep me or get under me, like I'm going to win. And then like there was odds for it. I was like an 18-1 underdog or something like that. He was supposed to smoke me, which he should have. But like people were giving me shit online, like you didn't. I'm like, listen, I just went in there and just did what I knew I was going to do, and that was it.
Oh, so this is what the guy would happen to do: torn ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus, and a broken ankle. Oh my God. So Mikey said, I'm really sick to my stomach. I never felt someone's leg explode like that in a match. Oh my God. Because I've been training for 22 years. I never broke someone's leg that much. I've broken a lot of legs, he said, but that leg exploded. I didn't know what to do, and it was disgusting and gross. I really wish he tapped. The result didn't change, and now he's in the hospital, so I don't know. But what a warrior is for showing his will. I mean, it is. The dude is a warrior, but I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta tap.
Yeah.
You're losing anyway.
For sure.
Tap.
Anything
tap.
knees, shoulders. Like I'd rather almost not have maybe an arm. Like if I'm gonna pick something, it'd be like an arm
Straight
bar.
arm bar. Where's the
Look,
elbow?
Kimura, your
yeah.
shoulder, your
Not just the shoulder, but that spiral fracture. Like when Frank Mir gave it to Minotauro, you see his arm snap.
just like a chicken wing.
Oh, that guy.
You're done.
Oh, Dylan's so scary. Minotauro, he had a giant scar up his arm where it's like it's a spiral fracture.
When he rolled through, he did. It was
When
beautiful.
he turned it,
Yeah.
he
Put
was
it behind his
snapped.
back.
Oh,
Done.
God. Frank Mir has broken 2 arms of world champions.
Who else did he do?
Tim Sylvia.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Snapped his forearm in half.
He was good. I was just watching him versus DC the other day. When I'm on the Echo bike, I always just watch fights, and I was watching him versus DC, and I'm like, damn, DC was a motherfucker back in the day.
Dude. And he was not even really a heavyweight.
Nah.
I mean, he was so small. DC could have been a 185.
So small.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him. I mean, he carried around so much body fat, but his wrestling was so fucking high level, man. He's such a tank.
The outside, like, high crotches he would hit when he dumps the dudes.
Yeah. No, DC was the man.
And he was actually hurting Frank on the. I don't think there was one takedown scored on like either side here. I think they just struck the whole time, but like DC kind of just put it on him.
DC was an animal. Man.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was one of those things, you know, iron sharpens iron. Because DC was training Cain Velasquez.
Yeah.
Cain was the fucking man. Cain was, that's another guy. Like, when people look at all-time greats, you gotta look at them when they're in their prime.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes guys get injured, they fall apart, things happen, they get old. And then you look at these fights where they get beat up. You can't look at those fights.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the fights like, when they're at their highest RPMs, how did they perform?
Anderson, same thing. Like
Yes.
guys who are watching fights now, like you guys know. I remember it was they came to Philly. It was Anderson versus Forrest Griffin. Like that's when I first got like into watching fights. I think it was 2009, and he did that like step back and like fucking was dipping the punches and hit him once and Forrest just quit. I'm like, this guy's he's the best. Like he moved up to 205 for that.
I heard that Forrest, though, got knocked out twice in camp.
Yeah.
For that fight. That's what I heard.
It happened the whole time.
And I think that's true because I think Forrest at that time was, you know, Forrest is really good. It's like, he wanted to help us right here. It's just completely levels.
Like ran out of the arena.
Yeah, it's that right hand. Yeah. That's it, Forrest. That's it. But I genuinely think that those concussions that he got in camp that had an effect.
Yeah.
There's quite a few times where you see guys fight and you're like, man, something's wrong.
Yeah.
I got knocked out twice.
Yeah.
And then you'll hear, oh, he got knocked out training 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. And that, even if you don't get knocked out, like, you're fucking getting hit in your head. You might not be going out, but like, I definitely left practice before and I'm like, I'm fuzzy. You know, like guys are definitely, and like we're pretty controlled. Like I only go with guys I trust too. Like, and that's something I think you have to do. Like guys I only trust. Like don't like injuries can happen, but I'm not gonna try to knock you out. You're not gonna try to knock me out, and have that like agreement because that's how like a small team like our team. Like, all of us came up in the same gym. Like we only have we have one head coach. We just brought in like I'm working with T. Thomas now, but like I love the best. He's coming down to Philly all the time. He was in my corner for that fight, and great addition to the team. Like he loves our team because we're a small team, but we just grind and we just want everyone to keep getting better. But John Marquez is our head coach, and like we go hard, but now like if it gets out of control, like he steps right in and shuts that shit down. We're all wearing headgear now. I got this. I fucking hate headgear though because I just feel like you get hit more. Right. So I got headgear from Onyx, and it's the small one, and it's thin. You can actually see. Like,
so it's Trevor Whitman's.
Yup. Yeah. I hit them up, and they sent it right out to me, and it's good. Like, because you can grapple with. He makes the best shit. The best gloves. They sent me gloves, and I was like, yo, can I get your MMA gloves? Like, I'll pay whatever it costs. And Gaethje was like, nah, they're not out yet. I'm like, all right, well, when they're out,
dude, the UFC. I don't know what happened. I don't know how it went wrong. But the UFC was talking to Trevor about using his MMA gloves. He has absolutely superior MMA gloves. They're the best. Yeah. No one even comes close. And when you make a fist with those, it encourages a closed fist. You have to work to open your hands like this. You have to actually work against the glove. Whereas the UFC gloves, they kind of open your hand up more, and you have to work to close it.
The arm, like you fucking know, that arm pump we get from when I put, like I get the smallest hand wraps. Like I tell whoever's wrap, I'm like, give me a grappler's wrap. Like I almost want nothing because once you have that wrap on, you have the glove on. Like when you're trying to close your fist, I'm like, I'm getting fucking arm pump just from trying to close my fucking hand.
Right.
After the fight, like you're like my forearms are like double the size because the arm pump you have from grappling.
Right.
So there's got to be like there's got to be.
I'm telling you, it's Trevor's gloves. I mean, I should probably reinstitute these talks and try to get it going again. I really should. You know what? I'm going to do that because they're superior. They're absolutely the best.
It's a problem. It's a problem.
I don't know what happened, what went wrong, but Trevor uses superior foam.
Yeah.
Like if you use his boxing
I
gloves,
have them.
they're the best.
They mold to your hand.
Yeah, they're the best.
They mold to your hand.
And it's also their superior protection too.
Yeah.
Like he's done demonstrations where he shows how much better the foam is to other cheaper foams.
It's fighters making stuff for fighters.
Right.
It's not people who aren't doing it. Like
Right.
Gage is the best one to do it, and then obviously Trevor too. Like they're an amazing combo, and they're making amazing shit. Like the headgear is great because headgear is like your window's this big. Next thing you know, like, you're trying to kickbox, and you can't see the guy's legs. You're getting fucking kicked in the head, and you're trying to shoot. You're shooting into a knee.
Right.
Like his, like super wide, and it's so thin, and you're really just wearing it to prevent cuts.
Right.
Because like realistically, if you have a big ass headgear on, like when I see someone wearing a headgear, I'm like, that's a bigger fucking target. Like it's gonna be easier to hit. But with a small one, it's just enough padding. Just enough to keep you safe.
Remember Mike Tyson back in the day? He wore the real thin one. Real thin one when he was training.
It's almost like a wrestling headgear.
Yeah. I think that's the way to go. And I think that, it's just unfortunate that there's no other way around it. There's nothing better.
Yeah.
There's no better solution if you want to prevent cuts.
Yeah.
Kicking and punching.
Yeah.
I do not like when people have to face bar and there's like you can't see.
I wore that for a while. Like I broke my nose so many times. But in the beginning of training camps, like I broke my nose. So you have to spar the entire camp with that nose guard, and it fucking sucks. And it still touches your nose, and you probably get fucked up more with it on. Like
definitely get more headshots.
Like, oh yeah, because you
can
can't see shit.
Headgear. Yeah.
You can't see shit, and that bar, it sticks out like this far. So that bar gets touched, and it would touch your nose. So I would even wear like you see basketball players, like the one basketball player always wore. I forget what his name was, but I would wear like this plastic shield on my face even when I would roll, because my nose would be fucked up. I can't mistrain it. And that's like what we were talking about earlier. I'm like, maybe I should stay the fuck home. But I'd be in the gym, I was duct taping it to my head and shit. But it's getting better with the innovation, but we got a long way to go though.
So you were telling me that you had hurt your hand in the Kelvin fight.
Yeah.
It's not a break.
Not a break.
So it's just you're just trying to let it recover.
So I'm trying to, and that's like me trying to be smart a little bit at my older age of 31, where I'm just trying to let it heal. And before I get back, I just don't want to start another training camp with an injury. Whereas before I would do that, but I'm just trying to be smart. Like maybe get some stem cells and some shit like that. And just rest it.
I'll call him when we get out of here. But I think we can get in there.
But yeah, just rest and rest. But I can still work my kicks. I can still punch, and so
You're always getting in training.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That was a big win for you, man. Kelvin, I really think, and I've said this to Kelvin. This is back when he was fighting in '85 after he knocked out Bisping. I was like, dude, I think you're a world champion.
Yeah.
170.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
It's just years ago.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to make that weight cut.
He's not a big guy.
He's not big, man. He's not. He's not even big for 170.
No, he's not.
Guys like Philly,
Even like, when I grabbed him, like I was like, oh, these are like the easiest takedowns like I've ever got in my life. Like I couldn't believe how easy it was to get him down. And even when I wrapped around his legs, he has a big like framed upper body, but his legs, like I'll lock under his butt. They're small. And it was so easy to take him down. And like I was saying earlier, I walk around 195, 200. Like most guys, like we're not like. I think he's better off at middleweight because I think he found a niche where he was a lot faster than a lot of those guys. So like Bisping, he was like in and out on him. Tim Kennedy, like all these guys, he was fucking up with his hands. He was just a lot faster than.
Well, the Tim Kennedy fight, I know for sure, for a fact, that Tim Kennedy overtrained.
Yeah.
And that's what, because Tim Kennedy, who's known for his cardio, gassed out in that fight. And
I watched that fight a
because,
million times.
yeah,
Studying him.
it's the fight sucks because Tim's a friend.
Yeah.
Watching
Yeah.
him beat up.
Yeah.
Because I know how good he is. Like when he beat Bisping, like Tim Kennedy was a fucking monster. And he just went through 2 camps in a row.
Yeah, and it's almost like in our minds we think always more is better.
Yeah.
And when I'll take a day off now, or even just a session, like a night session, and I'll come in the next day, and you want to get after it more. Like it gives you that like, I fucking can't wait to get back in there, and then you feel fresh when you go into that. Like we'll train till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and then we have practice at 9:30 the next morning. So like you're at the gym, you go home, you sleep, you're right back at the gym. Like I do the same drive from my house to the gym. So like I can close my eyes and drive there. It's like I'm there all day fucking long. But when you have those little breaks in between, you go back in, you're like, all right, like I can't wait to fucking get back in here.
Yeah, that was interesting talking to Bo Nickel about that because Bo takes 2 days off a week.
Yeah,
and
I listened to that.
Yeah, and I was like, why do you do that? And he's like, it's the right way to do it.
Sundays are my day. Like I try to do nothing, like not live. Like I'll go on like a long walk or like walk my dog or run my dog or something like that. But I try no training on Sunday regardless. But I think 2 days is probably the way to go. Even like Thursday, like I'll do a jiu-jitsu session in the morning and take the rest of the day off. And that'll be like a lighter day or something like that because we're doing so like I've counted my sessions and by the end of it, including like every workout I do, I'm at like 22 or 23 workouts in a week. Like,
it's insane.
Like
there's no other sport like
it. Nuts. It's nuts. And then we start like I'm eating like 3,000 calories, 2,700, 25, and I'm cutting my calories down. Like, and we still in our minds like we have to keep that same workload, or ramp it up even more because when you're in camp, you're going a little bit harder. So it's a motherfucker.
It's gotta fuck with your mind.
Yeah.
Especially when you're cutting the calories.
Oh yeah, because you're like, damn, I'm supposed to feel this way, and I fucking feel like shit.
Yeah. And a fight's 4 weeks out, 3 weeks out, 2 weeks
and
out.
If you miss a session, that's where you're like, oh shit, like he's fucking training, and I'm not fucking training.
Right.
So that's where you gotta like I'm recovering. Like
you gotta trust the process.
Yeah, like I have the sauna, I have the ice, I have the Normatec boots, like I have all this thing. But even just like sleep, like I'm in bed in training camp like no later than 9:30. I have to like 9:30 at night, I'm asleep, and I'm up at 6. Like, no matter what my schedule is. Like, I'm fucking on that shit. And that's the bad, like, sleep is the number one thing you can do. 100%.
Yeah, that's the superpower.
Yeah.
Tito Ortiz used to sleep 12 hours a night.
I wish I could sleep 12 hours.
Yeah, he would fucking close all the windows, the shades, make it dark as fuck, and just conk out all night.
I think, 8 hours is, minimum 7, 7 to 9, but if I get 8 hours, I feel like that's the sweet spot for me. Like I feel good.
It is interesting that this sport, which is relatively recent, right? UFC didn't even exist before 1993, and yet guys, here in 2024 are still kind of just dialing it in.
Yeah.
And there's no established protocol that everyone uses. Yeah. Everyone's got their own kind of methods they're using. Yeah. Different individual coaches.
Yeah. Well, even like I know guys who are high level fighters who don't know dick about nutrition, recovery, nothing. I'm like, and they're just naturally talented. And I'm like, man, these guys don't even know. So it is crazy. It's gonna be crazy to see where it goes. But like you were saying about Tim, though, I hit up Tim before I was coming out here, before my hand was hurting me too much. I was going to try to work out with him because he does some fucking hard ass workouts, and I love that shit. So he told me he was traveling, but I'm going to come back and train with Gordon and train with Tim. And Tim's a motherfucker. He's a savage, bro.
No, he does some animal shit. His cardio.
I love it. On the ski ergs, and I love that shit.
Yeah.
Super fun to get in on.
And the guy is not even fighting.
No,
still, fucking tip top.
Yeah.
He's fucking an animal.
He's jacked.
Yeah, and that fight always bothered me. That Kelvin fight. I knew what was wrong with him.
Yeah.
Because I knew he had a fight. He went into camp, and then the fight got canceled, and then it got rescheduled.
Yeah.
Either got rescheduled or got a new opponent. I remember which happened. But then he went right back in camp. So he's essentially in camp for probably 16 weeks. Yeah, something nuts. But you can't. You just can't do that. Your body's gonna break down.
And then you're cutting weight, and then you have to gain the weight back because you don't want to stay too low. That's that's where it starts to get like this is fucked up. Like I need to let my body recover. Like,
there's some guys where I look at them and I'm like, how are you making, like Joe, how are you making 185, Joe Biden?
yeah, he's big boy.
How are you making 185, boy? That doesn't make sense. He's so big.
Yeah,
He's so fucking big, man.
He's like 215, 220.
That's it?
Yeah. No, he doesn't get that big.
He's bigger than that.
He
He
doesn't
looks
get
like
that big.
230.
No. God,
He looks big.
yeah, he does. But
He's in the octagon,
yeah,
like this is a
he's
heavyweight almost.
Yeah, he like 215, 220 for him. He's got a big fight coming up. He's fighting Hermanson.
That's right.
Main event.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
That motherfucker hits so hard. We should tell everybody that he broke Francis Ngannou's record on that punch machine.
They weren't trying to give it to him or something like
Yeah,
that.
they didn't want to register.
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
I've trained.
Why didn't they want to give it to
I don't know. The guy was saying like something was weird with the machine, and Joe was like, he did it like 3 times. Like 3 times in a row.
Also, the guy didn't want to believe it.
Yeah. He didn't believe that it was real. Like how hard Joey was hitting it. Like Joey cracks. Like, he's by far the hardest person I've ever been hit by.
Who was his last fight?
Al Hassan. Yeah.
He submitted him. Yeah, but bro, he was putting it on him before that.
Yeah.
He's on another level. Right?
Joe's good.
He's on another. But there's a real clear difference every time you see him in the octagon. He's just getting better. Like at a high accelerated rate.
Yeah. We have, like I said, me, him, Jeremiah, Andre Petrovsky's another one. Like, dude, we have a good squad, and it's a small gym in Philly. So we're on a fucking 4th floor in like an old warehouse in a pretty bad neighborhood in Philly. So, but it's awesome. Like,
well, there's 2 schools of thought, right? There's one school of thought you should be the biggest game possible, like ATT, bringing in people.
Yeah.
But I've talked to guys that train there and go, yeah, but then you're in these sparring sessions with these Russian guys you've never heard of, and they're fucking straight up killing us.
And that's the creep. We're starting to get it. Like, we have a good group of Russian guys coming in. I have this kid, Igor, he's like my main training partner. He's 4-0. Kid came over as a refugee from Ukraine. He's a fucking savage, dude. He got carjacked in Philly. Whoa, bro. I don't know if Jamie put on my Instagram, it's pinned to the top. He was delivering for Uber Eats, and 2 guys came up to him, they showed him his gun, and he didn't know what was going on. He walks over to his car, they're fucking stealing his car. He's hanging on the side of the car, they're going 40 miles an hour. They shoot at him 2 times.
Oh my God. They shot at him while he was hanging out the
Shot
car?
at him 2 times, yeah.
Oh my God. How did he get out of this?
They point a gun at him right here, and then he's like, all right, let me off. Like, the dude told him, like, I'm going to fucking shoot you. And he finally gets off. Like, in the beginning of the video, you hear him, he gets shot at.
Who's filming this?
So, just some dude in a car behind him.
Did they ever find the car?
No, they didn't. So we actually started I started a GoFundMe for him, and I raised like $15,000 for him, and he got a new car. But yeah, like they shoot at him, and what people like don't realize, he's hanging on this car. They're like, oh, why won't he just let it go? His documents are on the car, so like all the money these guys have to pay for lawyers and shit like that. All his shit was in his car. He just came from practice and was fucking doing Uber Eats. So, like, he doesn't have any money to fucking pay these lawyers and shit. Wow. Crazy, but
Philly's wild.
yeah, Philly's wild. I carry everywhere I go in Philly. I do I don't know, fuck around. But his best friend's Yaroslav from Bellator. I don't know how to say his last name. He's gonna come over and train with us too. So I brought in Trudeau in my last camp. So we had Neil Maggie coming in. Eric Anders was just up. So our gym's starting to get recognized.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
it's cool. Well, I mean, for a small gym, you got 6 guys fighting in the UFC. A bunch of fucking real killers.
Yeah. So it's cool.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And we got a couple like Pat's fighting in AC, Andre's fighting in AC. So we'll all be on kind of like fighting around the same time. Which there's nothing better than that. Like when your teammates are fighting, you're in camp. It sucks being in camp by yourself. You're like, fuck.
When you went to the Bilal fight, were you 13-0, 14-0? 15-0.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. 15-0.
That's a bitter pill to swallow, right?
Yeah, it sucked. Like I thought it was gonna be the worst thing that ever happened. And I kind of going into that, like I just didn't feel right. Like travel, first time I've ever left the country. Like I've never been outside the United States. Travel there, all my coaches were getting sick. They were all like super jet lagged, and all week I just kept having these like thought. I'm like, I'm gonna lose this fucking fight. And usually dude, like, you have those thoughts, but I couldn't like flip my mind back to like, yo, you're gonna win this shit, because you always have doubts, but I was having dreams I was gonna lose, and I'm like, dude, like, I can't get this out of my head. And I told my wife like the day before, like, I was like, I had a dream last night I lost, and I thought when I lost, like, I thought being undefeated, like, it gets tied to you. Like, everyone sees you, they're like, you're gonna fucking, you're the champion, you're gonna stay undefeated, you're gonna retain. Like, then you become like, you're like, damn, like, I'm not even fighting to win this fight, I'm just fighting just to stay undefeated, if that makes sense. Like, I'm like, I can't lose this record. And then in the fight, first round, like, it was real, like, it was super competitive. I went back and watched it, and I thought I did a lot better than I thought I did. And then in the second, like, I got clipped, and I was like there the entire time, but I just couldn't throw. I'm like, I was just like, I just kind of quit. Like, I was like, I just didn't know what to do in that moment, and that's the only time I ever quitted myself. Like, practice, anything, and ever since then, like, I started working with 2 mental performance coaches, and I'm just like a completely different person now. But it's the best thing that ever happened to me.
That's a lot of times fighters say that. It's like you need to feel the sting of defeat.
Dude, I'm telling you, Joe, the minute I lost, it felt like a fucking, like, a Bronco was lifted off my shoulders. Like, I was so, like, I was like, yo, like, this is gonna be the best thing that ever happened.
Because the pressure of being
Just
undefeated.
let it go. Like, every time, like, I was going to a fight, I'm like, I had the pressure of not only just losing and what comes with losing, but I'm like, if I lose my record, like, you know, like, it's over. And then I'm like, it's one fucking fight. Like, I've won 15 fights in a row. I lost one fight. Like, it's not how it works. And I just thought like my life was going to like implode, and it didn't. You know, I had a hard, like I said, I came home and I definitely trained way too hard because I wanted to come back and fight again. I fucked myself up doing that, but that even gave me more time to sit and reflect with myself and just get my shit right and realize like it doesn't mean everything to be undefeated. Like, the best fighters in the world take losses, and yeah, I needed that for
The
sure.
only one who didn't is John Jones. The only one who didn't.
But if you would have stuck around long enough,
Right.
you know,
Possible.
so you never get a couple close ones. Close one with Tyson T-Bow.
Tyson T-Bow is very debatable.
I watched that fight a lot. Yeah, very
Yeah.
close. But we're all. It's you have a 50% chance of going. You're going to win. You're going to lose.
Yeah.
When you're fighting the best guys in the world, like Bilal's good. Like, I know I can beat Bilal, but I'm happy for him. He went on. He beat Gilbert. He's going to fight for the belt next, and.
Is that established? Is he definitely fighting for the belt next?
And they haven't announced it, but there's nobody else.
No. I would hope nobody beats
Yeah,
Rothschild.
he deserves it. He deserves it.
100%.
He's beating the most guys in the top 10. You know, either
I think he's on a 10-fight win streak.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Yeah.
And I think he has a good chance of doing it.
And they also fought before
Exactly.
he got eye poked.
Yeah, so it's there for him. Like, he deserves it, and he should get it. And I'm happy for him. I don't know why he gets so much hate. Like, he's not a bad dude.
He's a great guy.
Trains fucking hard, and
Don't even swear.
yeah.
You know when he was in here?
I'm fucking cursing a million times.
He would say, "What the fudge?"
Yeah,
He
it's
says
like,
"What the
yeah,
fudge?"
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like, You're a goddamn cage fighter.
yeah. He gets a lot of hate, but I'm happy for him. And that's gonna be a good, it's gonna be a good fight.
He's a big guy for 170.
Yeah,
Bilal's very
yeah,
large.
yeah.
You know, he's not a small 170 at all.
No. It's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be a good fight.
Very.
I wasn't super impressed with that Colby Leon fight.
You weren't?
No, definitely not on Colby's side.
No, not on Kobe's
That's
side.
the fight
I was impressed with Leon.
I want the Colby fight.
I think that the problem in that Kobe fight is Leon. He was so dangerous. He was so sharp.
Yeah.
He's so technical on his feet, and I think in that fight he was, you know, because Kobe talked so much shit. I think he was
Shit with his dad was fucked up. Like,
fuck.
you don't like say whatever you want about me, my team, whatever, but like you start talking about people's like their parents, their wives, their kids, especially if one of them's dead, like you're fucking like that shit you get fucked up in the parking lot for. Like, you don't do shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So
Well, you know, that's Kobe. He's a master at getting into people's skin, but I think in that fight backfired.
yeah, and he looked like I was watching, I'm like, what the like I didn't know what was happening with him. Like, he just wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, he didn't look good.
And then Leon shot on him and was like, I think he wanted to just make a point, like, I can take you down. And but no, Leon's fucking good.
Yeah, his grappling is
Leon's
very good.
Leon's good. But it almost he got reversed a couple of times. So he shot, and then Colby kind of switched it up and on him. Yeah.
Well, I think that was where the tactical errors were made. That's what I was critiquing at the fight. I was like, I don't think he fought the smartest way. Because I think he could have avoided those exchanges, and he had this massive advantage in the stance.
Super clean. Like, he would have came out of that fight like unscathed if he didn't do that. But
he still won the fight. But at the end of the fight, when Colby's on top of him at the very end of the fight, that doesn't look good.
No.
It's, he won 100%. He looked great, and on the feet, man, he is so sharp.
His southpaw is
he's sharp as fuck.
He's good, and he's long. He's big too. We're all 70-pounders are big.
Yeah, there's the day of the 70-pounder walking around at 70. Those are gone.
Long gone. 55 gone. Paul used to get up to 200 pounds when he'd fight at 55. I'm like, dude, I weigh 203 right now. I'm like, bro, you're 8 pounds heavier than me. Like, but he'd be like fat. Like, he'd be drinking IPAs, and like after he would fight, he would get huge.
Like Patty couldn't look fat.
Not that fat. That boy is fat.
He got fat so quick. It happened in December after his fight.
His face, he just goes on. I'm like, dude, like, you're going through a different. But fighters have fucking eating disorders. Like, we 100% all have eating disorders because you're eating this way, and then you're cutting out food, then you're craving all these foods. Like, it's a wild way to live. But
that's Patty now. Look at him, look all fat and happy.
Look how tight that shirt is on him.
It's so crazy how much weight he gains. It's so nuts because he was so wet
Yeah.
during that fight.
Yeah. He gets big.
He does.
He gets big.
You know, he got a lot of shit from that Tony Ferguson fight, but I was very impressed. I was very impressed with his grappling. I was impressed with his striking. I think everything was better.
And at the end of the day, he won the fight.
Yeah,
like
100%.
he found a way to win. He definitely third round got a little sketchy, but he found a way to win. Like,
yeah, but the people saying that he didn't look good, and it's just I thought he looked great. You know, Tony Ferguson is still dangerous.
Yeah.
He's still dangerous. I mean, he was dangerous in the Gaethje fight until Gaethje started beating him up.
Yeah.
He was, dangerous in the Chandler
Drop
fight.
Chandler.
Yeah. But
Like,
he's still fucking
drop
dangerous,
Chandler.
man. Yeah.
I don't think people realize, like, you go in there and you have 15 minutes, and you could have woke up that day, had the fucking worst headache. Like, you could feel like shit, or it just could not be your night, So that's why, like, in that moment, you have to make the best of it. But some days, it's just not your day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But in the gym, like, you get that day, you get to go back the next day.
But a guy like Tony, like, at what point does someone step in?
Now,
You think?
yeah, it has to be. It's what, 6 or 7 fights?
I think 7 in a row.
Yeah. And it's not like, if you would have won that fight, I would still like to see, like, me and my buddy, I was cheering, Tony, and anytime he would do anything, just because I fucking love Tony Ferguson, but it's time, like, and like, it was awesome, like, having Goggins there and all that shit, but like just hanging up, like, you're just doing more damage,
I also don't know what he's doing in training. Like, the Goggins stuff is great and everything like that, but who is he sparring? Is he sparring?
Are you doing skill work?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Like, if you're gonna do this shit with Goggins, like, do that outside of training camp. Do that, like,
Yes.
you don't have a fight. You build up that aerobic capacity when you're not getting ready for a fight. Like, I'm sure he was, but it kind of seemed like he always just did whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah,
Like,
well, it worked for a long time.
Yeah.
He was the boogeyman.
He was fucking everybody up. Those chokes that he was hitting on people, the Darcy's.
Yep. That's Barboza fight.
He would lock that shit on you,
Bro.
You were done. Cowboy, Cowboy up.
Pettis. And it was fucking people up. Tony was a real scary man for many, many years.
And he tripped on one cord, and it all changed.
Yeah, fucking crazy. Right, getting ready for the Khabib fight, Madison Square Garden, trip on a massive fight. Trips over a
He
cord,
is
just
done.
blows his knee out. Doesn't make any sense.
And then he came back from that super fast.
He beat Pettis, yeah.
Oh, he won after that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he beat Pettis after
Beat
that.
the shit out of
Okay.
Pettis.
I remember the fight. He beat the shit out of Pettis, but I didn't know if that was before or after.
That was after. That was his comeback.
Damn.
Because Pettis was kicking the shit out of that leg.
Yeah.
And it was only, if I want to remember correctly, 5 months or so after
What
the
is it,
surgery.
5 or 7 months? It was short,
Very quick.
fucking short. And I don't know shit about knees, but I know that sounds very short.
It was ridiculously
Yeah.
short. When I talked to people that knew about that surgery and knew about like, how bad his knee was,
Yeah,
he did his own rehab.
of course.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah, but he was the man.
He's the
And,
man.
but I think it's that time. But
Father Time.
yeah,
He wins all
yeah,
fights.
yeah. Like him, was nice to see Cowboy be done when he was done. Because, like I was telling you earlier, being a Cowboy, when Cowboy was on, I think he was the best fighter in the fucking world. He was so goddamn good, and he would fuck us all up down the range. Me, Jonathan Webb, Paul, he would beat the shit out of everybody. And then, like even Jim Miller. I remember him head kicking Jim Miller when they first fought in AC, knocked him out, and then his last fight was Jim Miller, and Jim got the best of him. So it's like, all right, it's time to.
Yeah, at a certain point in time.
But he knew it. But look at him now. He's fucking all sauced up. He's fucking. He looks great. He is jacked. I love it. He
Got a hair transplant.
And that's another thing I think. Like, I just did. I started working with American Health. I just did all my blood work last week, so I'm waiting for that just to like see where we're at, like after fights, you know. So like check my testosterone, just check all my shit. I'm trying to like really like dial all of that shit. And a lot of guys don't do that, you know.
Well, I think if you want to compete against the best of the best, you got to cross all your T's and dot all your I's. You got to make sure all your ducks are in a row. And the difference between the guys who are just super talented, don't take care of nutrition, and still perform at a very high level, and the guys who are also talented like yourself, but dial everything.
Yeah,
that
makes a difference. Yeah, even when I'm done fighting, like. I'm going right into jiu-jitsu. Like, I can't wait to compete jiu-jitsu. Like, that's going to be, like, so fun, though, because nobody's getting so fucking big now. And, like, you got guys like Wagner, he's, like, 45 years old, still competing as winner. So, I'm super excited to get into that, too, you know. But I got a lot more fighting in me. That's
Do you think when you stop fighting MMA, you'll compete in jiu-jitsu?
Oh, that's what I want to do. Really? Yeah. And obviously, I want to open a gym one day, but I want to compete just straight jiu-jitsu, like, no gi. I did gi for 10 years, so I did gi for a long time. I haven't done it in a while because, like, I get to a certain point, like, it's like, all right, like, I've done this. I'll pick it up when I'm done, for sure, but I love just hard, like, no gi. Like, I love it. It's so fucking fun to me. And it's getting so big. Like, these guys are at ADCC. It's at T-Mobile next year, so that's wild. And Gordon, and he's the fucking best. But
I was at the last one.
Yeah.
Vegas, and it was an enormous place.
Yeah. Like you said, it's getting huge. I didn't realize he was sitting next to you at the fights when I was talking to you. He's the man. I was going to train with him this week. I can't wait to train with him, though. But I remember seeing those guys back at Henzo's, because I was going to Henzo's like, a couple times a week training in the blue basement, and I'd see like Gordon and Craig when they were all still together, and they were savages back there, and they're still fucking doing it. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's completely extraordinary.
Yeah.
When you look at a guy who's 28 years old, he's universally accepted as the greatest ever.
Next nuts. He's next level.
And that motherfucker doesn't take a day off.
Yeah. Crazy.
No days off.
Crazy.
365 days a year they're training. They're working on something.
And I'm sure they're training hard.
And working on skills, and they want tape, break technique down.
Yeah.
It's not just like, good enough, go home.
Yeah.
That's very systematic.
Yeah.
And that John Donner, having that guy as your coach, what a fucking cheat code that is.
I've seen the room, and it'll be like John, Gordon, GSP will be in there. I'm like, dude, this room is fucking, it's crazy. That, like, the people that they would have in there. So you're going to get better regardless, you know. I remember seeing GSP's corner, it'd be like John Donner here, Frost Hobby, Greg Jackson back when he was fighting. He was so ahead of his time, like, with, like, doing shit like that. Like, yeah, I think GSP he's like my, like, goat of MMA. Just the way, like, being a true martial artist, like, even how he is now. Like, guys, when they're done, they get fat, they're done training. Like, once they're done fighting, they're done. He, like, still trains. He probably looks better now than he did back then. So I'm trying to follow that for sure.
He keeps coming down here to train. I see him in Austin all the time.
He's here all the time. Yeah. I'm surprised he doesn't move down here.
He just comes down to train.
Yeah.
I think he likes Montreal.
Yeah. That gym kind of TriStar was the shit for a while. I haven't heard like too many guys coming out of there now. I just feel like there's so many gyms now. There's so many more gyms. Like, but it was GSP. They had Rory McDonald. Rory was a motherfucker. I remember watching him in his prime. I was young. I'm like, this fucking guy is great.
Pretty fucking sharp.
It was very, very. A couple of those wars though with Ball definitely shortened his career.
It was very nice seeing Ron go out like that.
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah. It was Barbarina, right?
No, it was fuck. No. God damn it. It's at the tip of my tongue. I'm looking at his face right now. I can't pull it. That
Nico Price.
tough dude.
And Nico Price
Tough.
is fucking. He's got some crazy knockouts and finishes.
Dog.
Yeah.
Dog.
But Robbie went out right. Like
Yeah.
he went out in a win. Like that's gotta
Beautiful
feel.
win. First round knockout. Didn't even get hit.
Yeah. That's gotta.
Everybody went crazy.
That's gotta feel good.
Played his video.
Yeah. Yeah.
For a guy like him.
And he's one of the main guys down at Killcliff. Like, he's like coaching.
Yep.
That's great to see too. Like
It is.
because when a guy like that, if he's done, he leads the gym. Like a part of like you lose part of that gym.
Yeah. Yeah, this was awesome. Yeah. It was fun. It was really cool. Because it's just like, that's what you want to see from a legend.
Yeah.
But it was, yeah, the ruthless Robbie Lawler days, like when him and Rory had that fight, that was just guts and just survival
Yeah.
in his
Split?
Oh,
When they were split like that,
and I was interviewing him screaming. His lips all split.
Rory, you could tell Rory had his nose was smashed so bad. That last punch, I think it was probably a straight left.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm done. Like I just can't take any more pain at this point. Like
Yeah, he's destroyed.
when your nose is broken, you get hit in it. It's not fun.
Well, his face was pale
Yeah.
too. Like he had lost so much blood.
Yeah.
His face was
Yeah.
pale.
He was fucked up.
Yeah. What a crazy fight. Look at his face. Oh, I mean, his face was just a mask of blood. And
This is
part-
like so iconic. Yeah.
Staring into. Look how flat his nose is there. Rory's just face is destroyed. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Jesus.
It's just destroyed. His face is destroyed. I mean, that is as close to death as
Yeah.
I think you've ever seen anybody get it so young.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look how pale he is.
And he went on to have some fucking good fights after that, but I was watching his career at PFL, and it was just sad to see the kind of the way he went out.
Well, I think you go through a fight like that, you don't ever recover
No.
fully.
No, and then you're back in the gym, you're training, and then you fight again. Like everything's amplified in a fight. Like it's training times 10, you know. And you come out like I came out of fights where quick fight for me, but I still I don't even like I'll hit my elbow. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Like you just come out of a fight, like you still feel beat up, even if it wasn't like a super hard fight. Like even my fight with Kelvin, like I didn't land like any crazy right hands, but my fucking hands been killing me for the last month. So it's always something. And then you go through something like that.
Do you do any hyperbaric chamber work?
My strength coach has one, and I got in it, and I was having like TMJ or something, and I got in there, and my fucking ears started to pop, and I got kind of freaked out, and I got out. But I need to do it. I know like off camera, he's like, dude, you gotta get it, and that's like the one thing that and float tanks are like the two things like I haven't got into yet. But yeah, I need to do the foot like the hyperbaric.
They say it really, really helps recovery. I know that Uriah Faber used it after the Jose Aldo fight.
Yeah.
Remember when he got his leg destroyed?
Yeah. I think I know, especially for your head too. I think they say like it's super, super good for your head.
Yeah, post concussions.
Yeah. But like I said, stem cells, stuff like that. Like it does suck we can't like do other like peptides because that shit helps. And it's not like test us for everything else. Like maybe like be there on site or whatever. But I think that stuff would really help us out.
Yeah, I don't know why it's illegal. I mean, I think the argument is that it gives you a performance enhancing benefit, but I just think all it does is aid in recovery from injuries.
Yeah.
And I think if you're dealing with a sport where guys are literally training and preparing to injure each other, that's what you do.
Yeah.
And you're getting injured while training, preparing to injure each other.
Yep.
You're gonna get hurt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it would be better for the sport overall if that was allowed.
Yeah.
And I don't know why these athletic commissions don't recognize, like, hey, this is not like steroids.
Yeah.
This is something that just helps your injuries.
help you recover.
Yeah.
I'm definitely happy though that we're done with USADA. I'm hoping that if they're obviously they're going to come and drug test us, but don't come to my house at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m.
And don't come when you guys are cutting.
They came to my house the one night. It was 9:30 at night. I was getting. Luckily, there was fights on. I was in camp, or else I would have been asleep. I was watching like Bellator on a Friday night. They knocked on my door. I look at my camera. My wife's like, "It's fucking USADA." I'm like, I've never been mean to them, and I wasn't even. I'm like, dude. I looked at them. I'm like, I'm about to get into bed. They're like, we're sorry. Like, they have a protocol they had to do. And I'm like, I get it.
How long does it take?
It's quick. It can be quick. If they do blood, You have to sit there. You have to sit down. They time you for 10 minutes, and then they take your blood. Then you have to do piss. So that can be annoying. But like, if you just have to pee, you can run through it real quick. But you have to get out all your supplements. You have to write all that down. So it takes probably 35, 40 minutes.
So every time they come, you have to show them your supplements?
Yep, every time. They had them saved at one point, but then they went away with that, so you have to redo it. Any medications you take, and then the dude has to know how much you piss. You have to pick out a cup. So I never get, like, I haven't been drug tested by these new guys yet, but come at 3 o'clock. Like, come when I'm home and I'm just sitting on my couch.
Well, I think the argument against that is if they can catch you, like if they come to your house at 9:30 a.m. and you take something that is in your system for a short period of time, but provides benefits.
Yeah.
Like you take some sort of oral testosterone at 9:30 p.m. right before you go to bed.
Like, where to get you?
And then, like, that was what they were doing with the gummies, right? The testosterone gummies in
Yeah.
baseball.
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
So the idea is that you take it, and then by the time they tested you, it already out of your system.
I think guys, like, if you have enough money, I'm sure guys are getting in the system somehow, you know?
Have you heard anything about how guys could do it?
No, I haven't, but I just feel like guys, like guys have to, people are going to, if you can cheat, somebody's going to cheat. Like, they're going to find a way. But even with the IVs, I've had heard of guys doing IVs still, and I'm like, I guess that you said, like they said, they trace plastic. I'm like, how would you even test for that? Because if you're drinking fucking gallons of water or whatever you're drinking of plastic, I guess there would be traces of plastic.
It's a different plastic.
Yeah.
Why don't you, Jamie, Google, please, how do you detect if someone has had an IV soda? See if there's a way to explain it to me. Because they were explaining to me that there is a workaround, and the workaround would be if you got all the liquid into a glass vial.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. And then you injected the liquid back into someone's body slowly. And instead of a drip like with a hose, you're just going straight from a glass vial.
Yeah. Sounds like a fucking process.
It's only a real process.
Just for an IV.
Craziest one that I ever heard. Craziest weight cut I've ever heard. Someone was cutting weight by eating blood. So they're getting their blood pulled from their body. They're chilling it and then putting it back into their body.
Time for you to move up a weight class.
Right, but here's the question: because blood doping, that was a way that, like Tour de France, a lot of those guys would do it, where they would take blood out of their body,
put it back in, right?
Their body would recover and build that blood back up, and then they would put that blood back in, so they'd have all this extra blood.
Yeah.
Give them extra oxygen.
That, like, blood doping, that's like the craziest one. Like, if you're gonna do anything, if you just never get tired, like that's the most superhuman thing you can fucking do. Like strength and all that, like, it's cool, but you can just never get tired. Right? That's like next level shit.
Well, there's been guys that get popped for EPO, and
TJ.
Yeah, well, there's actually a documentary that the UFC did that just came out last week.
I started it.
I started it. It's wild,
really.
See, like what he looked like.
He was a skeleton.
He looked like a dead man.
Yeah.
He looked like a guy who was starving to death, and he was about to fight Henderson.
Is that what he was? He saying he was doing the EPO to help him cut weight? Is that what he was essentially saying?
No, he was essentially using demon. That's what it really is. It's for anemia. He had gotten to a point where he couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
His body was just, he should have pulled out. That's really what he should have done.
Yeah.
Or what he should have done, I think, is probably had a test cut.
Yeah.
And if he had a test cut, like, he was down to 135 and then cutting the weight. And when he was down to 135, he looked at him like, oh my God, he was bad.
I remember seeing a picture of him in camp. I'm like, this dude looks horrible.
When he was preparing for the fight, and then it was like the day of the weigh-ins, just him walking around with blood in him.
Yeah.
And his whole face was just skeleton.
And then, like, you get fucking hit like that.
Right.
Like, I don't care if you have 48 hours. Like,
so that's what it looked like.
Oh,
is that so insane? It's so insane that we cut.
Look at this.
Yeah, look it up there.
Listen, all of our cheeks get sucked in, but that's
crazy.
That's different.
I mean, that's not just your cheeks.
No,
it's like you're losing your jaw muscles.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like you're losing muscle, man. You're losing muscle.
Now you see it now.
Yeah.
He's not small, dude. Like, he's pretty fucking big. Like,
well, TJ also had shoulder problems his whole career.
Yeah.
I think he had two torn supraspinatus muscles both traps or both shoulders, and just never got fit.
He was so good. I love watching him. Like his just his striking was so good. Like I feel like he was like one of the first guys to start doing like just switching stances and throwing. Like he was fucking good.
Dude, the Hannah Morale fight, holy shit.
The first one.
Also, it's also like his ability to perform under pressure.
Yeah.
Like when the stakes were high, when the pressure was
Cody
high.
Garbrandt fight.
Yes.
He got dropped in that first round and came back and knocked Cody out. And I fucking love Cody for that. It was nice to see Cody get back on track. But yeah, that was he's a competitor. He's a competitor, and it worked for him for a long time. You know.
Yeah, just the shoulder thing is just so unfortunate because now he's fucked. He's had multiple surgeries and he's hoping he can still come back.
He fought in Abu Dhabi on that card with me, and then his shoulder popped out like immediately or something like that.
We had actually told the referee before the fight, so my shoulder's gonna pop out. He said, just let me fight, and I'll put it back in. It pops out all the time. Like that's.
I've seen that though. I've seen guys like in the room, like they get like sprawled on, their fucking shoulder pops out, and they like. They're like, I need a second, and they snap back. I'm like, dude, I don't know if we should be doing that. Like, that's like supposed to be what happened with Yuri. Like, his coaches were trying to, they put his shit back into place, and they just totally destroyed his shoulder. I'm like, probably shouldn't be doing that. It's not like a finger, like a jiu-jitsu finger, where you're doing gi, and like your coach fucking snaps your finger. Like, that's your shoulder.
Well, it's also when your shoulder gets destroyed like that, and they have to replace your shoulder. That's it.
Yeah.
I know guys have gotten their hip resurfaced and continue to compete.
Yeah.
I know Frankie Edgar did that.
Yeah.
But I think shoulders, like once that's
shoulders and knees, like I've been pretty knock on wood. Like I feel like once you have a problem with your shoulders or knees, you're fucked. Like you are always going to have. Same thing with like if you do that back surgery, because that's amazing. I think and your neck, like if you do any of those surgeries, I think you're fucking done.
Well, that's what's crazy about Aljamain. He did his neck and then won and defended the title multiple times.
Yeah. When he looked great.
He looked great.
Besides Sean O'Malley, came back and that Peter Young fight, he looked great in that.
That fake disc in his neck. Yeah. He's got an artificial disc in his neck. He's competing in MMA. That's winning as a champion. Yeah. It's nuts.
Chris Weidman's coming back again too. He's fighting Bruno. I was there for his fight in Boston. And it was good, like good to see him like get back in there after like that break was so bad. So I guess they're putting out like mini series of UFC. I watched that one and that on him like, coming back from his leg. I was like almost crying watching it, like seeing like the pain he was going through. Like he had like 2 or 3 surgeries after that, and when it like his leg like wouldn't take, or he would like start feeling a weird pain, and then go back in and do another surgery. He'd start getting better, they'd do another surgery. It's the same thing as that TJ one. If you get like 25 minutes, watch it one day. It's fucking good.
Well, that's the case with Conor as well. I believe. So Conor's had multiple surgeries as well.
Well, a break like that, like
it's crazy. But the only one guy, I'd say no one's ever come back from it. But apparently, the guy who won the PFL heavyweight division, he had a broke leg like that. He came back and was competing at a high level.
Well, how about Chris Weidman does it to Anderson Silva? And then he gets it done to him. Like that is like, what kind of like? How does that happen? Like that's
the odds.
That's nuts.
Especially when you think about how few leg breaks like that have been in the UFC.
Yeah,
I think there's only 4. Not even a part of 2.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can only think of those 2. Who else was in the UFC?
The first one was what was the gentleman's name? Corey Hill.
Yeah, I remember that. I think he's dead. Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, but I remember that one. And then Chris is involved in 2 of them.
Mm-hmm. So it's Corey, Anderson, Chris. Who else? There's one other one. Someone else got there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Connor. That's it.
Yeah.
So those are the 4.
The biggest one
we're talking about. Yeah. And then outside of that, I've seen it with Tyron Spong.
Yeah. That was
with the Gokhan
I seen that.
That was nasty. That's the only time I've ever seen him kickboxing.
He's fucking. His highlights are crazy.
Oh, he's a killer.
You ever see the one where I think he comes out, drops Tyron, he gets up, showing up, and throws that overhand and cleans him. I'm like, God damn. He still trains. Like he's down at Henry's and he's like one of the main guys.
What did you do? It wasn't that because but it's on that.
This is like femur comes out.
Oh, I saw this one. Yeah, he gets taken down. That's a crazy one, right?
This one's bad.
And it's weird how it goes down. Like, look how it goes backwards. Oh, but it's pain.
Oh
It's
my
weird
god.
how it goes backwards. Oh god, look at it poking out like that.
Is that his femur?
Yep.
Yeah, he's like, my leg.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's bad. They're hard to watch. That's, my dad broke his femur. He was a construction worker. He had a bunch of stones fall on his leg. He snapped his fucking femur in half.
Oh.
He had that old rod in there for years. He got his knees redone. They had to take the metal rod out in his knee. Like his bone, I guess formed to it. They said taking it out was rough. Yeah. It's the biggest bone in your body, I think.
Oh, I think so too.
God damn.
Yeah, Frank Mir, when he got hit by a car. Remember that?
He broke his femur.
Yeah, he was riding a motorcycle, guy ran a light, T-boned him, he went flying through the air, and it took a long time before Frank got back on track.
That's like one of the hardest things with me. Like I grew up riding dirt bikes, and like I love doing shit. I'm like, but our job's so dangerous already. I'm like, I can't afford to do any of these other things. Like we were up the mountains over the weekend. Like my brother's like, let's go snowboard. I'm like, bro, like I can't, dude. Like I want to so bad, but I'm gonna do all that shit when I'm done fighting. Like you just can't stack another thing on top of fucking. Like, I have a Ford Raptor. I got it all souped up. I'm like, that's my thing. You know, like I got a nice truck, but I can't ride bikes yet. I can't we just can't afford to stack all those other things on top of our dangerous ass job already.
Did you see what Sean Strickland was doing the other day?
Shooting like Roman candles
Had
at each
a
other.
firework fight.
Yeah, bro, I'm not doing that.
3 days before he's fighting to retain his title.
He had like burns on him.
He's
He's nuts.
He's so out of his fucking mind.
But that boy can fight. All he does is spar. He probably looks at a treadmill. He's like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, I'm gonna spar.
It's crazy. It's his conditioning. Like, look at that Israel Adesanya fight. This is his first time fighting for the title. He's fighting a legend. And in the 5th round, he's not even breathing heavy.
Floors him too.
Amazing. 1-2, drops him, pummels him afterwards.
And then, but dude, he's not even jumping like dirt bikes. He's jumping like motorcycles in the desert. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
He's out of his fucking mind. And that's also how he blew his knee apart.
Oh yeah, because he used to fight at 70.
Yeah.
People don't know him and Kamaru fought at 170 back in the day. Kamaru put it on him pretty good.
Well, I think he's one of those guys who really was cutting too much weight.
He's definitely
That point of diminishing returns.
That'd be like Joey trying to cut down to 170. Like, he'd be fucked. Just because you can make something doesn't mean you should do it. You know, like I'm gonna be interested to see that fight next weekend. I
Well,
can't believe
everybody
it's
wants to
here.
see the extreme version of that. Watch that TJ documentary.
Yeah. That's his fight with Dricus is going to be
very interesting. Dricus is fucking scary. That's a guy who's so big for 85.
the way he looked against. I didn't give him a fucking chance against Robert Whitaker, and boy was I wrong.
Well, also that's after he got his DA
those times. Yeah.
I think it's a big factor.
Yeah.
And he'll agree that
You can't breathe. You can't fight.
Yeah.
Like,
But it's like Dricus looks awkward.
Well, yeah.
But he moves different.
Yeah.
But that movement and that awkwardness makes it difficult to time. It's like his timing is off.
Yeah.
And if you don't have anybody that can imitate that kind of stutter step motion that he does,
Yeah. It's
sparring.
weird.
Yeah. It's deceptively technical.
Yeah.
Deceptively.
It's his style. Like,
Yeah.
You can't say it's wrong. You know, like that's how he fights,
Right.
and it works. And he's like, you can tell he's strong. Like, I think he's going to come in and really try to like put like a hard grappling pace on Sean. But Sean's hard to take down. Like, you don't see many guys taking Sean down.
He's a very good grappler.
He's not easy to take down.
I've talked to guys who roll with him. That motherfucker's very good.
I seen he was out at he was training with Jocko and those guys.
Yeah, Jocko told me.
Yeah.
Jocko goes, dude, he's fucking legit.
Yeah.
He's really
He's
legit.
long too. Like, I'm sure he has good jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
But that's a good fight.
Well, here's an interesting statistic because, UFC, was it a mouth guard that they gave you guys to show how many shots he takes?
Something like that, yeah.
He gets hit the least.
Yeah.
He spars the most. His defense is so underappreciated.
Yeah.
Because that was a big factor in that fight, too, with Adesanya. Adesanya just couldn't find him.
Yeah, he's like, it's like a weird like Philly shell that he does, and then he's lifting that like lead leg to like teeth.
Yep. He's front kicking the lead leg.
And and he's just always jabbing. And it comes, like, you would think a jab coming from down here, like, it'd be easier to time, but it's not, because it's coming from, like, you don't fucking see it, and then bop, bop, and then he's hitting you with the jab. But it works for him. It works for him. I don't think Izzy was 100% in that training camp either. Like, he had that DUI thing or the DWI, like, right before that. That was like 2 weeks before that fight. And I think he just thought he put up fucking blow Sean out of the water. And Sean's a tough motherfucker. And
after the Moose fight, someone should have looked at that fight and go, looks at this guy. He's always there.
Yeah.
He's always there.
It's crazy how he can flip so fast. Like, a year ago, he lost to Jared Cannonier, and now he's fucking UFC champion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. How about the Pereira fight?
Yeah.
He gets flatlined in the first round against Pereira, and then you think this guy's not going to be a champion. A year later, it's a champion. And went to train with Pereira.
Yeah.
That shows you how smart he is.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to go learn from this guy.
Pereira will teach you, which is even crazy.
Hell yeah. Alex is he's a bad motherfucker. He's a big dude.
He's giant. That guy made 185 was ridiculous.
Nuts.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, how?
Yeah.
How did you do it?
Yeah.
Because you look at the 205, he's so big at 205.
I think he's way better off at 205.
I think so too.
Like, I don't know who's going to fight next, but I'll be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it would be Jamal. I just don't know when Jamal's going to be fully recovered. You know, Jamal blew out his Achilles, which is a bad one.
That's a hard one to come back from.
You know, it's a bad one.
That's what Aaron Rodgers. Is that what Aaron Rodgers did? Yeah. That's got to be weird. Like, you're just going, and then next thing it's done.
Yeah, it just pops off.
Yeah.
But Aaron Rodgers is doing great.
They're saying he might, like, play, like,
he was hoping to.
Oh, yeah.
But it's only been how many months since the injury? 5.
What was the beginning of the season? September?
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
It started?
I think so.
October, November, December, January. So 4 months.
Yeah. Not long.
Not long at all from such a catastrophic injury.
Yeah. I think Alex will be champ for a while, though. It's got to, until someone comes along and exposes his ground game's not where it needs to be.
Well, that's what's interesting with Hamzat, right? If he fights Hamzat Chimaev at 185 pounds, that gets very interesting.
Yeah.
You know, but I think we saw in the Hamzat fight against Usman that, you know, Hamzat, against a really big, strong grappler,
Yeah.
is still very effective.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Not to the level where, like, it should be.
Paul Usman exposed some holes in his game, and Usman had no camp.
That was a 5-round fight.
Yeah.
Like, and Usman took it on short notice. Even on short notice, if there was 2 more rounds to that, who knows where that could have gone.
Usman was put it on.
I rewatched it recently, and he was getting better in the 3rd round for sure. Like,
especially in the striking, because I think something happened to Hamzat's hand in the first round.
Yeah.
He broke his hand.
yeah, he's got some injuries going on, but yeah, someone like someone like that, someone like Bo Nickel, Bo's trying to be a motherfucker, and then Joey's known for knocking guys out, but Joey has fucking really, he submitted Abdul in his last fight. He's got really good wrestling, really good submission, so it looks like 185 doesn't have like those like 170, like we're stacked with grapplers. 155 is stacked with grapplers. Like 185 kind of doesn't have that, so if you come into 185 and you have that good wrestling and grappling pedigree, like I think you can do really, really well.
It's interesting with Bo. It's like they're let. It's like some fighters get thrown to the wolves.
Yeah.
And some fighters they lead.
He's doing like the slow,
Nice and slow. Like every fight, he's this giant favorite.
Yeah.
And the next fight, same thing.
Yeah, he smokes him.
Yeah.
He hasn't fought since July. I listened to the podcast; it was really good. But I think he's doing it right. Like, he's like, listen, I'm going to kind of slow because he's 27, 28. He's already in the UFC. A couple fights away from being in the top 15. Why rush? And I feel like that's something I did early on that I wish I'd like to be in the top 15 so bad. Then once you get there, you have to wait for the division to play out. You have to wait for guys to fight, and then you get hurt, and then you're sitting on the sidelines. Whereas if you're not in the top 15, you can kind of rack up these wins, fight these guys who aren't world class, but they're still good fighters. You get that experience, and then go into the top 15.
Yeah, well, that's what they do in boxing. It's always been the way to test guys, get tested, but not a fight you're going to lose. A fight that guy's going to show you some different looks. They'll make this guy likes to fight inside, maybe this guy's long, fights on the outside. You get these different looks, and you learn and grow and develop new skills and get experience, and then you fight for the title.
Well, we have Boots, Drawn Ennis. His dad was my boxing coach for years. Boots holds pads for me all the time.
Bro, that guy is
a wizard. I'll watch him hit pads from orthodox to southpaw, how hard he hits. Like I'm like, yo, I'd be butt scooting towards Boots if I had him. I'm like, yo, come here because he thumps, and he's 25 or like 26. Like he's not even a man yet. Like I used to think the man strength thing was bullshit. It's true. Like the older you get, you definitely get stronger, and he's getting stronger. He's getting better. It sucks. Like they gave him the belt, I guess, because Terrence got stripped, so he didn't get to earn it. He was the interim champ, but he's having such a hard time getting a fight. Like,
yeah, nobody wants to fight him, and Terrence wants the big money
and
fights.
I get that.
I get it.
But who's just gonna fuck any of these dudes up? Like I think Terrence is great, but like Boots is that next generation.
Well, I think that fight would be very competitive, and I would really love to see that because I think Terrence is the fucking man.
Yeah.
But I think that Terrence is 35, 36, somewhere in that range, and for him, it's like all about big money fights. That's what he's trying to get that Canelo fight.
I get that. Like you get to a certain point in your career, like, you deserve that. But I'm happy that they did strip him, so now they're going to give Boots that clear path to go let him build his resume and fight the guys. But I don't even know who's in that division. Like,
well, it's like right now, Terrence is locked up with Errol Spence again because Errol Spence he exercised the rematch.
So they're going to fight.
Yeah, I think if I was being cynical, I would say, listen, Errol Spence fights someone else. Well, how much is he going to make? Errol Spence fights Terrence Crawford again. He's going to make a big payday.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why he's doing this rematch again. Also,
he knows he's getting paid.
Yeah, he knows he's getting paid, but also not happy with his performance in the first fight. He thinks he can do better.
I get that.
I don't think Terrence is on that level.
Yeah. He's good. We had the UFC fights and those fights going on, and he just seemed like he was on a different level the entire time. But
yeah, he's so smart and so technical, and he also has that incredible ability to shift. He can switch stances and fight just as good southpaws and orthodox.
I think it was fighting Sean Porter, and his coach was like telling him like, yo, it was like the 10th round. He was like, yo, he's up, and it didn't register for him. He's like, he looked at back, he's like, he's up, and he went out there, and he's like, all right, bet. Went out there, smoked him the next round. I'm like, yo, this dude is the fucking, he's the man. But yeah, it's like, boxing is hard to follow though, because there's so many. It's not like the UFC is the UFC, and there's like Top Rank, and there's Showtime, and there's this and that.
Golden
the belt, like who has the belts? So it makes it hard to follow.
Well, it does because there's not just way more weight classes, but there's also 4 sanctioned bodies.
Yeah.
And so it's at least 4.
The WBC, IBO,
WBO, IBF, right? So how many boxing?
It's at least 4.
It's at least 4.
Yeah.
WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF.
That's 4 right there.
Is that it?
By 4 more.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
It's just like, why?
Yeah.
Why are there so many sanctioning bodies? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
It's not like we're in MMA, like, there's Bellator, and not now, I mean, there still is, but like,
Bellator is going to still exist overseas,
right, with PFL. But like, in MMA, you want to be a UFC champion. Right. When you're a boxer, you're like, I want to be WB. Like, it's so hard to.
You want to beat the guy who's recognized and famous as a champion.
And what you want to have all 4 belts.
Right.
Because if you don't have all 4 belts, you're not really. Like, oh, that guy's still out there. You know? Right. It just gets like fucking hard to follow.
Right.
So,
it does.
But yeah, Boots is scary.
Yeah,
he's scary as shit. I love watching him. He's crazy. And his dad's like 7 years old, still spars. Really? Yeah, still spars. We live in the same neighborhood. I'll see him running. He'll be running. I'll fucking beat my horn. I'm like, yo, his name's Bozy. And he's still getting it. Yeah, wow. It's crazy. Yeah.
70 years old,
like
still sparring. That's crazy.
Still sparring, still running. Like, comes in the gym, sweatpants, sweat top. Like, he doesn't hold pads anymore with his shoulders, but he holds the noodles. So he holds like the noodles for him, and still just loves it. Wow. That's what he just loves to do. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Crazy.
I love the fact that he can keep doing it at that age. I mean, Floyd Mayweather Sr. was doing it. He was
Yeah.
sparring pretty late into his life.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm done fighting, like, I'm 100% like, obviously jiu-jitsu is going to be huge. I want to compete, but I still want to train. Like, there's nothing better than waking up every day and you get to do what you love to do. You know, like, there's rough days, of course, but I get to go train, and there's no other place I'd rather be. Like, if I had $1 billion in my bank, I would still do the same exact things I do every day because it's what I love to do.
That
You know,
That's a successful life.
yeah, that's all. That's it.
Yeah, that's a truly successful life. You're actually doing the things you love all the time. And if you can make that your job, that's amazing.
You could have 9 to 5, like you're sitting in traffic. I fucking hate this. Like, we get that. Like, we have a schedule, but like, you still get to kind of make your own. But yeah, that's Lozy.
70 years old.
This is old too. Yeah, he might. Yeah, right. Yeah.
So what is he, 65, whatever? Still, that's incredible. That's great. Here's boxes. Look at that. Wow, this is crazy. 65-year-old Mosey sparring. 65.
And he's just fucking around, bro.
He's talking shit too. Just popping out that jab, and the jab, as you were saying before about Sean, the jab real low.
Coming down from low, yeah. And same thing I was saying about like RJ Marquez and MMA, like, bro, they're just these gritty gyms. Like, there's no super gym, like there's no super gym in Philly, like.
Well, that's the question. It's like, what is the best? Is it best to be with a small gym with really good coaches where they give you individual attention and really know what you're doing when you're on, when you're peaking, where you're at, versus going to like a mega gym like ATT?
Well, my coach John, like, he only person that holds pads for me. He watches all my sparring sessions, like he does for all of us, and then he'll send my sparring to Dean. Dean will break it down. So, and then like my wrestling coach Cody, like everyone, it's only 3 or 4 guys, but the head guy is John, and he oversees everything. And when you have a big gym, if you're not a top guy, like you're not getting that, you know, because there's so many. Like, yeah, you have the training partners, but you're not getting that one-on-one. That
unless you're a champion,
you know. And then it's still even hard because like you got like your training partners like, fuck, like I want to help these guys out, but I know like American Top Team, like they have different sets of coaches. So you might work with this coach, like they have Mike Brown's like the main guy, so you might work with Mike, but you might not work with this guy. But I just think it's like I'm looking up. I don't have to travel. Like my whole family lives in this. Like I thought, like there was definitely times when I was coming up. I'm like, damn, like where would I go? Would I go to Florida? Would I go here? Would I go there? And then I got lucky enough that I was just winning fights, and our team was growing, and we have the training partners now, and I don't have to go anywhere.
Now you're listening to the results speak for themselves, obviously.
Yeah.
So tell me more. I want to hear more about this mental training.
Yeah.
What's involved with that? So you decided to do this after the Bilal fight?
Yeah. So
what you said you made like some decisions in that fight that you never had made before.
Yeah, I feel like I remember like you're in there and fighting's like being in a fight is the weirdest feeling ever. Like sometimes like you're super present and then sometimes you're not. Like I remember just being in that fight and with Kelvin for 15 minutes I was where my feet were. I was super present. Like I was locked in that entire time. When I fought Bilal, I remember like I was just thinking about other shit, and then I'd come back to like the present. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like I'm in the middle of a fight. I just wasn't like
what kind of shit?
I just wasn't present. Like I wasn't even like where. Like I just wasn't thinking about the fight. Like I just didn't want to be there.
It's so weird.
And I didn't. And I never felt like that before. So now I started working with this guy Brian Payne. He worked with GSP after GSP lost to Matt Serra, first fight. I started working with him, and then I started working with Brian. And it's just all about just being super present, like not even just in fighting, but just in life. Like not worrying about what I got to do later or stupid shit like that. Just being in that moment and just focusing on that, because that's all you can control. I was so caught up in thinking about the future or what like happened the day before. Like if I had a bad day of training, like I let it bother me, and it just came out of the fight, but I just wasn't in the moment. And that's like now, like I just try to be in the moment, everything I'm doing, just super present, not thinking too far ahead, not thinking about the past. And that's something I used to get caught up in a lot, just not being focused on. Like I was just so worried about my next session or my next this, or like thinking about my fight, like things I can't control. Like I can't control that fight, but all I can control is what I'm doing in this moment.
So what is it that you do?
So like we just have like drills. Like say if I'm sparring and if like something's not going my way, just like little like signals, just to like bring myself back into what I'm doing. Like if a round doesn't go my way, like not getting too caught up on that, and just knowing like I have another round and I can just get back into that, and just having these like signal lights, like it's called like red, green, red, yellow, green. So green, all systems go, you're having the best training session of your life. Yellow, you're starting to get your head in a little bit, it's not working out, like you're not getting off your shots, not getting other takedowns. Red is like you're getting pieced up, like your mind's going other places, like you don't want to fucking be there anymore. And when you get in the red, you have to have like he works with baseball players. Say like you hit you're about to get struck out. You got the batter will step out of the box, they'll take off their gloves, and they'll tap their shoulder or something, and it's just like something that I'm reset, and that's exactly what it is. So like if I'm having like a bad session, like obviously I'm not gonna fucking like tap my head or something like that, but just like talking to myself and just knowing like I'm alright, like you're good, like bring it back. Like
so how do you reset? Like is there a very specific?
I just talk to myself,
and like what do you say?
Just looking at myself. We have like our affirmations for my last fight where I control what I can control. I trust my training. I'm aggressive and always moving forward. And then we have a funny one to make it not that serious. It was I'm confident, I'm cocky, I'm motherfucking Rocky. And it was just making me laugh. And then before my fight with Kelvin, I'm fucking in the bathroom and I'm saying these affirmations, and then I'll laugh because it's like it's not that serious, but like small little things like that, just to bring it back and just be present. And I think that, and then I started working with another guy through my management company. His name's Brandon Epstein, and we would do visualize like the fights. So every week we'd meet on the call, and we'd go from visualizing being in the locker room. Well, even before that, first the most nervous I would get before a fight is like that shower at like 12 o'clock fight day. Like you get a shower and you know the car's coming to pick you up in like 2 hours. So we'd like close our eyes and start in the shower. I'd shower, get changed. Car would pick you up. We're walking to the locker room. We're in the locker room. We're hitting pads. We're warming up, getting your hands wrapped, making that walk, and then like for 5, 10, 15, however long, I'd be just eyes closed, visualizing how I want the fight to go. Bad situations, good situations, and then eventually winning the fight and visualizing talking to you or talking to DC, and I would do these mental reps over and over and over again. Sitting in the sauna, I would do it. Sitting in the cold tub, I would do it. I would have my affirmations so like timed up. If I was going to the cold for 3 minutes, I knew how many times I would have to say them, and then my 3 minutes would be up. And that's all in training camp, and I would just do that shit over and over and over again.
And that was something you'd never done before.
Never done before, because I would never think about it. And then before you know it, you get there and you're like, fuck, like this, it feels brand new to you again. Because you only fight a couple of times a year if you're lucky. But instead, I've seen these things a million times in my mind already. Like, yeah, physically I wasn't there, but mentally, like, I'm already in this locker room. I've already walked in the cage. I already made the walk. Like, they would make custom music for me that I would listen to. Like, my walkout music, Kelvin's walkout music, crowd noise, and I'll listen to it before sparring and when I'm shadow boxing and shit like that. Like, and I just like felt so prepared doing it, and I just never did anything like that before. And yeah, I think it's a fucking game changer.
That's interesting because they do say that visualization actually helps skill learning as much as training.
Yeah.
Like if you are training but then also visualizing things and spending as much time, your training, your improvements will be compounded.
Oh, 100%. And like I'm just blanking on a million other things we do, but like that's like the big ones. Like just visualizing what you want to do, and not just the good, the bad too. Like so, I would think about like if I get ready for Kelvin, everyone was like, I'm gonna get knocked out, I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna get that. So I would visualize getting fucking dropped and having to get back in, or getting rocked, or going for a takedown, getting stuffed, and having to recover from that and go and win the fight, because it's not always gonna go your way.
Right.
So visualizing the bad but still making it out with the good, which I didn't do with Bilal. Like he rocked me in that moment and I was still there. Instead of just making that switch and be like, you're good, like go back and just getting back to the fight, I just never could get back.
Is that partially attributable just also to getting hit? Like, because sometimes if guys get hit, they're out of it. Like, you've seen many guys that go back to the fourth round, and they don't know what round it is.
I remember everything. I was definitely buzzed me, but like, I remember just putting my hands up, and I just couldn't throw my punch, and I heard the 10-second clap go off. I thought I was going to get saved by the bell, and I was going to make it to the next round, and I never did.
Well, it was an interesting stoppage because it was one of the rare UFC stoppages with the guy standing out.
Yeah,
very rare.
Yeah, I never, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't get dropped, and I remember everything. I remember hearing the clapper. My coaches were right behind me. I could hear my coach John screaming, "He's good, he's good, he's good," and he stopped it, which good on him. But I just couldn't do what I wanted to do.
It's so subjective.
Yeah.
When a fight gets stopped, and when it doesn't get stopped. And the thing that sucks the most is when a fight is stopped too late.
Yeah.
Like,
for sure.
You know, the Jalen Turner, Bobby Green fight.
That was
Jesus
bad.
Christ.
That was bad.
That was so bad.
You were cage-side for that, right?
Oh my God. I was like, stop the fight. What is
I
happening
think it was
here?
like 20 something unanswered strikes or something like that.
That is so hard to watch.
Yeah, it was
so unnecessary.
It was bad. But yeah, back to like the mental performance stuff, like it was just really just all came down to just me just being focused for 15 minutes. Because you can be doing anything, just you're fucking driving, but you're looking off, like you're not in the moment, you know. And that's something like now I try to do in everything I do in my life. If I'm walking my dog, I'll leave my phone at home and just try to be present doing the thing you're doing at the time. Not where there's so much noise and other shit. And when I'm fighting, like the only thing I'm fucking thinking about is fighting. And
well, just having the tools in terms of like having strategies and having a pathway that's already carved in your mind for all these different scenarios has got to be beneficial.
Yeah.
It's way better than just winging it.
No, yeah, and that's the if you're just winging it, and like they wanted me to even get to the arena and like go walk it before the fight. I couldn't get in. Like they used to have GSP go in the day before the fight and like actually already be in the arena and feel that and already like see that. I couldn't do that this fight, but if I get the chance, like before I go and fight my next fight, I'm going to go fucking walk around that cage, feel the canvas, and just because you only get to do it once.
So Kelvin was ranked, right? Where was Kelvin at?
He was ranked at middleweight.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. So welterweight because it's debut.
I was number 9 going into that fight. I'm number 7 now, but because he was originally supposed to fight Shavkat. Shavkat got hurt, and then they matched us up. And I don't know what he's going to do, if he's going to stay at 70, go back to 85, but I'm number 7 at 70 now. So
I don't think he has that hard of a time getting down.
No, I don't.
70. I just think he has to make some adjustments.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
for sure.
You go back to when Calvin was in his prime. I just really think 170 years old is the move for him. I just think he needs to do it the right way. Like, he needs to do it.
If you look at the people he's beat, like he's fought everyone, and the guys he's lost to, they're all close fights.
How about the Adesanya fight? Very close.
Very close fight. I watched that fight so many times, and I'm like, crazy. He's fucking. Kelvin's good. He's fast.
Is that 1-2? That right left?
Yeah.
That fucking straight left.
I had so many guys throw like. Just getting ready for that fight because I watched all of his fights. I watched what he did to all these guys when he knocked out Bisping, when he beat Jacare. Like he's beating all these guys. He beat Johnny Hendricks. Like he's like you go and look at his record, you're like holy shit, this guy fought all these guys. He has so much experience. I think he had like 5 or 6 main events. He fought Chris Weidman, dropped him bad in the first round. Weidman submitted him in the 3rd round, but fucking got floored before that. So you're thinking like this is at 185, he's going to hit way harder at 170. So I trained my fucking ass off for that fight, and yeah, once I got him to the ground, I'm like, this is where I'm going to win this.
Well, you are in that weight class one of the absolute grapplers. That was really established in that fight.
Yeah.
I was so impressed with your control, your ability. He's a good grappler.
Yeah.
Kelvin's a very good grappler. You're a manhandle.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It's just like I have a path of what you do on the ground, and turn this way, I have something for that. You turn it's like a map in my mind, and
right.
It fucking you might think you're getting out, but I'm just putting you in a direction I want to put you on. And yeah, I love like that, like almost like that slow cook approach. Like take you down, wear you out. Second round, same thing, and then I submitted Jake Matthews in the third, Kelvin in the third. Obviously, if I get it in the first round, but yeah, when you wail guys, there's nothing better than that feeling. Like, yeah, because you can feel it, like feeling you're on top of somebody, and they're just slowly, like their energy is just getting sapped.
Yeah. So have there been talks about when you're gonna come back and who might let you fix it?
So there's that Atlantic City card. It's March 30th, so it's still like 11, 12 weeks away. Like I just want to make sure my hand's good before I go back into anything. So maybe April time frame will be there, but I would like the Colby fight. He's ranked 5 now. He hasn't beaten anybody inside the top 15. He has no ranked wins. Masvidal doesn't fight anymore. All the guys he's beat are not in the UFC. Right. So, and then there's Wonder Boy right ahead of me. I don't know what he's going to do. I know, like, they don't want to put him with a grappler, you know? Like, right. So, and I get that. But if it's going to be like that, I don't think he should be in the rankings either. Like, if you're going to pick and choose it, he deserves to. He's done a lot in sport. Go have your fun fights, like Terrence Crawford. Right. But put someone else in the division. But yeah, there's a couple big fights. Luke Cage right behind me, so that could be a fight that they can match us up.
Have they given you any indication of which way they might be going?
Not yet.
How does that work? Like, do you just get a call one day?
They reach out to your manager, I guess and then your manager calls you and they're like, hey, like, this is what they're thinking. And then it's literally like that simple. Like, you just go from there. But if you have an injury or something like that, you kind of let them know what's going on. So I just told them, I'm like, give me a week or two to see kind of how my hand's feeling. And because I'm going to try to do absolutely nothing and just let it rest. And if it feels good, like, I would love to fight in AC. Like, I fought in AC. I won belts in AC. Like, it was in my bag. Fighting in Philly or fighting in AC. Like, right. Fucking, we all go out and party afterwards when we were younger. It was great. But
what was the drive? Like 45 minutes?
Like an hour. It's the easiest drive ever. But being hungover and driving home, you're like, oh, it's only an hour. It's not that bad. We used to get fucking rowdy in AC when I was younger. It would be awesome to do that again. But yeah, I don't want to rush into it and start a training camp with my hand fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, especially because I'm in a good position now. You know, number 7. I had a big win, and yeah, I think I would like to Colby just because he's always gotten he's won his fights, but he's always kind of gotten like easier path to the title. So I think he should have to fight somebody younger than him, ranked behind him, and then if he deserves it, he'll win that fight, and then he can go back. But if not, let the younger guys move up.
It's going to be interesting what happens with him now after that fight, because it's obvious that you can't give him another title shot.
No.
Right? So it's not like he can go right back in. Yeah. He absolutely could earn another title shot in the future.
Yeah. With
a bunch of wins.
Yeah.
It's still possible. Yeah. But, you know, what is that path? Like, and who do they match him up?
He was calling out Wonder Boy. I'm like, no. Like, you're like, come on. Like, like, you're one of the best grapplers in the division. I'm one of the best. Like, let's fucking, me and you do it. And let's see who wins. You know, we're right next to each other in the rankings. Like, that's what I want.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Listen, Sean, you're a bad motherfucker. Appreciate you. Always love watching you fight.
Thank you, Joe.
Super high level. I love watching high level grappling.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Looking up, I didn't realize, I see you, and I didn't realize fucking Gordon was right next to you. I'm like, I was talking to Dane, I'm like, there's Joe. I'm like, there's Gordon. I'm like, damn, it was awesome, man. Fucking thank you for having me, man.
Hey, my pleasure, brother. It was cool being there ringside.
Yeah.
Dude, I like watching fights so much better than commentating. If you can just get to sit there and watch, it's so fun. Yeah. That fight was really fun. It was really fun to be able to watch live. So congratulations. And good luck to you, brother.
I appreciate it.
Tell everybody your Instagram and social media.
Sean Brady MMA on Instagram. And yeah, that's it.
Okay.
All right, brother. Good luck. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. by it then.